Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests who are present here with us this morning for the inauguration of the World Wi-Fi Day Conference and celebrations. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. We would request all our distinguished guests to kindly be seated and all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. The Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Government of India, would be joining us sharp at 10 o'clock. We request everyone to kindly be seated before that. Also requesting for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention. We have just been informed the Honorable Minister, sir, would be joining us in a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes from now. We would request everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible with your mobile phones kept on to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join us back inside the hall and kindly be seated as soon as possible. The Honorable Minister, sir, will be here any moment now. Once again, requesting all our guests to kindly occupy their seats as soon as possible. The Honorable Minister, sir, will be here any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. We would request the entrance passage to be left clear. The Honorable Minister, sir, is expected any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, Honorable Minister of Communications, Government of India. Let's welcome the Honorable Minister on the stage. Also inviting Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Chairman TRI and former CEO NHA, Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson Broadband India Forum, and Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President Broadband India Forum. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, Honorable Minister of Communications, Government of India. Our special guest of honor, Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Chairman TRI and former CEO NHA, Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of Digital Empowerment Foundation, our esteemed dignitaries on the dais, all our special invitees, senior officials, esteemed panelists, distinguished delegates, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the World Wi-Fi Day Conference 2025 and the celebrations which are being organized by Broadband India Forum. This year, we gather under the inspiring theme, Transforming India, Innovating for the World. a reflection of India's ambitious digital vision and its global innovation leadership. Today's conference brings together visionary policymakers, distinguished technocrats, thought leaders from civil societies, and industry pioneers, all working towards strengthening inclusive digital connectivity and empowering the future through Wi Fi innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored today to have with us the esteemed presence of Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, Honorable Minister of Communications, Government of India, as Honorable Chief Guest. A parliamentarian known for his eloquence and sharp intellect, Sri Scindia ji's leadership is marked by innovation, inclusiveness, and deep commitment to public service. Sir is widely recognized for his reform oriented approach and forward looking leadership. As the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, he spearheaded the transformative expansion of India's aviation sector, focusing on connectivity, private investment, and infrastructure development. And now, as the Honorable Minister of Communications, he is leading India's digital transformation through robust policy initiatives that aim to bridge the digital divide, accelerate 5G adoption, and enhance broadband connectivity in rural areas, and propel India's forward becoming a global telecom hub. And may I now request Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson Broadband India Forum, to kindly welcome the Honorable Minister, Sir, with a floral bouquet. And I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, to kindly honor the Honorable Minister, Sir, with a shawl. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister, Sir. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to kindly welcome our special guests of honor with floral bouquets. We welcome Dr. R.S. Sharma, former chairman of TRI and former CEO of the National Health Authority, a pioneering architect of India's digital ecosystem. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We also welcome Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, a tireless advocate of digital inclusion at the grassroots level. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, TV, sir. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, TV, sir. And now, to formally set the tone for today's conference, I would like to invite Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson BIF, to begin the proceedings with the welcome and the context setting. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Minister of Communication, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Chairman TRI, Mr. Osama Manzar, Founder and Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation, distinguished guests, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege on behalf of the Broadband India Forum to wish each and every one of you a happy World Wi-Fi Day here today. As you know, every year, BIF celebrates the World Wi-Fi Day as a platform to highlight the critical and pivotal role of Wi-Fi in promoting global connectivity. This year, however, I'm glad to mention that this celebration acquires even greater significance because we are dedicating this entire day to unequivocally acknowledging and commending the Government of India's pioneering strides in promoting this Wi-Fi technology for the masses. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Ministry of Communications, under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, has been taking pioneering steps in promoting Wi-Fi. Let me quickly elucidate a few of these steps. GOI have delicensed 500 megahertz in the critical 6 gigahertz spectrum band. This decision is a strategic step that will enable the launch of a whole host of next generation Wi-Fi technologies, including Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 in particular holds great promise to become a core provider of affordable internet access across our nation. This step also places India on the global technological frontier as countries worldwide are opening up this very band as de-licensed spectrum. We believe that this step of the ministry would enable businesses, educational institutions, and users in residential and office spaces to access high-speed wireless internet. High-speed, ultra-reliable networks, as we all know, remain the indisputable foundation of a country's digital future. Wi-Fi networks are crucial because they constitute the silent yet incredibly powerful workhouse of the digital ecosystem. Look at the fact that nearly 80% of all data today is consumed indoors. While higher frequencies involved in 5G networks can offer high speeds, they often struggle to penetrate satisfactorily into buildings. Therefore, no matter what the user profile is, we know that without Wi-Fi, it is not possible to really grow the digital ecosystem. There is a tremendous opportunity in tapping and unlocking public Wi-Fi hotspots. The Bharat 6G vision document released by the Honorable Prime Minister under the leadership of the Minister eloquently highlights this potential by setting an ambitious target of 50 million public Wi-Fi hotspots by 2030. Again, the DOT amended the PM Wani framework in September 2024, enabling backhaul aggregation and roaming across public data offices to ensure that users can seamlessly switch between different aggregator networks. It is entirely appropriate that we have the minister who has taken this decision and the pioneer of this scheme, Dr. R.S. Sharma ji, here with us on the diet. Complementing these reforms, the TRI's Telecommunication Tariff Order 2025, issued just last week, is a welcome step, setting a ceiling of twice the retail broadband for all retail FTTH broadband plans up to 200 Mbps. This will drastically reduce the cost of backhaul for public Wi-Fi hotspots, making it up to 10 times more economical and removing one of the big barriers that have remained hitherto for public Wi-Fi. The minister's strategic formation of 6 stakeholder advisory committees to accelerate goals, including Atmanirbharta in manufacturing, SATCOM, 6G standards, cyber telecom security, reflects an institutional approach to advancing innovation-led, affordable, and inclusive connectivity across the country. All these key policy interventions together represent a major inflection point in India's Wi-Fi journey, and they signal the GOI's ambitious vision of providing inclusive and affordable broadband access to every Indian. I call on all the participating organizations, the service providers, the ISPs, the industry associations, the think tanks, and everybody who is part of the digital ecosystem to strengthen the hands of the government and the minister in ensuring that India is able to realize this ambitious broadband and Wi-Fi vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Wi-Fi holds little value if it doesn't reach and benefit the general public and civil society at large. And to bring forth this crucial civil society perspective, I now have the privilege to invite Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, to kindly address the gathering. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Yes, 5 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody on the dais. I will, Honorable Minister, uh, Dr. R.S. Sharma, Ms. Aruna Sundarajan, TVR, they all are my teachers and friends in the last 25 years. Aruna, I met in Kerala when she was IT secretary there, and that is how learning started. I just want to tell you a very perspective-oriented story that many of you won't know. In 2010, the minister asked me that, can you come to Chanderi and just go and see and then come back. And we were talking about some events doing together and all that. He said that I will work only when you go to Chanderi and come back. I went to Chanderi, came back. And the long story short, the first Wi-Fi cluster was created in Chanderi, and that became a case study. It's really a case study which is taught in Ivy Leagues and many institutions with the effort of converting 5,000 weavers cluster into a Wi-Fi township. We didn't do like feeding in the mouth, but we created a Wi-Fi ecosystem. After that, it became an example. Digital Empowerment Foundation went ahead and did 336 Wi-Fi locations. Mr. R.S. Sharma took Wi-Fi efforts of DEF and recommended it for as a basis for PM Vani, which became a policy. And that is how the story began. So here is the person who actually helped in creating an example from the ground. And here is sitting in front of you. We are going to put a lot of onus, since I have been asked to come as a civil society voice. We have now, DF has got 2,500 location in 28 places. But what I want to actually bring to notice is that, sir, only 10% of rural India has been able to do transaction online. That's a fact. We are 900 million people in rural India. And all of us, because of various regulations and various aspirations, everybody want to do everything online, but only 10%. And I'm saying this because, let's assume online transaction as the meaningful access benchmark. Right? So what is the onus on us is that while we are creating Wi-Fi clusters and Wi-Fi locations, are we conscious about converting the same number of people, which we did in Chanderi 10 years back, as a meaningful access? It was not just Wi-Fi, it was a meaningful access that you can do transaction, you can talk to doctors, you can talk to, you can apply for jobs, you can do everything online. Basically it converts, it doesn't buffer, it doesn't really give challenge to the people. So I am actually trying to propose and trying to say that India is a huge country of, let's say, 600 GI locations. Can we create 600 GI cities, through Wi-Fi cities? Can we create 545, which is weaving clusters, as, weaver city, with Wi-Fi infrastructure? Can we consider a very strong Wi-Fi as a digital public infrastructure basis and hyper local data centers to create a city for the people who can actually use Wi-Fi? Because those days have gone when we have not just Wi-Fi, or just have connectivity. We want to do transaction, we want to study online, we want to apply online, we want to get everything online. And therefore, it is very, very important that we plan. And we, sir, I think you have got cabinet approval for doing a huge amount of last mile, Wi-Fi cities and all that. How can we integrate into a meaningful access for various clusters rather than individualizing target institutions? I would just stop there, because I'm saying this from the voices of the people and who are in the villages. They really want hand holding to come technologically, to be phygital Wi-Fi and localized Wi-Fi from all across the country. And that is what we need. All 900 million people would like to have a meaningful access through Wi-Fi. So let's, this is a request, and this is a proposition, that how do we create Wi-Fi clusters based proposition. That's all I have at this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manzar, for your heartfelt thoughts and commitment to inclusive connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now privileged to hear from Dr. R.S. Sharma, who is a distinguished technocrat and a special guest of honor and has led digital transformation in India across several key institutions. Sir, we have the privilege to invite you to kindly share your insights. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good morning, friends. Honorable Minister Sri Sindhya ji, Aruna ji, TV Ramchandran ji, Osama ji, and many of my friends whom I see I have known for a long time. I just want to begin with Digital India. It is interesting to note that Digital India was launched on 1st of July 2015. It is just a week less than the 10 full years. And there are three broad areas which Digital India had sort of specified. One is digital connectivity as an infrastructure to citizens. That was a base. Then software and services on demand on top of that digital infrastructure. And third was the citizens' empowerment. These were the three broad areas. And thereafter, the whole setup started working for achieving these three objectives. So first, the telecom, connectivity is one of the fundamental things, because without that, you cannot do any application, any transaction which Osama talked about. So one was that how do you ensure that telecom reaches everywhere? That's one part. But one of the issues when which we talk of digital infrastructure, and digital infrastructure includes soft infrastructure like Aadhaar, payment, identity, payment, etc. So that is what we started building. And one of the things which was important is to create a digital public infrastructure of the Wi-Fi kind of systems. Because at that point in time in 2015, 2016, the data was selling at 275 rupees per gigabyte. Today, data is selling at 5 rupees per gigabyte, as you know. So we actually, in the TRAI, actually crafted out a policy as to how we can have an interoperable, scalable Wi-Fi infrastructure in the country. And there came the Wi-Fi exit network interface, which essentially ensured that everybody, every citizen, whosoever has got smartphone, and now of course we have 800 million smartphones in this country, whosoever has a smartphone will be able to access, not free necessarily, but certainly able to access the Wi-Fi and will be able to do transactions even without having a data plan at that point in time. And that's what we envisaged. Then, as it always happens, there are competing interests. The telcos, and actually we gave the recommendation, the TRAI gave the recommendation after the launch of this whole proof of concept by Sri Manoj Sinha ji, at that time the minister who launched it from Bangalore. We actually gave it to the Department of Telecom. In 2017, March 2017, I remember the date. Immediately, the telcos came back and said, oh, we will create 10 million Wi-Fi by September of 2017. 6 months. As of now, we have just about 6 lakh public Wi-Fi. 6 lakh. This is 2025. And the telcos had said that, so basically telcos have always been opposed to this concept. They think that we should be the persons who should be distributing the connectivity to the people. That is not correct. Sir, we have created digital public infrastructure. BharatNet, for example. BharatNet, we have spent 42,000 crores till now. It was started way back in 2011 called NOFA, National Optical Fiber Network, and now rechristened as BharatNet in 2014. We have spent 42,000 crores. 5 times the money which we spent on Aadhaar, for example. But the return on that investment is zero. I think we need to use that public infrastructure, that digital public infrastructure, to provide connectivity to large number of people, and it has infinite capacity. Every panchayat has been connected with a fiber. So that is something which I think we should create, because let's look at France. Let's look at America. They have got, one Wi-Fi hotspot per 1,000 population. We have got one Wi-Fi hotspot per 40,000 population. Every country in the world, Nigeria has got 2 times our, public Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, in terms of percentages. So I think we need to do that. Fortunately, 2017, the recommendation was given. Department of Telecom took 3 years, 3.5 years. In fact, in December of 2020, ultimately the cabinet approved that, and the Honorable Prime Minister was very clear that we want to have this. And the cabinet approved that proposal, and thereafter it said no license, nothing. But still, the DNA of the, I'm sorry, sir, I'm just sort of looking like a critical person, but I'm just speaking the truth. The DNA of Department of Telecom is license. Anything which should happen within a license. Now, by definition, the Wi-Fi, the free license, what's it called, unlicensed spectrum is license free. There should be no license. And the cabinet approval, which was given in 2020 December, specified that there shall be no license of any kind. But thereafter also all kinds of stuff happened, and the backhaul cost also, telco said this is a commercial use and therefore I will charge more, and stuff like that. I think that the entire part has got to be simplified, and this simplification exists. It can be done. It is also a strategic, mind you, because today we are in a duopoly situation as far as the telecom infrastructure is concerned. And we have to develop certain alternative routes of providing broadband to our people. And these alternative routes already exist. You have the fiber. Millions of kilometers of fiber has been laid by BharatNet. That fiber must become an alternative route to provide connectivity to the people of this country. And I think, again, I want to end by saying, I was talking to the Honorable Minister, and I complimented him for delicensing that part of the 6 gigahertz part. That's one part. Secondly, he has taken certain decisions which actually did not gel well with the telcos. But then, as I was telling him, and I used to tell myself, that I am not a spokesperson for telcos. I am not in the popularity contest. We have to be consumer-centric. And that consumer centricity is what is actually needed, and the Honorable Minister is tirelessly doing that job, and I must compliment him from this public platform. Thank you very much, friends. It's wonderful. Thank you very much, BIF, for continuing this flame, on continuing this journey of ensuring that we actually do it without any kind of partisan kind of thing, without any lobbying kind of thing. We do it as a think tank, a very neutral think tank, which thinks of consumer and providing that connectivity to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your insightful thoughts and also for your continued guidance to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, and now the moment we all have been looking forward to, and it is my distinct honor to invite Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, Honorable Minister of Communications, Government of India, for the inaugural address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Seated on the dais with me, Adarniya Aruna ji, Chairperson of BIF, R.S. Sharma Sahib, a doyen in the communication space, and someone who has been very forthright and very clear in his articulation throughout his career, contributed to the structural integrity of infrastructure in India in many, many avatars. On the dais with me, former chairperson of BIF and someone who's always been, I wouldn't say knocking at my door, but banging at my door, Mr. T.V. Ramchandranji, and someone who I've grown to not only respect, but be very fond of. It reminds me of a Army general in his approach. My old colleague who has worked with me on the ground, rolled up his sleeves with me and got into the dust and dirt of the rural hinterlands of Madhya Pradesh, Osama Manzar. And ladies and gentlemen, seated here today, representing a sector that will truly unshackle mankind across the globe on this planet Earth. On this World Wi-Fi Day, let me first of all congratulate you all. It's a day that must be celebrated across the world because it is a day that, as I said, removes the shackles which were once limited to access to capital, which were once limited to access to infrastructure, now limiting mankind from access to information. And what do I mean by these three analogies? Access to wealth 100 years ago, or access to rather capital, was the key divider that would prevent or would keep entrepreneurism at bay. Access to infrastructure 100 years ago, prior to the Industrial Revolution, was what was the physical divide between those who could grow and those whose growth was curtailed. And today, access to information is the difference between lighting a flame for entrepreneurship and keeping it doused. And therefore, this World Wi-Fi Day is extremely seminal because what it does is that it puts into perspective a day to celebrate an invisible form of a power and an energy that is capable of powering visible change. And that truly represents the power of Wi-Fi. It is a day when we sit back and look at the capability that this energy gives us. It gives us a freedom to connect. It gives us a freedom to create. And it gives us a freedom to rise in the digital age of the world. And therefore, as the speakers before me have enunciated so beautifully, whether it is the democratization of this technology, spreading it across the length and breadth of India, because India's power lies in her population. India's power lies in her demographic dividend. 1.4 billion of us, 18% of the world's population. And 70% of us below the age of 35. You're talking about almost 1 billion people. That's the energy that Bharat Mata espouses, not only for India, but for the world today. And it is our job as catalysts, and I always say this, our job in government today is not to be a regulator. Our job in government today is to be a facilitator. We need to open those new vistas. We need to provide opportunity. And as R.S. Sharma ji just said, our job is to be company or technology agnostic. And I've said this, Sharma ji, on the floor of Parliament. Our job is to be company or technology agnostic, but our job is to be customer centric. And our responsibility is towards 1.4 billion of our country's brothers and sisters. Our job is to provide every opportunity to them. Our job is to provide every technology to them. Our job is to make sure that Moore's law operates in the economic sphere, that as volume rises, prices fall. And that is what you have seen in the 10 years of Prime Minister Modi's government, where a voice call, I remember when I came back from Harvard University in 1993 as a banker, we didn't have a single one of these boxes in our country. The first 6 licenses were given out for the first 6 cities in 1994. At that time, one box would cost a lakh of rupees. We used to be charged 16 rupees a minute. 10 years ago, we were charged 50 paise a minute. Today, we are charged 0.03 paise a minute. I can't even convert that into cents. And data. 1 GB of data used to cost 200. I want to correct R.S. Sharma ji. It's very difficult to correct R.S. Sharma ji normally. But it used to cost R.S. Sharma ji 287 rupees. Today it costs 9 rupees per GB, which is 11 cents. And what is the world's average cost per GB? You'll be shocked. $2.49. So India operates at 5% of the world's cost. This is democratization of technology. Today we have fiber, we have broadband, we have Wi-Fi, we have mobile, and soon enough, we will also have satellite. Our job is to provide as many avenues as possible, and within each vertical as well, provide intense competition. It's not good enough having a duopoly or 1 carrier or 2 carriers. You must have competition in every sector. India today is probably the only country in the world with 4 telcos. Incessant competition in ISPs. Now with BharatNet, we will have BNUs, BharatNet Udyamis, across the length and breadth of our country. Those of us who lived in that era, and I don't want to tell you what my age is, but I remember those days when PCOs the advent of PCOs happened in this country. Our BNUs will be the modern your PCOs. Provide entrepreneurship opportunities. And similarly in the case of Wi-Fi. And look at where our wireless landscape is going. And when I talk about our wireless landscape, I talk about the whole co-hosting of services that are possible. We are going to go from our current 15 billion to almost close to about 70 billion by 2035. One vertical. And within that vertical alone, if you look at the Wi-Fi segment, that Wi-Fi segment alone will be 22 billion by 2035. That's the steep path of growth. And India is the only country, let me tell you, that provides this exponential growth. I was in Barcelona for the World Mobile Congress, and I was amazed. Across the world, the telecom space is shrinking from a point of view of growth, is shrinking from a point of view of capex. It is only in India that you've rolled out 5G in 22 months, close to 5.5 lakh BTSs, 5 lakh crores worth of investment, covering 99.6% of districts and 82% of population. It's only possible in India. It's only possible in India at the Prime Minister's resolve, where 4 countries have a monopoly in terms of telco equipment for 4G. China, Finland, Sweden, and Korea. 5 companies in 4 countries. Today, a public sector company like C-Dot combines with a private sector company like Tejas with an Indian SI like TCS, and we produce our own 4G stack, becoming only the 5th country in the world to have telecom technology. So for us, literally, it's not a euphemism, it's not a cliche. The sky is the limit. From Wi-Fi to satellite. And India today has become the leader, ladies and gentlemen. You are responsible and you must be saluted for that. We have become the leaders of the digital world across the globe. We talked about transactions. Osama talked about transactions. Today, you'll be amazed, 46% of the digital transactions in the world happen in India. 46% in one country. Not the US of A, not all of Europe, not China. 46% in India. But we have, as the old adage goes, miles to go before we sleep. The woods are dark and deep, miles to go before we sleep. We have a long journey to go ahead. But penetration is moving fast and moving into the rural hinterlands. To elaborate on what Osama said, we are starting on 5G use cases. Where? We are not starting on 5G use cases in cities. Not Bombay, not Delhi, not Bengaluru, not Hyderabad. We are starting with 5G use cases in 13 villages from Andhra Pradesh to Madhya Pradesh, across the country, to prove the 5G use case model. 10 services, 13 villages. My passion has been rural India. Gandhiji said, India will rise, she will rise from her villages. भारत की आत्मा गांव में रहती है और मैं गांव का आदमी हूं. So, I want to put at rest our penetration even on Wi-Fi has to be country-wide. It has to be wide and it has to be deep. And which is why, when we talk about the Wi-Fi segment as far as India is concerned, this flame that was lit in 2020 by Prime Minister himself, he has the ability to be able to see things far quicker and much in advance than the rest of the world. And I'm saying this to you because I have learned this by experience from him. When I became Civil Aviation Minister, the first statement he said to me, I want India to become the drone capital of the world by 2030. At that point of time, we didn't even know what drones were. Today, the usage of drones across India for every practical purpose that you can think of. And his approach of whole of government, 16 ministries were mandated first that you will use drones for everything. Can you imagine cadastral surveys, Osama, in rural India being done by drones? So today, that is becoming a reality. And the same thing in telecom. Ubiquitous connectivity, all-pervasive connectivity. And therefore, his dream of PM Wani, Prime Minister's Wi-Fi access network interface, to every village, to every citizen across the length and breadth of this country. Imagine this. 3 examples I'll give you. A shop owner, let's say in a city like Varanasi, puts up a 3,000 rupee router. And that person has the capability to generate Wi-Fi hotspots, linking every student, every gig worker, every shopkeeper in that area. He becomes a multifaceted entrepreneur. Pune, for example, is becoming the home of IT. Think of a young app developer in Pune that now becomes an app provider that can help you locate the closest Wi-Fi hotspot and simply click and log in. And third, think of a mall owner in Guwahati that becomes a public data office aggregator who takes care of the backhaul of hundreds of PDOs and starts a new business. This, ladies and gentlemen, for you are examples of this value chain, where you not only create public access to Wi-Fi, but you're able to create multiple opportunities for entrepreneurship. And this is India's example of grassroots connectivity. A connectivity which is steeped in simplicity, a connectivity which is driven by inclusion, and a connectivity that is blessed by innovation. These are the three characters of this industry, which will help multiple industries to flower across the length and breadth of our country. And as the speakers before me have spoken, Aruna ji has spoken about the technical aspects. 16 September 2024, we sat down and said, we want to create a new landscape for this sector. If it has to be all pervasive, it has to permeate, it must be a new landscape. And what was that new landscape? Allowing PDOs to access your FTTH connections, thereby making every storefront a digital powerhouse. Number one. Number two, making sure that you have a shared backhaul. And what does that allow you? That allows you to make sure that your isolated dots on your digital highway become islands of an archipelago that weave together, like we say in Chanderi, Tana and Bana, warp and weft, together and make a mosaic. Third, when we look at a humble home or an office router with just a new SSID card, that will serve as a gateway to the national commons, digital commons. And fourth, when you make sure that there's seamless roaming across PDOs, which means a person that's going from Kochi to Kohima never gets disconnected. And at the same time, you allow a fusion of mobile data offloading, which means when you go from the spectrum-based mobile system onto a Wi-Fi system, thereby saving valuable spectrum space as well. These 5 elements have created a new metaphysical environment in which Wi-Fi can be all-pervasive. And I commit you this, that in the days to come, we will ensure that from a policy perspective, not from a regulator's perspective, but from a facilitator's perspective, we will lay out the platform so as to make sure that we connect every disconnected citizen across the length and breadth of our country. We already have close to about 3.5 lakh hotspots. And all this is happening without spectrum, without bureaucratic red tape. And India today is showing the world how to move. India today is showing the world how it can be done. And therefore, we must celebrate this journey, not with applause, but with purpose. Every hotspot must convert, and I would like Osama, yourself, Arunaji, to concentrate on this. You must convert every hotspot into a hope spot. Because the amount of opportunities that will arise from this new service will be immeasurable. We must ensure that every connection churns another chance, and every byte carries within it millions of heartbeats of our fellow Indians across the length and breadth of our country. We have now delicensed and awarded, refarmed the 6 gigahertz spectrum, the lower end of that spectrum, which is today not a luxury. Today it's a necessity. And that will give us what? It will give us to our industry multi-gigabit speeds, ultra-low latency, low-cost digital highways. That will spawn, it will spawn multiple businesses, multiple opportunities. Think of it this way. 100 years ago, in the Industrial Revolution, you meaning us humans, built physical roads and physical railways. The Vanderbilts, the Carnegies. Today, India is #1 in building the first digital highway. It's an invisible pipe, but the content in that pipe is what is going to change the lives of people, not across our country, but across the world. And that avishkar, that navachar will emanate, ladies and gentlemen, from no other country in the world, but from our Bharat Mata. And therefore, delicensing the 6 gigahertz spectrum was key in that movement. As Sharma ji has said, other countries have done it. But I guarantee you that our rules for this will be out either on or before Independence Day of this year. That freedom for every single citizen will be mandated by Prime Minister Modi's government within the next couple of months. Now, 2 final points I'd like to elucidate on. The first, we must ensure that this pipe is one that is spread across the length and breadth of our country. It is like the arteries of the heart. And therefore, the digital divide between Bharat and India has to be obliterated by this technology. And for that, we're not only looking at the ground. Many of the speakers before me talked about OFC, but we are also looking at the skies. Satellite, LEO and MEO, both have become today a reality in India. Spectrum will be assigned on an administrative basis. 3 licenses have been given out, and those areas that were never connected will become connected in India. The first is access. The second point is affordability. And here I must appeal to my industry, my chip makers, my OEMs, my device makers. We must ensure that we are able to produce devices at nominal cost to allow our citizens to connect onto this technology. We cannot allow devices to become the new digital divide in our country. And therefore, if you look at the 3 components of this space, number 1, your terrestrial fiber, number 2, your satellite connectivity, and number 3, devices at nominal cost. All 3 together represent the bouquet that present the opportunity for our countrymen and women to power forward and innovate in their lives. And that is what the mandate of the Telecom Ministry is, to ensure that we provide that landscape for every single citizen across our country. Final words, I'd like to say that in India, I certainly believe that connectivity is not a commodity. It is a tool of empowerment. It is an act of nation building. And therefore, on this World Wi-Fi Day, let us commit ourselves that we will light up every single rural home. We will empower every aspiring mind, and we will strengthen every public service with the power of Wi-Fi. Together, let us make Wi-Fi stand for widespread inclusion for future India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for that powerful and inspiring address. Your vision gives new momentum to the digital application and aspirations of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today to celebrate the World Wi-Fi Day 2025, it is now time to felicitate an exemplary leadership and pioneering vision in advancing India's digital frontiers. It is our honor and privilege to present a memento to the Honorable Minister of Communications, Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia ji, whose dynamic leadership has been instrumental in redefining India's digital connectivity landscape. We warmly extend our felicitations to the Honorable Minister, sir, for the path-breaking digital policy initiatives that have advanced India's digital economy in consonance with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision of Viksit Bharat. We commend the efforts to expand inclusive and affordable connectivity and propelling innovation through de-licensing of 6 GHz spectrum, PM1E framework, and paving the way for India to become a global leader in telecommunications sector. May I now request Ms. Aruna Sundararajan, Chairperson BIF, to kindly present a token of our gratitude to Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the round of applause to honor Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji and Ministry of Communications for their extraordinary contributions. May I now request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, to kindly present memento as a token of gratitude to Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Chairman TRI and former CEO NHA. We present a token of appreciation to Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. And to formally conclude the inaugural session, I invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, respected sir, distinguished people on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I have been rendered absolutely speechless. I've never heard in all my 30 years of telecom such a soul-stirring speech. So I would like to first thank him by requesting you all to stand up, give a standing ovation. Whatever I say as thanks now would appear too mundane, too trite compared to the beautiful eloquence we have had, sir, from you, and such motivation we have had from you. On behalf of Broadband India Forum, it is truly an immense honor for me to deliver the vote of thanks at the inaugural session of this Wi-Fi Day 2025 celebrations. One of the core beliefs of BIF, sir, is the tremendous positive influence of Wi-Fi on connectivity and its vital role in fostering economic growth, social mobility and interaction, and digital inclusivity and education. So every word of yours was sheer music to us, sir. This year, we are elevating this celebration in consonance with what is being done in SATCOM to a higher orbit, to acknowledge the Government of India's remarkable strides in digital innovation, especially under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the Ministry of Communications under the leadership of the one and only respected Minister, sir. Firstly, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude on behalf of all of you to the Honorable Minister of Communications, Sri Jyotiraditya Scindia, for squeezing some time from his extremely hectic schedule. We know his schedule, absolutely hectic, but he still found time to come and grace this occasion with his presence and deliver such a soul-stirring, beautiful direction for us all. Not a single direction. He has shown so many things to be done. Yes, the deeps are lovely. The forest is lovely, dark and deep, but we do have miles to go, and he showed us what we need to do to go forward. Thank you, sir. We are immensely grateful, sir, to you and your ministry for path-breaking digital policy initiatives, including the use of the novel, never before has been used, and Arunaji referred to it, path-breaking policy initiative of the innovative instrument of consultation, strategic advisory committees. Never before has anybody done that, and you involved all to come and deliver and dialogue. I think that is a beautiful, brilliant instrument, which have significantly advanced India's digital economy with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Vikshit Bharat. This past year has been particularly successful for Wi-Fi acceleration, marked by key achievements like the most innovative action of delicensing of 6 GHz spectrum and the PM Vani framework, whatever has been done to further fine-tune the framework. Thank you, respected sir, for your inimitable leadership of this sector and orienting it to deliver. We have been trying for a long time, but you have oriented us rightly, sir, to deliver the enhanced benefits to the general public. What you said last, I think it completely vibrates in every one of us. What we need to do is do it for the common man, for the consumer. I think that's a great thing which we all should dedicate ourselves to. Respected sir, you remain always, as I said, an inimitable champion of inclusivity and cost-effective quality, and the veritable lodestar of the telecom sector in India. Next, I extend my deep gratitude to Dr. R.S. Sharma ji, who is my guru, former chairman, TRAI, and former CEO, NHA, for his motivating and brilliant address. Sir, your passion and dedication as the pioneering architect of the Honorable PM's vision of Digital India and a bedrock of India's digital advancement, we eagerly look forward to continuing to seek your valuable guidance and work under your close guidance. We're also most grateful to BIFs and my longtime personal friend, Mr. Osama Manzar, founder and director of Digital Empowerment Foundation. He works at the ground level, at the grassroots, and amazing work he has done. I've known him for several years, even from my former organizations. And Osama ji, aapka speech truly inspiring tha. And your grassroots community work, you're working for the community, particularly through initiatives that expand Wi-Fi access in rural communities, making a tangible difference to their day-to-day lives. Thank you, Ji, for your tireless efforts. Last but certainly not the least, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Madam Aruna Sundarajan, IAS retired, for providing such a wonderful context-setting address and for always being a leading beacon of light and support for BIF. Thank you, ma'am. Also, a deep gratitude to our events partner, Bharat Exhibitions, who are with us in every event, and all the supporting and sponsorship organizations, and each and every one of you in this audience who have been attending and speaking at the event and will speak today. Your presence and contributions have set the stage for what we are confident will be truly successful and impactful World Wi-Fi Day 2025 celebration. As the Honorable Minister stated, let us today completely dedicate ourselves further to connect India fully and empower each and every citizen with the power of Wi-Fi. Thank you. I once again request you all to stand up and give one more standing ovation to the Minister. Hmm?
Thank you. Minister, sir, can we request for a group photograph, sir? Can we have a group photograph, sir, with all the dignitaries? And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for the Honorable Minister, sir, for such inspiring words and for being here with us, motivating all of us. Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, inviting all of you to kindly join us for networking tea break, which is only of 10 to 15 minutes. The next session will commence sharp at 11:15. We request everyone to kindly be seated back in time for the next session, which is a very special knowledge session chaired by Dr. R.S. Sharma. The naam lene hain na.
छोड़ दे छोड़ दो फिर से अगले में 4 सोफा है वो सोफा यहाँ पर ऐड करना टेबल लगे रहते हैं मैंने तो लिखा पानी की बोतल एक लगा दो 2 लगा दो
Hi, Hiral. Can you hear us? Hi, Hiral. Can you hear us? Hiral? Am I audible? Debashish here. Debu here. Hi, Hiral. Can you hear me? Hello? Hiral?
Yes, Debu, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Is that you?
Okay,
Hiral?
hold on.
Fine.
Yeah, let me share one of my
Okay.
video. 1 second.
Yeah. Go ahead.
1 second. This share sound. Share. Okay. I am gonna play a video.
Audio.
I have a very strong sense of identity in my blindness. One of the misconceptions that people have about blind people is that we don't care about how we look or the way we present ourselves to the world.
How was it? Debu? How was it?
It's coming through on the video,
Hiral, we can.
on the Zoom.
Your
It looks good.
Thing is running well, but there is a bit of a lag between the video and the audio.
Okay, I'm gonna play again.
The Ray-Ban Meta glasses allows me to still look fashionable and be able to do the task that I need done as a blind person. Hey Meta, call a volunteer with Be My Eyes.
Calling a volunteer.
Yeah.
Hey there, how can I help?
Hi, I just got a new record player and I wanted to see if you could help me figure out which of these buttons turns it on.
Absolutely, I think it's the one on the bottom. Try that.
This one here?
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect, thank you. Being able to connect with a human through the Be My Eyes call feature makes a world of difference.
How can I help?
Hi, I'm going to a salsa night later today. I'm able to ask follow-up questions and get more detailed information.
Try the next one.
बोलेंगे कि ubiquity 1 ubiquity चला देंगे वीडियो आप स्विच कर पाएंगे उनका फेस बन जाएगा हाँ और उनका कैसे
Hi, Dorothy. Debashish here. Can you hear us? Hi, Dorothy.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly be
Dorothy,
seated. It
Debashish,
is time to go
you
ahead
hear
with
us?
the proceedings of the next session.
Hello, hello. Dorothy.
Yes, I hear you.
Hi, Dorothy. Am I audible?
Yes, you're
Hello?
audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Dorothy, are you there? This is
Yes.
Debashish.
yes.
Dorothy, we can't hear you. Are you audible?
I can hear you, Dorothy, so I don't know what's going on, but I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dorothy, hi. Good morning. Debashish here from BIF. So we'll be starting the session in another 2 minutes. So
Okay.
you will be the first speaker after the session chair, Dr. R.S. Sharma. So shall we make the presentation or will you do screen sharing at your end? Will we run the slides for you or you want to do it yourself?
If you have them and you can run them,
Okay, then we'll run the
Yeah.
slides as per your instructions and you can speak.
okay.
Okay, is that okay with you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Looking forward. Thank you. Wish you all the best. Bye.
We need to get Dr. Sharma and others involved. Oh, this is having speech. Minister having speech. I thought he has left. ठीक है, ठीक है. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of our knowledge session. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished session chair, Dr. R.S. Sharma, former chairman TRI and former CEO NHA. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome him. We have on this session joining us online, Ms. Dorothy Stanley. She's Chair IEEE, one of the global standards group for Wi-Fi. Dorothy, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We have joining us on the stage, Mr. Hiral Modi, Head of Wireless Ecosystem Engineering from Meta. He is also joining us online. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Hiral Modi. We would like to invite Mr. Paramjit Singh Puri, Global Director of Membership Wi-Fi Alliance. A warm welcome to you, sir. And we invite once again on stage, Mr. Osama Manzar, Founder and Director, DEF. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we now begin a very enriching and forward-looking segment of today's program, the Knowledge Session. This session brings together thought leaders who have been at the forefront of digital connectivity, policy innovation, and inclusive access. And it is our privilege to have with us as our distinguished session chair, Dr. R.S. Sharma, our special guest of honor, a distinguished civil servant and technocrat. Dr. Sharma has served the nation in multiple pioneering roles as the former chairman of TRI and former CEO of National Health Authority. His leadership has laid the foundation for transformative digital policies in India, from telecom reforms to health tech and e-commerce democratization. Under his stewardship, landmark initiatives in digital communications, digital public infrastructure, and digital payments have not only revolutionized the governance, but also made digital access more inclusive and impactful for every citizen. Dr. Sharma's far-reaching domain knowledge and strategic leadership have been instrumental in translating the vision of Digital India into a tangible, transformative reality. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome him today to guide this session. And with your permission, sir, may I hand over to you for your opening remarks? And once again informing you, we have Ms. Dorothy Stanley and Mr. Heral Modi ji joining us online. And the total time duration for the session is 45 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Well, good morning again, friends. This is actually from the general Wi-Fi day to a specific program of PM Vani. This session is devoted to that. And the architecting of PM Vani was quite similar to what the founding principles of the digital public infrastructure created in India was. Aadhaar, for example, interoperable, scalable, and inclusive. All these were the defining characteristics of Aadhaar. Thereafter, of course, at that time, we did not call it digital public infrastructure. This is a term which has become very popular nowadays after G20, meetings, and the whole vocabulary has now DPI as its core. And there are number of institutions which have sprung up promoting the digital public infrastructure. Then we, had UPI. UPI again is essentially an interoperable, actually connected. So it unbundled the payment from the banking system, which was completely tied up. So the unbundling, scalability, interoperability, open standards, as far as possible open source, these have been the basic attributes of the digital public infrastructure of our country. And we have actually perfected this art in some sense. We went into digital health. Again, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is also based on the principle of democratization, openness, interoperability, and stuff like that. Patient is at the center. Patient is the ultimate controller of his or her data. Therefore, it is also quite compatible with the DPDP Act. Similarly, we have had now the ONDC, which is still growing, Open Network for Digital Commerce. Again, the attempt is to democratize and open this space of digital commerce. Now, all these applications will have to run on the connectivity. And therefore, the Wi-Fi is actually like a digital public infrastructure on which the digital public goods will, applications will spring up and applications will provide that last mile connectivity. The minister spoke so eloquently on this whole issue and his vision, and I could not have been happier. I mean, I was really very, very happy and even surprised sometimes, because leaders do not seem to have, many times leaders don't have the clarity which the minister had. So therefore, I think it's a great moment for us. Now, one argument which is given against the PM Vani, and which I want to clarify, that argument is quite hollow. That argument is, well, PM Vani was started when the data was 287 rupees per gigabyte, as the minister said, 2017, 2015, 2016. Now the data is so cheap. Is there really a need for having such kind of infrastructure? That's something which is, and also that it is unviable. No, it doesn't make a business sense to have such kind of Wi-Fi hotspots, the PDOs, the PDOAs. Those things have become absolutely unviable. That's the argument which is given. Now, data has become cheap, yes, and accessible, yes. But affordability is not equal to accessibility. Imagine the requirement of data has grown exponentially. Imagine a situation where a person was consuming a few megabytes of data. Today, we are consuming terabytes, petabytes of data, 6 terabytes, and we are talking, huge amount of data is being consumed in this country. So the data has become exponentially, important. Imagine you have, after COVID, you have online classes. Now, those boys and girls who are there coming from a poor family, they do not have the data plans given by telcos. They can't spend 200 rupees. And in 200 rupees also, they will get 1.5 gigabyte. Maybe the syllabus or the online classes or online things will be so much more. And therefore, the data, while the prices have dropped, at the same time, the data requirement has grown. And therefore, the need to have such kind of infrastructure is still there. One. Second, this infrastructure, PM Vani, does not use any public resource. It uses a free, unlicensed Wi-Fi spectrum. And as the minister rightly pointed out, is that it actually frees the, valued spectrum from its use. And that's one part. Thirdly, it is possible for you to create hotspots along with some kind of content so that they become the CDS type of thing where they can distribute the content. And there are commonly used books, for example, commonly used videos, for example, for lessons in the classes, etc., can be downloaded and can be kept at the hotspot, which is actually there at the edge. So I think this whole stuff that the Wi-Fi is unviable and therefore we don't need to is really not correct. Secondly, let's understand this also, and I alluded to that in the initial remarks, that the telco had promised that we will have 10 million hotspots by September of 2017. Today, as such, we have just about 0.5 million. And our 2022 policy specified that we will have 10 million by 2022, and we will have 30 million by 2030, or maybe more. I don't know what is the target. So therefore, it is important that we create a level playing field, we create a democratic field, we create, and imagine, the Honorable Prime Minister himself took the initiative of bringing it to the cabinet. It was called Vani. After the cabinet approval, it was rechristened as PM Vani. So Prime Minister has actually given his own name in some sense to this particular architecture. And this architecture needs to be supported, not really strangulated into the rules and regulations of and I've always been telling my friend Neeraj Mittal and those people in the DOT, कि भाई आपका जो लाइसेंस वाला DNA है ना, उस DNA को थोड़ा छोड़ के कुछ काम कीजिए. हर बार लाइसेंस लगाइएगा. जब कैबिनेट ने अप्रूव कर दिया है, भारत की सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया है, कहा है कोई लाइसेंस नहीं, कोई परमिट नहीं, कुछ नहीं, उसके बावजूद भी आप जो नया चलाते हैं, वन ऑफ द लाइसेंस वाज कि भाई कोई PDO, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ही विल हैव टू एंटर इनटू एन एग्रीमेंट विद द ISP और TSP. अब भाई चाय वाला, पान वाला आदमी, हाउ विल ही एंटर इनटू एन एग्रीमेंट विद द ISP और TSP? उसको जानता भी नहीं कहां जाना होगा. तो DOT के मतलब संचार भवन में आके चक्कर लगाएगा कि मुझे लाइसेंस दे दीजिए, मुझे कनेक्टिविटी. आई मीन दिस इज ridiculous. So therefore, I think what is required is very simplified stuff, very simplified thinking, because it is not eating into any of the public resources. It's not eating into a spectrum. That's the beauty. And the people are putting together, people are innovating, technologies are happening. So therefore, I think this is something which I thought I will provide. Maybe I have spoken more than what I should have spoken as a moderator. But now I'll I don't know what the sequence of invitation is, but I will I'll invite Dorothy to give her perspective on the issue. Thank you.
Dorothy, ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes.
Over to you, ma'am, for your...
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. I think so. Okay. Excellent. So I'm Dorothy Stanley. It's an honor to be here. I want to thank Broadband India Forum for the invitation. I had hoped to be there in person. About 24 hours ago, I was on a plane bound for Delhi, which unfortunately ended up being delayed overnight and then canceled. So I'm grateful that I'm able to present this remotely. So I'm Dorothy Stanley. I work for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise in the Urban Networking Division. I served as chair of the IEEE 802.11 working group from 2018 to 2024. And I'm also involved in IEEE Standards Association Board of Governors and the various governance activities. Next slide, please. Okay, excellent. So my remarks will cover really two general topics. One, an overview of setting some context for the IEEE 802.11 standard, which is the base technical standard used as a foundation for Wi-Fi. We'll look at innovation and evolution in three areas. One, the basic MAC-PHY evolution, Wi-Fi location, and the new amendments that are under development. And of course, the opinions here are my own. The title of the presentation is that IEEE standards evolution enables innovation and productivity enhancements to build economic value. And I would like to just add my thanks and recognition to the outstanding remarks of the Minister of Communications for his strong support and vision of what Wi-Fi can provide in terms of value to citizens. So next slide, please. Okay, so IEEE 802.11, the standard focuses on the lower layers, so the MAC-PHY RF, the radio frequency specifications, and the MAC specifications. On the left, you see the stack chart of the different layers. And I think one of the reasons for the success of Wi-Fi is the fact that we don't define our own upper layers. We leverage what the IETF and other organizations have done so that everything that's above the RF, we leverage. And we leverage all of the data networking innovation that occurs. On the right, you see the chart that shows the IEEE 802 Standards Committee, the Landman Standards Committee, and the different working groups underneath that committee. So 802.11, of course, is Wi-Fi. 802.3 is Ethernet. 802.15 provides additional definition of unlicensed services, such as Wi-SUN, and 802.15.4. And then we also do some work in 802.18 to provide comments back to regulators on their questions that come related to RF and uses of unlicensed spectrum. And next slide, please. Okay, so first major evolution area, and I was asked to focus on evolution and evolution of Wi-Fi. And so one of the foundational pieces is the specifications that end up being Wi-Fi generations now. So 11N, 11AC, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, and of course Wi-Fi 7. So the 11N, 11AC, and 11AX amendments have been completed for quite some time. The 11BE, or Wi-Fi 7 amendment, was recently approved. A key, you'll see on the right, top level marquee features in each of the amendments. For Wi-Fi 7, 11BE, this was multi-link operation, which enables simultaneous use of multiple channels. That amendment also introduced 320 megahertz channels, which are important for very high throughput applications. The amendment that's currently the focus of a tremendous amount of activity and work is in our universe, known as 802.11bn. The name is ultra high reliability. This will most likely be given the name of Wi-Fi 8 in the market. And the focus of this amendment is to provide lower latency, longer range, and improved handover characteristics. So the evolution here is focused, depending on the amendment, on increased speeds, on support of new spectrum, such as with 11AX and the 6 gigahertz support. Likewise, enhancements to 6 gigahertz support in Wi-Fi 7. I'll comment here that, as the minister noted, we want to leverage the technology and leverage the spectrum that's given to us to provide value and to provide a foundation for innovation and entrepreneurship. And so I'd like to, again, thank and note the recent opening of the lower 500 megahertz and the 6 gigahertz band for India. That is just a tremendous, tremendous accomplishment. So next slide, please. So we talked about the basic MAC-PHY capabilities. In addition to those, there are applications and additional functionality that are layered on top of the basic connectivity over the air. One example is shown here, and this is Wi-Fi location. So the Wi-Fi location-based protocols take advantage of time as a measure of distance rather than signal strength as a measure of distance. So RSSI, received signal strength indication, was the very first generation of a location-based service, but it used signal strength as a proxy for distance and for determining range from one device to another. And starting in 2016, we added a capability called fine timing measurement. You'll see all of the characteristics listed here: 80 megahertz channels, support for 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. And this protocol enabled location or ranging accuracy of between 1 and 2 meters between, for example, an access point and an access point, or an access point and station. And of course, Wi-Fi certifications have been available for quite some time. Then we continued the improvement with 11AZ. Sorry to throw the acronyms at you, but the main message I'd like you to take away from this slide is there are additional services that are overlaid on top of the Wi-Fi networks to provide additional value and to provide the basis for additional innovation. So third generation added secure ranging, in fact, secure ranging at the PHY level, support for 6 gigahertz, and with this, we get sub 1 meter accuracy, significantly below 1 meter accuracy. And then we've done work with 11BK fine timing measurement, extending to support the definition in the MAC-PHY in Wi-Fi 7 for 320 megahertz channels, supporting the BE waveforms. And here we get a 1/10 of a meter level accuracy. So main message, we do the major MAC-PHY amendments, we overlay certain services such as location. And next slide, please. All right.
Ma'am, you have about
And then
one more
summary.
minute, ma'am, to conclude your presentation. Sorry for interrupting.
I will finish in 1 minute, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so here we have additional amendments under development, and they're listed here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you see the range of topics from sensing to light communications to the most recently proposed amendment that's coming for supporting post-quantum computing. We also have work going on looking at AIML and its potential application to .11. So with that, that concludes my presentation. There's a tremendous amount of work going on within the .11 working group to provide additional capabilities to support innovation. And the continued development of Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Dorothy Stanley, for your interventions. I mean, it is clear that multiple agencies and entities, specifically IEEE, they are working on improving the technology so as to improve the efficiency, improve the latency, even what you can do with smaller resources, how much more can you do? And that is something which has been happening, and that's also a wonderful news. It is also clear that the unlicensing or delicensing of that 6 gigahertz lower part of the spectrum will create an ecosystem of devices, of innovations, or applications, and these will basically promote the what we are actually aiming at, connectivity to every individual at an affordable price, at an affordable location. That's what is going to happen. So thank you very much, Ms. Dorothy, for your intervention. Now I'll request Mr. Hiral Modi from Meta to give his remarks. Mr. Modi.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I will start sharing my screen. It's coming up okay?
Yes, it is there.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Hiral Modi. I'm part of Reality Labs in Meta. Just like Dorothy, my colleague Alan Norman was supposed to be in Delhi in person. Unfortunately, his flight also got delayed. He's literally on a plane right now to Delhi. So I'm filling in from States. In this session, what I want to do is I want to focus on our mission and what we are building at Meta and how 6 gigahertz plays important role in that future and vision that we are driving at Meta. This slide talks about 6 billion people. I repeat, 6 billion people spend 20% of their day every single day interacting with their smartphones. Think about it. When you're looking at your smartphone, you're basically looking at your 2D screen and you're disconnected from your surrounding and a physical world. It's a very disconnected way of interacting with your digital world, leaving your physical world behind. And we expect these billions of people will use more natural, more human form factors powered by AI to connect, to learn, to play, to shop, basically to go about their lives and improve their lives. And that is why we at Meta are focused on building that future of human connection. The future which is seamless, which is meaningful, which is more present. All the technologies that we are building at Meta, I wanted to highlight a couple of devices that we are building in advancing this future of human connection. The first device that I want to talk about is Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses. We launched these glasses last month in India as well. These are the glasses that allows you to capture, to listen, to interact with AI, to make your everyday task more smarter, more assisted, and more advanced. It makes you feel more empowered connecting with the world. Some of the features of this device are listen. Like I said, you can obviously listen to your music. You can take your phone calls, amazing speaker quality, and it is more safer compared to your earpods, which basically covers both of your ears and which disconnects you from your surrounding. You can capture videos, you can capture photos, etc. You can take your phone calls. You could do a live stream, for example, if you are a content creator and you want to live stream, for example, your cooking show. Right now, it's a very complicated setup. Either you hold your phone with your one hand and then use your other hand to cook, or you have a very complicated setup. But with Ray-Ban Meta, you could project your own point of view, having both of your hands free. The last one is Be My Eyes, which is very, very personal to me. What it does, it allows blind people to connect with the actual volunteer on the other side via video call, share their own point of view, and get the help. And I have a 2-minute video of that experience coming directly from the person using this device and Be My Eyes. So I'll save it for the video, which is after this slide. If you look at the bottom row, AI is literally changing the world. We launched multimodal AI last year. What it does is basically sees what you see. It can take a photo of what is in front of you. For example, you go to visit Taj Mahal and you don't know what it is. You can simply ask Ray-Ban Meta glasses and say, hey, look and tell me what it is. And it will tell you the history of Taj Mahal, how it is built, and significance of it. You can translate menus. For example, you travel the world and you cannot speak or read the local language. You could have Ray-Ban Meta translate. You can look at the poster, have a phone call. You can even scan your barcode. The last one, again, one of my personal favorite, is a live translation where you can translate live in different languages. We have 4 language support right now, and we are always looking to add more languages. For example, if you talk in English and I talk in Spanish, we can have a very fluent conversation like a human translator using Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses. Next, I want you to play the Be My Eyes video, please, locally. Is it playing?
I have a very strong sense of identity in my blindness. One of the misconceptions that people have about blind people is that we don't care about how we look or the way we present ourselves to the world. The Ray-Ban Meta glasses allows me to still look fashionable and be able to do the task that I need done as a blind person.
Hey, Meta. Call a volunteer with Be My Eyes.
Calling a volunteer. Hey there, how can I help?
Hi, I just got a new record player and I wanted to see if you could help me figure out which of these buttons turns it on.
Absolutely. I think it's the one on the bottom. Try that.
This one here?
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Being able to connect with a human through the Be My Eyes call feature makes a world of difference.
How can I help?
Hi, I'm going to a salsa night later today.
I'm able to ask follow-up questions and get more detailed information.
Try the next one. Found it.
The benefits to using Be My Eyes through the glasses is being able to be hands-free. As somebody that uses a cane, I love being independent. That makes a huge difference.
I was wondering if you could just give me a spot check to see if I missed anything.
Yes, I'm taking a look. You look amazing. It looks perfect.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm already like a very active, extroverted person, and I feel like the glasses help me be able to be that even more. I think the Ray-Ban Meta glasses will make a huge difference in people being able to use the tools that they need to live the lives that they want to live.
Very powerful video, isn't it? I remember a line Minister Scindia said, we want to focus on the connectivity driven by inclusion. We are building this technology, which is including every single individual on the planet. And just for the clarity, these glasses do not have any cellular connectivity. They connect over Wi-Fi to your phone, which drives the connectivity that you need when you are out and about. The next device that I want to focus, give me 1 second. Before we do that, I wanted to quickly give you a glimpse of, we had an honor, an opportunity to show Ray-Ban Meta glasses to Minister Scindia and Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and share our vision of what the wearables and the future of human connection looks like. Next, I want to focus on Orion, a technology marvel, the most advanced glasses that the world has ever seen. Before I talk about it, I have one more video that I would like you guys to play, please. So next video, please, for Orion.
Phones are not going to be the end of the line, but we're not going to be here in the 2030s communicating and using computing devices that are exactly the same as what we have today. And someone has to build that and believe in it.
Meta invented a damn time machine. Hi, Nora. Daddy's calling from the future. I'm wearing these amazing AR glasses that you'll probably use when you grow up.
Over the next 10 years, the form factor is just going to keep on getting smaller and smaller. And eventually we're going to have what looks like normal looking glasses.
You're looking at the culmination of decades of breakthrough inventions in nearly every field of computing. It's one of the hardest challenges the tech industry's ever attempted. See, Orion is a time machine. It'll let Meta live in the future as they build the next generation of AR experiences. Now let me nerd out for a second because this is a technological marvel. The display isn't made of glass. It's made of silicon carbide, which delivers an unprecedented 70-degree field of view. That means Meta engineers figured out how to bend light beams in ways it does not like to bend. The frames are made of magnesium, just like an F1 car, because it's light and radiates away heat. I mean, you can't just put a fan in glasses. Orion cools itself by glowing. It uses the same materials NASA uses to cool satellites in space. You have to be absurdly determined to build something like this. But competitiveness runs deep around here. Mark wouldn't even let me beat him at Pong.
But then, of course, the full vision is you just have like a full field of view, holograms where, you know, we're having this conversation in the future and like I'm sitting on your couch next to you as a hologram and we're just there and we have this full sense of presence. Here we are.
Oh yeah, forgot to mention, large holographic displays. The real world is our canvas. Our experiences shouldn't be limited to glowing rectangles. One day soon, we'll once again look up, connected, empowered, and present.
A true glimpse into the future. Just to give you a quick summary of what the Orion looks like. It's a three-part system. You have the glasses, which goes on your face. You have the compute puck, which goes in your pocket. That drives your compute and connectivity. And then you have the wristband, EMG band, that drives your thousands and thousands of gesture as an input. Again, we cannot put cellular on the glasses. So all the need that we have cellular will go on the puck. However, the connectivity between your glasses and the puck is that 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi connectivity. This is how it looks like when you put the Orion on. This is how it looks like. It gives you multiple multitasking window for you to go about everything that you want to do. This is probably my last slide. And I want to thank Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communication, WPC for unlocking the future that you just saw, for building the future of human connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Modi, for presenting those beautiful, wonderful, futuristic technologies. These are applications which are being built, and you can see how the world is going to change. You know, internet changed the way we work, we share things. Now it is going to be further and further realistic. So it's beautiful to see these technologies in action. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Paramjit S. Puri, Global Director of Membership Wi-Fi Alliance. Mr. Puri.
Yeah. Do we have the mover or you will move it? Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you very much. Wonderful audience and yeah. Dr. Sharma on the dais, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, thanks for inviting the Wi-Fi Alliance. We represent close to 1,000 member companies across the globe. I'll not talk about the introduction, but after this jazzy, presentation by Hiral from Meta and, the ground basics by Dorothy of HP, both of them who are very valued members of the Wi-Fi Alliance. And, the Wi-Fi Alliance, which owns the trade name of Wi-Fi. And, we have been working tirelessly, behind the scenes, to bring this technology and to bring this revolution across, to the people of the world. Yeah. So today, for the World Wi-Fi Day, we are very proud to celebrate the pivotal role which Wi-Fi plays in delivering connectivity across the globe. Users across the globe have come to rely upon Wi-Fi's secure and reliable connectivity for critical services such as healthcare, education, remote use, making it no longer a simple luxury, but a daily requirement, a daily necessity of our daily lives and digital infrastructure. Wi-Fi has the potential, or rather has unlocked the potential of billions of dollars in economic value, unprecedented innovations across industries, and with more than 21 billion Wi-Fi devices in use today, the momentum of Wi-Fi shows no signs of slowing down here. And my presentation is a little longer than the allotted time, so I will just cover whatever I can. And I have a session in the afternoon, and probably I can carry on from there when I can talk about the actual use cases and not futuristic, as well as these meta glasses are already there. Sharmaji, they are available worldwide, and they were launched in India last month. So this is a reality. This technology is available today. Everything is available today, and it's all on 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. It doesn't work on IMT and cellular. Not to say that, that IMT and cellular is something different. Wi-Fi and IMT, they are pillars of the same communication, and we have to work hand in hand. The telcos have to work hand in hand with the Wi-Fi industry, and we have to work, all of us have to work hand in hand, especially for a country like India, to make the real worth of making these 6 gigahertz proposal, which has been mooted by the Department of Telecom, for which we really commend it for its role in spectrum management and for its proposal for releasing the lower half of the 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. I think we all have to work hand to hand. But I would like to point out over here that this is India's first real systemic reform for Wi-Fi, arguably ever, and that's exciting here. So if you look at the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi with use cases for efficacies like advanced AR, VR, XR cases, immersive 3D medical training, high definition video streaming, AI and edge computing applications, aviation training, flight simulations, these are all realities today. And the uncongested band of the 6 gigahertz allows for numerous capabilities to unleash the next generation of services due to its faster speeds, lower latency, higher efficiency, higher density, and greater reliability. So, and also, for enterprises to future-proof their networks. And, today we have only opened up the 500 megahertz of the lower half of the 6 gigahertz band, but we have given a detailed response to the Department of Telecom, where we have recommended that as a first step, 500 megahertz is fine, but going forward, the DOT should really look at the complete 1200 megahertz if they really want to make the power of 6 gigahertz band available for real use applications. Like I just mentioned some of the examples, that is very important. But kudos to the DOT for taking this first step, to release the 500 megahertz. Yeah. And just a bit of statistics over here, Wi-Fi in 6 gigahertz is going to proliferate because devices from Apple, Samsung, LG, Motorola, not LG, sorry, Google and Motorola already support 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi Alliance, which is my organization, has already certified more than 1,900 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi devices. Last year, 2024, more than 566 million Wi-Fi 6E devices were shipped, which are expected to exceed 1.2 billion devices in 2025 and reach up to 2.5 billion in 2028. More than 231 million Wi-Fi 7 devices were shipped in 2024. So this is actually happening. And we're very happy that India will finally get to see, the shipments of 6 gigahertz coming into our country here. And hopefully that will be able to bring some amount of transformation into the lives of the ISPs who are struggling today for their affordability and the livability. And hopefully the telcos, will be able to work in hand-to-hand with the ISPs and with the BharatNet and be able to provide the last mile connectivity, and with the satellite around the corner and with the fixed wireless access behind the corner, hopefully we will be able to connect all parts of India at the end, towards the end with Wi-Fi. Yeah. That's the vision we are looking at. If you look at, the 6 gigahertz band, has the power to unlock the next generation services because of its ultra low latency, multi-gig speeds, and reliable connectivity. Like I just mentioned about advanced AR, VR experiences, which support advanced medical training and education, also allow enterprise-like education for industries like engineering and aerospace, high performance industry and enterprise applications, which support AI, robotics, and automation for smart factories and warehouses. Next-gen public and private networks, which facilitate fast communication for public venues like airports, stadiums, convention centers, campuses, etc. Then I talked about AI and edge computing applications that enable smart traffic management, remote monitoring of agriculture, environmental sensing, and energy grid automation. So all these applications today are available through the use of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. But many of them require full access to the 6 gigahertz. And that is very important. And hopefully, the Department of Telecom will be able to study our proposals where we have advocated the Ofcom model, where today, the British regulator, Ofcom, has initially they opened up the 500 megahertz. Then now they have made Wi-Fi available in the upper band also, but with a rider that mobile will also be made available in the upper 6 gigahertz band. And both Wi-Fi and mobile will be able to coexist in the upper 6 gigahertz band, yeah. Thereby, not restraining the use of the 6 gigahertz spectrum today. So it makes a full use of the 6 gigahertz spectrum. And this is an excellent example, where we did a trial with the largest hospital in Thailand, the Ramathi Bodhi Hospital in Bangkok, Thailand, where we did a 7-month trial. And along with our valued partners like Meta, HP, and Intel, we co-hosted a demo to showcase how 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi can provide that ultra low latency and high throughput to support AR, VR experiences for advanced medical education and training and high dense deployments, like 500-room classroom and seminars scenario. And we found in this demonstration, and probably somebody from HP will talk more about that later in the day, that when only 500 megahertz or 6 gigahertz spectrum was used, there was not full conformance. There was staggering happening. The large files were not able to be transferred well. In the AR, VR glass, not the glasses, the binoculars, there was some restriction of movement. But when the full 1200 megahertz was allotted, everything went smoothly here. So the demo underscored the importance of making the full 6 gigahertz available, for uninterrupted use of, AR, VR experiences, with ultra low latency and high throughput, to make sure that they support, the next generation of medical education and training and dense deployment. Yeah. So I don't know whether my time is up or maybe I can take a very last slide. One very important real life example again here. Participants from all over the world participated, in the Nokia Apex Legends event over Wi-Fi. This is a e-gaming, a virtual event which takes place every year. And, the first time 20 teams of professional and amateur players participated over Wi-Fi using the Nokia Beacon 10 Wi-Fi 6E router in May 2024. And many of those gamers were very skeptical whether Wi-Fi will work or not here. And to their surprise, the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi allows ISPs to deliver the desired experience without the use of any specialized gaming routers. And this demo or this scenario or this game showcased that, that the ultra low latency and the high throughput which 6 gigahertz provides, is more than sufficient, and you don't need wired Ethernet, for this kind of an environment. Yeah. So these are two very, very powerful examples: healthcare, gaming, and my friend Hirul has talked about, the Ray-Ban Meta smart AI glasses, and I talked about, various other applications. I don't know whether you remember them all or not, but yes, that's the future of Wi-Fi, and that's the future of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi alone, because 2.4, 5 gigahertz do not support these applications. It's only the 6 gigahertz which support, and that also the full 6 gigahertz. But nevertheless, 500 megahertz is an excellent start for a country like ours, and hopefully down the line we'll be able to take the next step. So thank you very much, for.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Puri. I think it's very clear from these presentations that there are limitless possibilities of using this whole technology for all kinds of goods, all kinds of services. Health, education, skilling. These are some of the initial most important candidates for India. And I think we should initially go in for these kinds of things in a very substantive way. There's no doubt. And I also am one of the votaries of the unlicensed spectrum, because people don't realize that if you license it, then it is constrained into the hands of one telco or two telco or three telcos. Once you use it as a digital public good, then it's all available to everybody, and people can just innovate upon it, use it. And unlike the physical goods, digital public goods are the ones, the more they are used, the more useful they are. I mean, there's no limitless. I mean, for example, you take Aadhaar authentication. Now, you can do as many authentications as possible. There's no limit. Similarly, they don't actually degrade in some sense. They don't get exhausted by more uses. And that's the beauty of the digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. Finally, I will invite Osama, my old friend, to basically share his thoughts. I think technology, innovations, various things have been talked about. Now, I think you should talk about the actual ground uses and how these technologies can be used. I'm sorry, I did not realize it was not a PM Vani session, because that's what I was given earlier, that you will actually, that is why I spoke about PM Vani. I thought this is a knowledge session. So knowledge wise, I'm not really an expert in that. So anyway.
Can I speak? Yeah, I'd like to be part of the community here rather than separate myself there. Since it's a knowledge session, improvised from PM Vani, but PM Vani is also one of the knowledge that is not acknowledged to be used as much as it should have been. And somebody outside in the tea time, somebody was asking that I do 8,000 PM Vani in Gujarat. Somebody said something else, but none of them are profitable, and ARPU is not there. And we said that we run 2,500. All of them use PM Vani as a means of authentication, and therefore we are all ARPU'd, So I was just thinking that when you use anything as a DPI or a digital public infrastructure, you cannot make money out of it. You will have to put services and reasoning and context into the system to make it profitable or something. And that's very, very important. For example, when we go to rural parts of India, and we have gone as deep as tea gardens of Assam, nothing can be as deep as that one. And we have done 100 tea gardens Wi-Fi. Use PM Vani because it's the best way to authenticate, because without authentication, you cannot be reliable, you cannot be trusted and all that. So it's a means of trust. But then we have that connectivity is serving people's requirement, and it is not serving just connectivity and transactions and so on and so forth. But coming to that one, I just want to take advantage of the session to highlight what is the knowledge and wisdom that we have, which we don't realize. And I want to just tell you what we are not Wi-Fi'd. So for example, do you know that there are 250,000 panchayat, but they elect 3 million panchayat members, 3 million. But guess how many are women? 1.5 million are women elected. but we never plan something that can we do Wi-Fi for women of panchayat elected members, So we don't need technology. We have policy, we have technology, we have system in place. We need innovation. How do we use it? For example, there are 600 GI locations, which I actually said. Each GI location is a business city. For example, Chanderi, Bhagalpur Silk, or Mysore Park, or anything. All these are destinations. If you go there, you will find that GI feeds at least thousands of people in that area. Can we program it in such a way that Wi-Fi actually enables that one? And I can go on. We have 1.44 million agri-laborers. 42% are female. But we are not planning how do we do that one. We have about 108 million cultivators. We have 2.42 million frontline health workers. Can we subsidize Wi-Fi for 2.42 million, health workers so that it becomes contextualized, and they can use it for subsidized manner, and you can create much more meaningful Wi-Fi. We have 23 lakh looms used by the weavers. All of those looms, creators and users, are actually business people. And nothing can be more powerful than Wi-Fi to make them market their products. We have 3.5 million handloom workers. We have, and which has got 72% women working for them. You don't have to do gender digital divide fighting separately. If you do that, then you automatically fight that one. So all the people who are actually working with PM Vani, please go to GI locations. Please go to cultivators locations. Please go to weavers locations. Please go to those kind of places where there is already a business happening, but they don't have enablers. And that is the reason why I highlighted that statistics to you is very important for all of us to use it for our own benefit. Is that I did a whole calculation. There are about 350 million people made online payment in totality. This is 1-year-old data, 350 million people. I'm not talking the number of transactions, and I will come to you why I'm not talking about the number of transactions. 350 million people did online transaction total for India. But rural India is 122 million only, right? Rural India has got 122 million. What is the population of rural India? 910 million. So basically 122 million people from rural India out of 910 million did online transaction. But the story doesn't end there. 6% of those people did 45% of all transactions. That means, like me or you or somebody who is doing much more, but so you're a single person, not the number of people. So out of 122 million, 6% of them did 45% of all transactions. So that means in totality, if you really see, less than 10% people in rural India were able to do or did online transaction. And imagine this online transaction enablement through PM Vani and Wi-Fi is done to all PHCs, to all KVKs, to all schools. We have 1.4 million schools, 7 million teachers. All the schools are still not properly Wi-Fi. We still think lab is more important than Wi-Fi. In fact, if you make Wi-Fi more important than lab, people will create their own lab also. Children can also make their own labs. So contextualization of technology and availability and bandwidth to meaningful conversion is what I would like to say is our next challenge for you and us and for all of us, to actually enable the ministries and all that, that how do we, convert this into a institutionalized manner and all that. That is all I wanted to say. I have a lot of statistics of who is not Wi-Fi institutionally in rural India, but the list is too long. But that is also an opportunity for all of us to take it forward. And that's the knowledge that we need to convert into meaningful access through Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osama. It's really, you brought out those very, very important points. Some of the things which are not understood is, I knew one statistics about a couple of years back, maybe now that has changed. What is the average recharge of a phone value? Anybody can guess? 10 rupees. 10 rupees is the average recharge of phone. People don't talk about it's all cheap. It's all cheap. Cheap for whom? In the villages, 10 rupees have a value. If 10 rupees is found, I will not even pick it up. So I think India is a country of large volume, low value, sachet kind of transactions. And that is very, very important for us to understand that if we want to really include the bottom of the pyramid, then we have to make the entire thing frugal, easy to access, affordable. These are very, very important, things. Today we talk about 20 billion UPI transactions. And that also Osama pointed out as to how many people are doing it. But at the same time, even those who are doing it, the average value of transaction is not more than 200 rupees, maybe 100 rupees. So again, it points out to the fact, and look, if the whole thing was not viable, there are guys there who are doing these kinds of things, and they are realizing that internet for 10 rupees a day, internet for 5 rupees a day, and there are subscribers for that. So we don't realize often how people are craving for this bandwidth, not for making reels on the Instagram, but for doing the education, but for doing the, telemedicine, but for doing the other kinds of, useful stuff, doing the transactions, as Usama says. So I think it's very important, and I'm very happy that I think the government is also on the same page as all of you in the Broadband India Forum are. And we must promote technologies which are agnostic to the companies, agnostic to the devices, agnostic to these things, and basically create an open, interoperable set of, technologies and digital public goods. Thank you very much, friends. Yeah, please.
Sorry to take one more minute, and I just like to add to what Osama said and what Sharmaji said. And I also just mentioned in my address just now that without the participation of the telcos, the government, and the industry, it will not happen. Whether we open up 500 megahertz of the spectrum or whether we open up 1200 megahertz of the spectrum, if we want, the communication or the broadband to reach right up to the lowest level of the village and the panchayats, the telcos have to step up. India is the only unique country in the world where that, which I'm echoing Sharmaji over here. India is the only unique country in the world where the telcos do not participate and, they do not, look at Wi-Fi as a complementary technology. And they have to step up and they have to look at Wi-Fi as a complementary technology. They have to provide fiber in the ground, OFC in the ground, fixed wireless access, and with satellite also coming up with a combination of government, industry, telcos, ISPs, and the rural panchayats. We should be able to inch closer to our goal of achieving, communication to the last mile to the common man. Yeah. So that's all I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more. I think Mr. Puri has raised a very important point. It's not a question of whether telcos are willing or not willing. Somehow we have seen that telcos are not willing. Somehow they see it as a competition. They want to distribute everything till last mile by themselves. My take personally is there are 3-4 ways for us to increase connectivity. One is telco, certainly, and ISP, certainly. But there are terrestrial, kind of infrastructure which we have created. That is second. Third is the satellite. Some time back, Mr. Ramachandran had those, we had that, what is called SATCOM, conference. And it was pointed out that the data cost of a satellite is 400 times more than the same data cost in America, while we are 400 times less in the data cost of other things. So therefore, I think we should not bother. What is our objective? Our objective is connectivity for all. And we should be agnostic of the technology which is used, whether it is satellite, whether it is terrestrial, whether it is Wi-Fi, whether it is, the broadband, the spectrum. I think we should use every resource. And, there is a scope. For example, there are places in India where you can't take the fiber. There are places in India where you can't have the tower. But then those are the places which will be connected very well with the satellite. And now you have LEOs and MEOs, all kinds of technologies are developing. And therefore, I think our sole aim should be the end. Sadhya. Sadhan is also important, but all kinds of resources and means should be put in place to ensure that we are able to achieve the goal. Thank you very much, friends. Thanks for this.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And before we close this session, I would request Dr. Sharma to present a token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent speaker, Mr. Paramjit S. Puri, Global Director at Membership Wi-Fi Alliance. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I request our dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph, please, of this session. We also have Ms. Dorothy and Mr. Hiral Modi in the background joining us for this group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this wonderful knowledge session chaired by Dr. R.S. Sharma. Thank you, sir. Requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away move towards our next session, which is technical session 1. Just give us a moment to do up the top table for the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, the next session, technical session 1, is on the theme PM Vani, the catalyst for rural connectivity and digital inclusion. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished session chair onto the stage, Mr. Kishore Bhaktani, DDGDS, Department of Telecommunication. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Bhaktani. I also have the privilege of inviting eminent speakers, Mr. Rishi Ghare, CEO, Indio Networks, Mr. Srinivas Gudipudi, founder and CEO, Matricom Technologies, and Mr. Sumit Garg, Managing Director, Immunity Networks. Ladies and gentlemen, this technical session 1 centered on the theme of vital national importance, PM Vani, the catalyst for rural connectivity and digital inclusion. This initiative is one of the Government of India's boldest steps to democratize internet access and bridge the digital divide in underserved and rural areas. And to chair the session, we are honored to have with us Mr. Kishore Bhaktani, Deputy Director General at Department of Telecommunications. And may I hand over to you, sir?
Good afternoon. Welcome to this first technical session of this World Wi-Fi Day conference. And the theme of this session is very apt. I mean, if I can borrow the cliched phrase, it is the need of the hour. Now, we already know that the proliferation of broadband across the length and breadth of the country was a key ingredient for Digital India initiative of India, of the Government of India. And with this aim to accelerate the proliferation of broadband in urban landscape as well as in the rural areas, the Union Cabinet has approved the PM Vani framework in December of 2020. And immediately after that, in the early parts of 2021, this PM Vani framework had come into being. And there had been initial bit of hiccups, if I could use the words, but eventually it picked up. But the kind of growth that we would have, that was expected or was anticipated, it never got to those numbers. There were few of the issues that were reported. Many of these issues have now been taken care of. But the prime objective of this entire PM Vani scheme was that it was the first public Wi-Fi, digital public Wi-Fi network scheme that was given by the Government of India. And it was extremely, it was de-licensed. Obviously, it was working on a ISM bands. It was extremely, it was literally scalable, completely scalable in the form that you could have added the PM Vani hotspots at the places you wanted. And most importantly, that it was without any sort of licensing threats that were attached to it. So the best part of this is now, if you look at the 4 key players that are there in this PM1E framework, I mean, which are the PDO, PDOA, the app provider, and the central registry. And the one that is giving the services to the end customer is the PDO, which is the basic Wi-Fi hotspot provider. Now, the basic Wi-Fi hotspot provider doesn't have to register, leave aside taking a license from the DOT. Now, I think that would be the only service that the Department of Telecommunication is providing where the end telecom service provider is not having any sorts of licensing requirement from the department. So the PDO is totally free from it. All sorts of technical, financial, or regulatory requirements or compliances, he's free from it. The technical and the security compliances that we get it fulfilled through the PDOA, but PDO per se is not subjected to any kind of license. But now coming to the PDOA part, now the PDOA, yes, they are registered with the department. The app providers, again, they are registered with the department. I'm not going to go into the entire framework of the PM1A because I hope that since most of you are already familiar with that, and my earlier speakers have spoken quite a bit on that, so I'm not going to speak on that much. But the point remains is that there were a few issues that I was narrating, that the numbers of PM1E since its inception have not been that great. The numbers were not to our expectations. Now, there were a number of issues that were also reported, and the department has taken a proactive stand. And in the September 2024, the department has come with a slew of reforms, if I can use that word, wherein number of modifications have been done in the PM1E framework. The first and foremost was there was a requirement of PDO having a commercial agreement with the local ISP and TSP, and that resulted in the local ISP TSPs going for a lease line sort of a model, which obviously is financially non-viable from the day one because of the high costs that are there. So that we have changed and very clearly written that this particular backhaul could be on a normal retail FTTH. Now, if you look at the other part, I mean, parallelly we had sent this entire reference to the TRAI also for mandating something on this, for putting a ceiling on that, and the TRAI 16th has already come up with a TTO. You would have already seen it on 16th of June. They have come with the TTO that the maximum tariff the ISP or TSP can charge up to the 200 Mbps could not be more than double the charge which it is taking from the retail customer. So there is a clear ceiling now that have been put in place. The second most important thing was that initially there was a bit of a confusion that each PDO need to have a separate backhaul. And now that particular confusion was actually again removed in this particular 16th September 2024 guidelines, which were issued by DOT, wherein we very clearly stated that the PDO is free to put in number of Wi-Fi hotspots, can aggregate them, and from one place it can take that Wi-Fi backhaul from any of the TSP or ISPs. Now, apart from that, we had allowed that there can be a roaming, because we already know that the PDO, although they are existing, but they are sort of an islands among themselves, that from one PDO to another within a PDOA area, it is possible to roam around. The same voucher can work, but if you move from one PDOA to another PDOA area, there are issues. The voucher would not work. The roaming is not seamless, obviously. So that particular again was taken care, and it has been allowed there. It has been very clearly stated that you can have a number of you can have a third-party platform also, which could provide these sort of services. Here, I would urge all the PDOAs, then they can come together and can have a third party, maybe the CDOT can be roped in for this one, wherein this sort of a roaming facility should be there among the PDOAs. So that is one part that was again allowed. And the other part that was allowed in these slew of reforms that were taken up was that it allowed that even the home routers which we are using there, you can always put in the second SSID, which was the one SSID is for your home usage, the normal retail FTTH works that you're doing, and the other SSID was for the purpose of this PM1E, and which could have earned you some money out of that. Yes, there was a requirement that the router which you're using should be PM1E enabled, and you need to have a tie-up with a PDOA. Now, apart from that, the other 2 or 3 things that we allowed was that we have allowed the mobile offload. Now here I would really urge the PDOAs again that the bigger PDOAs which are having a larger number of footprints, they can always approach to the TSPs and can show a value in this particular proposition that mobile data offload, if you'll provide that is going to free their IMT bandwidth, and some part of revenue you can earn from that also. So that even that was allowed there. And yes, one more thing that we also allowed, that you could always push the advertisements to that could be a source of revenue to the app providers as well as to the captive page that you are having, informing the customer regarding the tariff charges or initial KYC also. So those few things that we have allowed, and we hope that by taking care of these small things rather, but which were proving a hindrance for the growth of PM Vani, we had taken few steps, and the most important part was this particular TRAI tariff order now, which has put a ceiling firmly there. So with these kind of steps which the DOT has taken, and this rather before these this TRA guideline itself, after September of 2024 guidelines, we had seen there is almost a 35% rise in the number of PDOs, absolute number in PDOs in the country. But I would not be that much enthusiastic with these numbers of 35% because the absolute count still remains much low. And there we would really like that the PDOAs have to play a larger role. They have to literally handhold the PDOs and will have to take them along with them. I mean, you cannot, I mean, if I could use that word, you cannot freeze the PDO, because eventually if the PDOs are going to earn money, then only the PDOA is going to earn money. In that way, I'm lucky that I'm having on the dais with me the 3 PDOAs only. And so they will be telling the PM Vani things from their perspective. And I hope to gain some insights from this. And in this regard, I will not take much of your time. And so I will request Mr. Rishi to come and present his perspective. Right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rishi Ghare. I'm the founder and CEO of Indeo Networks. Just wanted to tell you a little bit about Indeo Networks. We are a company with an Indian heart, but a global mind. What I mean by that is we are trying to innovate in India, what we call as frugal innovation, using some of the latest, greatest technologies available in the market, and that too, a lot of it from the open source. We are a member of Telecom Infra Project, which is actually building the next generation technologies in connectivity space. The primary one that we are incorporating is called Open Wi-Fi and Open LAN switch. Similarly, we are a member of Wireless Broadband Alliance, and we are trying to adopt open roaming in Indian context. And we are also a member of PM Vani. Indeo Networks is silently working for last 20 years in the Wi-Fi connectivity space, powering networks, almost 100,000 networks worldwide today, and serving more than 50 million users. So there is a silent work that has been happening all along these years. And we are really proud to be a member of the PM Vani fraternity and trying to see how we can innovate in this particular ecosystem and create solutions that are unique for India and which we can take it to the world. So I wanted to take a pledge today. We are here to connect the unconnected. Can you go to the next slide? So we all know 4G is everywhere in India, but it's still a challenge. I personally have traveled to interior parts of India where I've struggled to connect to my mobile, send my emails, and we all must have experienced it, especially when we go into the interior parts of the country. And I believe that today Wi-Fi is one of the best options available for the last mile connectivity. I personally have encountered this, and we strongly believe that we can create a Wi-Fi based solutions for the last mile connectivity, especially in our villages. Why I believe so? Because the technology has matured to an extent that we can now build reliable, fast, and secure networks with a very low cost infrastructure in these villages. And the two notable technologies that we are looking at is our UBR technology, or point-to-point connectivity, or point to multi-point connectivity, which we are building, and also the meshing technology that is used. So if you look at a technology today like PM Wani, or we want to take Wi-Fi to the villages, I see there are two main challenges. One is the network, and second is a business model that will enable that network to make money, right? If these two things, if you don't have a reliable network and you cannot make money on that network, I don't think any program is going to succeed. And we are trying to address those two primary aspects of PM1. So first is networks. How will you build reliable networks? And they have to take any kind of backhaul. We are talking about BharatNet. 42,000 crores have been invested. More is getting invested. I think our Honorable Prime Minister has a vision to deploy, to connect all our 6 lakhs plus villages to BharatNet. But what do we do after that? I think though they reach Gram Panchayats, and after that, we don't know what to do with it, as that's my understanding today. We just had I had a meeting with our Chief Minister of Maharashtra last week, and we were discussing about this, means about what we are planning to do. And he recommended that, look, if you can take this BharatNet and make it available within the village through whatever technology you can, that will be a great help. And we have taken up that challenge. We have taken up one of the village in Nagpur, near Nagpur. And we are trying to connect the whole village, at least 5-6 locations within that village. It could be the healthcare center, it could be the local school, it could be the temple where all the older people congregate in the evening, all of these, or a bazaar or whatever it is, and connect them using Wi-Fi technology. And once we do that, we want to enable use cases on top of it. We are a proud member of Voice Consortium, and Voice members are coming together to enable those use cases on top of it. So we are taking a very systematic approach to taking PM Wani to the villages, first by addressing the connectivity challenge. Can you go to the next slide? So I'll skip this slide, but we all know that PM Wani framework. My biggest challenge is, how do I monetize this PM Wani framework? How do we make money for all the stakeholders within that ecosystem? And that is something that we've learned through another program that has been extremely successful worldwide. Some of you must have heard about this program from Facebook or Meta called Express Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, Meta now wants to focus on virtual reality and their glasses and so on, but they discontinued that program. And I'm proud to say that Indio Networks, we have taken up that program. We built a platform, a monetization platform for these rural hotspots. And that is what we are trying to incorporate into PM Wani framework. So idea is very simple. There are different stakeholders in this whole architecture. We want to make money for all of those. Can you go to the next slide? So this is a monetization platform that we have kind of borrowed from Express Wi-Fi from Facebook. The idea here is that you create a hierarchy of people or stakeholders that each of them will earn some kind of revenue during the process. So at the end of it is consumer, which you see on the right-hand side. The bandwidth flows from top to bottom, and the revenue flows from bottom to top. That's the idea. And everyone along the way, the retailers are the local shops, which we are talking about. That's the exact premise of PDO, right? Those need to be enabled, and they need actually a platform to do all this. And that is what we have built together. There is a platform that will enable them to sell these small coupons or recharge using UPI or whatever cash or whatever way they can, and earn a small commission on top of it. And then there are PDOAs who we call as distributors or operators in our platform. They will be able to generate a combined revenue from all the PDOs. That revenue model is all embedded into this platform. And obviously, we have the hardware, the low-cost hardware, made in India hardware that goes along with it. So as Indio Networks, we are trying to address, as we are a technology company, and we love to build this technology. So what we are trying to do is these two things that will help us address the current challenges that we are facing with PM Wani. Can you go to the next slide? And we can use any backhaul. We all are aware that SATCOM is coming, Starlink is coming to India. I think many of you are aware that Starlink has been widely used as one of the backhaul technologies. And in fact, India Networks we have been working with SATCOM technology for last 6-7 years. We're working with Europe's largest satellite operator called Eutelsat, and building almost 5,000 networks have been built in Africa right now with them. We got a global award from Wi-Fi Now for the work that we did with this Connect Africa project. But idea here is we can use fiber. There is a new technology called Li-Fi. We are talking about satellite. All of them can be brought together. And once they are brought into the village, we want to create kind of an ecosystem that will take that to all the nook and corners of the village and to the villagers. Can you go to the next slide? So where have we done this? As I mentioned to you, we have already been, we are helping a lot of PDOAs in Kerala. We also have done some PM-WANI deployments in Lakshadweep Islands with BSNL. And now we are actually deploying in Nagpur and in Satara district near Pune, exactly using this particular technology. Idea here is to showcase it to the government so that we can take it and replicate it across the country. Can you go to the next slide? And once these systems are built with voice, there are a lot of members in voice which are building a lot of use cases. That is related to agriculture, e-learning, healthcare. We're talking about water management, all of those. The idea is all the ecosystem players, all the voice companies can come together and they can build their use cases on top of it, IoT-enabled use cases on top of it, to create a very vibrant ecosystem in our villages. That's our vision, and we are looking forward to completing it with all your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rishi, for your insightful presentation. May I request Mr. Srinivas from the CEO founder of Metrocom Technologies.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And firstly, thanks to the BIF team for providing an opportunity to discuss about transforming villages. Basically, okay, next slide. Okay. I think maybe I should, can you just take a step back, right, to the original slide? Yeah. I will try to make this session a little bit interactive. Before I give the answers on the next slide, I would probably ask you a few questions. And maybe I think before the lunch, we can have a little bit of interaction, right? How much percentage of economy comes from the rural segment of India? Any guesses? Okay, you saw the answer on the slide. So I don't have I don't have this thing. But anyone who's not heard him, anyone else? 65? Okay, more? 75? More? 80%? Okay. Well, the answer is 46%, as the gentleman said. And now the next question. How much percentage is the digital broadband penetration in the rural? 50% of the GDP is from the rural segment. And how much is the broadband penetration there? Okay, I have the data of 2021. You may have the data of 2024. Okay, fair enough. So I think he says 44%. Let's go by it. I have one more metric to ask. How much penetration of the laptops in the rural segment we have across the entire 50% of the India, which is in the rural area? How much percentage of the population per se has a laptop with them? Okay, there's a 6 to 7%. Anyone else? Pardon? 2%. I think he's the closest to it. It's 3%. So I think basically, if means many people ask, basically, or in general, I think DDG sir was also answering the question. PM-WANI program is basically not taken off as much as this thing. I would like to probably ask a simple question. Is there a need everybody would agree that if there's a 3% penetration of the laptop and 50% of the India's GDP, wherein probably there's a 50% penetration, that means the remaining 50% of the broadband, this thing is there to be tapped, right? 25% of India's GDP contributors don't have internet, right? Now, the aspect is that before I go down into the slides, I was just trying to bring up, share a couple of thoughts. PM1 is a very new program. Globally, there's no such program. So the onus of not only technologically innovating, but also innovating and creating a business model so that it can be replicated everywhere lies on us. And probably that's where the startups and the Voice Consortium are together doing it out. We are trying to create a business model because taking a successful business model somewhere else done globally and replicating it in India is easy. But when you have to start from the scratch, bring up a technology, create a business model, innovate, replicate it and take it up elsewhere, it's something new for many of us across in the Indian ecosystem. So I think over there, I would like to thank the people in the DOT for at least giving that opportunity for the startups in India to come up with the various new business models and coming to bring the ecosystem together. So as this happens, I will just share a few thoughts on what we basically believe we have done and what is it that's probably happening through the digital village transformation of their end. Thanks. Next slide. Okay, as I said, 46% of the GDP, less than 30%, and only 3% of the people have laptops. Okay, next. Now, basically, I think before PM1 or maybe before the recent times, what would be the cost of an access point or what would be the time taken to deploy an internet? It was huge. What we are trying to do is, in the rural segment, try to make it as fast, as quick as what would happen in a city, right? The digital divide is not only because of the digital aspect, it's also because of the infrastructural aspect. And we are trying to bridge that in together through this. Yeah. And when we say PM1, trust me, we are not talking about internet connectivity. When people say that internet changes the way you live, work, and play, that's probably mostly applicable for the cities. The moment you dwell down to the villages, have we changed the way they live, work, and play through the internet in the villages? Maybe to a certain extent, but not to the broader extent. And the reason could be most of the applications are oriented for the cities and the towns, for the urban folks. But I think that's what we're trying to change up through this particular thing, bring up those applications which are required by the local communities and the local entrepreneurs. Next. Yeah. And one more thing, I don't know how many of you heard Aruna ma'am's basically, I don't know to call it speech or to message. Yeah. How much percentage of internet access is done indoor versus outdoor? These guys have been very intent listeners. I want the other audience to answer. BIF members over here are excluded from the answers. No chocolates. Others, how much is the indoor versus outdoor access, percentage-wise? 80% is indoor, right? Most of the PM1 has been rolled out. 90% plus, 95% plus has been rolled out outdoor. The entire audience is indoor. For that one, what we have done is, and I would like to thank the team from Cyrotech, Pankaj, Manav, and others. They basically enabled us to create this PM1 ONU so that we can get PM1 into the indoor, into the house, right? So we are trying to bring that thing to the last mile into the house and then basically take it up ahead. So that way, it's otherwise, I think in the heat, nobody's going to go out on the road to access internet. In the rain, come monsoon, nobody's going to go outside to the thing and go and access the internet. The outdoor access point, it's never going to penetrate the walls and come down to the inside the house, be it the kitchen or the drawing room. We have had some challenges too, as I mentioned, when we have brought this PM1 program, the onus to create the entire business model also is ours because it's the first time happening anywhere globally. And maybe once we create this business model, I'm sure globally others will replicate it, right? It's a new thing, and let's use it as a way, because when we talk about Atmanirbharta, it's not about replicating something which is done elsewhere and then becoming Atmanirbhar. It's also basically the way by which how can we innovate and then create that innovation also as a way of replication. Yeah. Okay. Next. Some stats done. If people believe that there's no money in the rural segments, some stats done wherein you can see that once people get used to that, the data consumption increases. And this is a real life case study, not something that I made up. Next slide. Yeah. Well, again, some stats which will help you to understand that people are there. How many of you believe that people in the rural areas are as much entrepreneurial and as much passionate about doing things? I'm sure everyone does, right? Next slide. Okay, I think maybe I want to go to the next slide. Is that there? Yeah. And shall I tell you, one of the eye-openers, I don't have the time over here, but one of the eye-openers of a use case for PM Money came from one villager who came to my office. Firstly, I couldn't believe that by looking at him that he came to buy PM Money. And he said he wanted 50, whatever be it. At the end of the day, he bought in the model of the use cases, which I never thought of. I can't share it right now, but it was related to the commerce. And he said, I'll just tell a couple of lines. He said that, sir, I sell my the vegetables which I grow through a middleman, and I get only 1 rupee. But if I deploy PM Money in my community and somehow I'm able to get them onto my app, I can earn 5 to 7 rupees. And probably I'd like to take it up. So that was an eye-opener for us, because we don't think that way. We only think about giving a quick connectivity. Yeah. Next. Well, PM Money is not about connectivity. It's about enabling services, entrepreneurship, or enabling those services through the entrepreneurs. Next. Well, Rishi mentioned about digital village transformation and also voice. I think somewhere, I don't know if R.K. Bhatnagarji is over here, but I'm sure the message will get communicated. He's doing a phenomenal job in getting the digital village transformation into the mainstream across the states. Somewhere, I think if you can clap for him, that would be great. But either way, yeah. So this is beginning of with Maharashtra, but it's going to be taken up across Goa, Gujarat, and others. You have 25%, 50% of India's economy not having proper broadband access or internet access. If you believe that the age is where the services are not physical, but digital services, there's an opportunity. Is there another global model where they have turned that in the rural area into a successful business model? No. Do you have an opportunity to create that business model? It's not us on the stage. Do you have that opportunity? Yes. Can you do it? It's up to you. Thank you. Next. Okay, don't worry. Next. Well, we as a voice group are trying to do a few things. Yeah. Next. Well, why us? If you believe that we can make a difference, that's what I can say. Other than that, go to our website. Next. Okay. All that I can say is that the aspect of doing Atmanirbharta does not start from replication of a global model available somewhere else. It starts from within you in believing that there's an opportunity that exists, there's a gap that exists. Think about it, put the innovative cap on, and you can make it happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for a very interactive session. And may I request now Mr. Sumit Garg, who's Managing Director for Immunity Network, for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, let me give a brief introduction about Immunity Networks. We are almost 2 decades old organization which started off as an SI, but probably COVID inspired us to get into a product business, and we offshot with the inspiration we got from PM Money. Those were the times when we had a good 2 years at home, and we spent those entire 2 years burning the midnight oil, creating the Wi-Fi core, which today is powering the PM Wani deployment, which we currently are running. But then there's another thing I'm inspired by today when I look back these 5 years of my journey on PM Wani. I probably am more inspired with Edison, because like he found 10,000 ways to not light a bulb, I have found probably more than 100 ways to not make PM Wani successful. And that is not just me, it is the facts which I have received from the ground and the way the consumers are behaving to it. Often people ask me, what is wrong with PM Wani? What is wrong with the PDOs? What is wrong? What is the issue? Is it the broadband? Is it the ISP? Is it whatever on that areas? But let me tell you honestly, it starts with the naming itself, the naming of PDO. It should be PDZ, because nobody works in a well when it comes to a Wi-Fi. Would you like to work and have a mobile tower just outside your house and nowhere else? You need a zone. You need an area for PM Wani to work. You need a village which is end-to-end Wi-Fi where the mobility in the connectivity is created. And that is the first problem which probably nobody is even realizing and talking about. That when we go and we make PM Wani hotspots, we cannot have a hotspot which caters 100 meters here and 100 meters there, and then there is a blank spot for next 500 meters, and then another hotspot in the school, and then another hotspot in the village temple. Fantastic. But would we like to have internet which is so sparsely spread out? We would not. And let me have a raise of hands. We are probably a very good distributed, diverse spread of audience. How many of us in our life have paid for a Wi-Fi voucher? Can we have a show of hands? Let's have one hero who has ever purchased a Wi-Fi voucher. How can we expect something which none of us in this room has purchased to drive and monetize and make a PDO business model successful? Let us understand any such similar thing. We are talking about internet. Now, what is internet? Internet is a fundamental need today. It was introduced probably 25 years to the common public. And in 25 years, every year, it has probably doubled 4 times and still exponentially driving the growth. So if internet is such a fundamental necessity of today, and I would probably compare it to any other necessity like travel, where going from one place to another was a necessity some years back. Okay, let me have one more raise of hands. How many of us in our lifetime used radio taxis where we had to call the taxi used to come, and then we used to go and board to this area? So we do have some people who had done that. And then came Ola and Uber. How is it that Ola and Uber completely killed the radio taxi? How is it that they have moved ahead into that area? They did that not by the regulators framing the policies to mandate the users to use Ola and Uber. They did that by incentivizing the users, by giving them initial vouchers, by giving them referral rewards, by giving them discounted fares, by giving them fares. They pumped money into that business model. So much that today we are dependent on just those two for any of our travel. Nothing of that sort has happened with PM Wani. The same thing happened with UPI. I mean, all of us, I paid 30 rupees in the initial days of Google Pay, and I got 10 rupees back as incentive. I was excited and I was like, okay, let's try to make as much UPI payments as I can. But for PM Wani, for changing the user behavior, there is no such zone, the public data zone. There is no such incentive, and there is no key driver who's putting all of this into place, who's putting the entire infrastructure into place. And it is absolutely wrong to expect that a poor shopkeeper will invest 10,000, 15,000, and then outside his shop, within 100 meters, people will sit on the footpath or on the street and access internet. Gone are those days. There is no such need now on the field. So we need to have consumer convenience in mind, and then we have to look at PM Wani's approach into the market. And that is going to be the driving force to it. Now, what are the use cases which PM Wani is being run by? Today, we have only one use case, connectivity. Now, there are so many alternatives to connectivity. 4G, home internet, public access wherever we are going to our office or whatever. So that's not strong enough. And plus, as we just did a survey, none of us ever bought a voucher. We've never bought a voucher of Wi-Fi. So how is it that we expect someone else to do it? So in that case, we need to have strong use cases which should be behind PM-WANI. Now, our minister, sir, talked about a lot of interesting things where we have connectivity driving the healthcare, connectivity driving the education, connectivity driving the job, connectivity driving, and Srinivas spoke about ONDC here. So what is it? Why is it that the government may not be able to create these use cases where ONDC, Skill India, Ayushman Bharat, all of these are independent silo-based driven policies which can be powered by the channel which the government can fund and create. Today, the incentive in PM-WANI is zero. PM-WANI is policy enabled. It is policy governed. Fantastic. 100% cybersecurity compliance, 100% authentication, 100% accountability. But then it is completely market driven. It's like an orphan that the concept is very novice, very nice, very great, very novel, but it is left for the people to just take it up. Where is the network? Where is it to grow? There is no predominant seeding which has been done. A similar seeding I always see with anything government wants to promote. Take EVs, for example. I had been speaking about it in a couple of areas. Would you buy an EV vehicle today if the government would not pump tons and tons and tons of money through its FAME framework, FAME 1, FAME 2, creating charging stations on the highway, middle of nowhere? The entire network of charging stations is being created. People are being incentivized and motivated about it. And likewise, they have been created. So when those incentives do not exist, PM-WANI as a solution may not be able to drive it. Now, I'm being the culprit of keeping you from your lunch, so I'll cut my session short. But certainly, PM-WANI needs those use cases. PM-WANI needs the right technology providers. PM-WANI needs the right zone to be created. If we create a silo, again, it will not work. If we create without a use case for connectivity, again, it will not work. And lastly, most importantly, ease of use. If we continue to have a mobile app-based access, it may not be the best thing for PM-WANI. We should probably look at a straightaway ease of use where we walk up to a hotspot, connect to a hotspot, and we just enjoy the services. So those are my 2 cents about how PM-WANI can be success. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Sumit. It was quite passionately you have put in your points. I mean, but I was just looking at the numbers which the Immunity Network is having. I mean, you're having almost 1257 PDOs. Yeah, so 1257 is a good number. I think you're doing pretty good there. So now one point which he raised, that how many people have used or have bought a voucher, I think is a misplaced bit one, because most of us sitting here are having a subscription-based model on our phones, maybe 2 SIMs, which are having subscription-based model. So we never run out of network. So that is the prime reason. But we are not, the people sitting in this room does not constitute entire India. There is an entire set of people who cannot afford this kind of these subscription-based models, and they require some method and means wherein they can have an access to the internet at a much cheaper rate, and there these particular models can come in. Now that is just one way of looking at it. The other the point the 2 gentlemen sitting at my right made were quite unique. Both of them talked about the rural areas. The good points. I mean, especially the point that most of the data since is being used indoors. So what could be the use cases and how the PM-WANI can come in there? Frankly, it's a new one. I mean, we'll definitely like to look into that particular part. I don't know what best could be done in the policy intervention, but surely I'll take your numbers and would like to be in touch with you to just fully understand what could be done at the policy level. At the department, we are very open. We really want this. We feel that there is a clear case that this thing should exist, and this technology is going to complement the TSP's network that they are already having. So it's not competing with them. It's absolutely no comparison between the, if you look at even the numbers, there is no comparison, but there is a clear case where this technology needs to exist. how best it could exist, we have come up with a slew of changes in September 2024. The DOT is always open to look into more changes which can make this scheme more popular. Yeah, it is true that we have not incentivized in this scheme in any manner, but from the day one, from the cabinet approval itself, it was to run through that in this manner only. There is no market incentivization from our end per se, but yeah, but many schemes are running and are successful. So with this, I'll just end here. But yes, the point is that we need PM Vani. The department is ready to go for other changes which are required to make it more user-friendly, more market-friendly. With that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we have time for 2 questions only, if you could, and 5 minutes. Yes, sir, you are the second. Sir, could you identify yourself, sir?
No tax exemption because the GST of the video is 18%. And this clear warning for the rural areas, not for the urban areas. And the tax is GST or video is 18%. So that has to be need to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, currently, as I've already mentioned, the PDOs, rather PDOs are the only telecom service provider right now with DOT, which do not have to pay any license fee, which do not have to even register with us. I mean, forget about taking a license or any compliances. But this point you have raised, I have noted.
If any dispute is there, so there is no
No, but we have already clearly stated that there need not be any agreement between TSP and TSP, ISP and the PDO. I mean, you can always take a normal retail connection that the licensor, just 1 minute, just the licensor has, the DOT has already stated, and now the TRA also come up with a tariff order in which they very clearly stated they cannot charge more than that. Now, if anybody is not complying to these orders, if not coming, you can always take up with the local LSA or can come to the DOT, but that is one part.
licensing, but some kind of commercial agreement should be there in black and white. The 200 megabyte will be provided, uninterrupted supply will be there, services will be there, the pricing tariff also will be there. So
from having the
PDO with the TS.
Go ahead and do the agreement.
The law says
The law does not specify that you have to make an agreement.
Can we have the next question,
Yes,
sir?
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how is the Wi-Fi connectivity strategy in India different than developed countries in terms of value-added priorities and nation-building challenges?
So just to repeat your question, you're saying how the Wi-Fi connectivity in India?
Yes, sir. My question, how is the Wi-Fi connectivity strategy in India different than developed countries in terms of value-added priorities and nation-building challenges?
Okay. First of all, I think in developed countries, the telco tariff is relatively higher. In India, we know we are having one of the cheapest tariff in. So when I travel to the developed countries, I see that there are hotspots in almost all the public places. And there are people use them. There is a lot of awareness about Wi-Fi hotspots in the Western countries or in the developed countries, which is lacking in India, partly because we are used to mobile data more than the Wi-Fi data, and which is also a challenge for Wi-Fi or public Wi-Fi in general in India, which we are all encountering. Even when we don't have connectivity, the thought process of connecting to a Wi-Fi hotspots, or we don't even search even when we go to a hotel to stay, very rarely we get to Wi-Fi hotspot. So that's one of the challenges that we see. The other thing is in terms of the use cases of value-added services you're talking about. in Western countries now, or developed countries, they are putting a lot of value-added services. Like, for example, in hotels or in different venues, they are putting in a lot of, like in your hotels, for example, your Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi of the hotel is also used for your private streaming. There are value-added services that they are putting on top of it. So that kind of innovation is still lacking in India, partly because of a lack of awareness.
Thank you, sir.
So yes,
Very quickly, 1 minute. Just to add to what Rishi just said, the difference between the developed world and in India, in our country, is the government. I'll be very honest with you, and the telecom operators. Again, I mentioned, I don't know, Vikram is going to look at me with a scowling face, but it's the very simple that all across the world, whether it's the US or UK or Europe, Korea, Japan, the government has a fund available to proliferate broadband through Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi is a huge component of that, which the government uses to incentivize the local ISPs and the broadband providers. Unfortunately, that does not exist in India, and the ISPs in India are a very, very pressurized lot here. And which also, I would agree that even maybe the PM Vani gentlemen who are, running the PM Vani business, like Sumit was mentioning, are you guys also in the same track? I really don't know, because unfortunately, I don't know much about PM Vani, because I don't believe that, that we need to build up our own stack. You can go for something like open roaming, you can go for pass point technologies, and all those things are available, and make it very simple. But nevertheless, if we want to embark the PM Vani route, we go about it. But the major reason is that the government does not treat Wi-Fi, like I mentioned in my opening remarks. The opening of the 6 gigahertz is the first ever real systemic reform for Wi-Fi in India, arguably ever. And I ended.
Thank you, sir. Can we close the session now? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And before that, I will request our chair, Mr. Kishore Bhaktani ji, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to all our eminent speakers as a token of gratitude and appreciation. We present to Mr. Rishi Ghare, CEO, Indio Networks. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Srinivas Gudipudi, founder and CEO, Matricom Technologies. And we present to Mr. Sumit Garg, Managing Director, Ubiquity Networks. And I would like to invite Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General BIF, to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished chair, Mr. Kishore Bhaktani. And requesting Brigadier Tandon to join our distinguished panel for a quick group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, inviting everyone to kindly join us for lunch. We have a little short lunch break as we are already behind schedule. The next session will begin sharp at 2 o'clock, requesting everybody to be seated and back in time. Thank you. My office sometimes I'm near the presentation part, so one of that. He really wants to. There are certain things that we want. हाँ ग्रुप फोटो more than happy to do it.
We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. Firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. In your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's probably within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. Firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. Firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress. Technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing. Rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing. Rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. Firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. Firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. In your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above. We are on the cusp of a generational change, an era where intelligence fuels progress, technology shapes industries, and only the bold rise above. Introducing Qualcomm Dragonwing. Backed by Qualcomm's legacy of innovation, Dragonwing solutions combine intelligence, connectivity, and world-class computing to accelerate your digital transformation, sharpening your competitive edge, optimizing efficiency, and driving smarter decisions, empowering your business to scale to new heights. With Dragonwing, the future isn't ahead of you. It's firmly within your grasp. Qualcomm Dragonwing, rise above.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. We are running behind schedule by 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So we really need to get back on track. The next session, which is a panel discussion on open roaming and ubiquitous connectivity. I have the privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished session chair, Mr. Steve Namasivayum, Wireless Broadband Alliance. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our session chair. Inviting our panelist, Ms. Alka Salot Asthana, Vice President and Head, Regularity TCL, Mr. Jayant Mandal, Group Leader C. Mr. Vishal Jain, Edge Core Networks, and Mr. Manish Kumar Ji, Head System Engineering HPE. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our distinguished panelists on the stage. As we begin our first panel discussion of the day, centered around a topic that lies at the heart of digital transformation and seamless user experience, open roaming, and ubiquitous connectivity. Chairing this session is Mr. Steve Namasivayum, a respected voice in the wireless domain and currently the Director of Wireless Broadband Alliance, has been instrumental in advancing the adoption of open roaming and driving public-private collaborations to expand global wireless access. We are honored to have him lead this dialogue, and over to you, sir.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, BIF, for hosting us here. I'm Steve Namasivayum. I'm Vice President for Industry Alliances at the Wireless Broadband Alliance. We have our panelists on stage. We're going to be talking about open roaming and ubiquitous connectivity. Before we jump in, though, I just want to expose some of the work that the wireless broadband is doing around things such as open roaming. Okay. So in case some of you aren't aware of the Wireless Broadband Alliance, we are an industry association. There are a few things that we're leading on a development on. First thing, I think the most important thing, is on how we can create and develop this world of seamless interoperable Wi-Fi experience within the global entire wireless ecosystem. So we are very big fans of Wi-Fi. We're here to celebrate Wi-Fi. We have a healthy appreciation that Wi-Fi is a piece of the ecosystem. I want to also share, some of our manifesto. So you can see up here, it's around collaboration. We have several hundred organizations that are part of the Alliance. They're working on different technical thematics, including things such as convergence between Wi-Fi, cellular, also SATCOMs. Also on things such as obviously 6 gigahertz and next generation hotspot as well. So what we're seeing in the world around Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 8 shortly. Okay. A big part of what we do, and this will become a bit more apparent in a moment when I show you our members slide, is around convergence. We have a large amount of operators as well as technology vendors that participate. I think finally on this slide, very pertinent, I think we were hearing from the Honourable Minister this morning, some metrics there. So the population of India, 1.4 billion, 18% of the global population, 35, I think it was something like 70% below the age of 35, okay? What we see as far as digital divide is concerned, and again, it's a part of our manifesto, is that number globally in terms of people that do not have reliable connectivity is north of 2.7 billion, and that's quite astounding. So for us, it's important that we do as much as we can to help with trying to close that digital divide as much as possible. Here I'm just showing, as I mentioned earlier, a snapshot. We have a global audience of members. Roughly half are operators, ISPs, all walks of life, from mobile to satellite. Also, you can see a lot of enterprise, players in here, organizations such as Marriott Hotels, Home Depot, Walmart. And then what else do we have? Chipsets, equipment manufacturers, device manufacturers, OS vendors as well, okay? And we're pleased to say that BIF and all the people here on the stage are members as well, so thank you for your support. I just want to say a few words about some of the technical thematics that run through the WBA. So part of the work that we do, we have a very heavy work program, developing things such as standards, best practices, guidelines, all centered around Wi-Fi. So there are several different work group areas. The first group is the 5G, 6G. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of work focused on Wi-Fi and how it can be more convergent with 5G, in the future 6G, and also private 5G. Wi-Fi and IoT as well. So for things such as smart home applications, but also industrial IoT, technologies such as Wi-Fi sensing and Wi-Fi Halo are also part of our program. Okay. And then obviously NGH, a lot of work being done with 6 gigahertz, Wi-Fi 7. In the second half of the year, we're almost there. We'll be focusing on Wi-Fi 8. And then I think just to sort of share, we have 2 work groups focused around roaming and open roaming. So a bit of background, but the WBA was created back in 2003. And originally back then, the operators, the mobile operators, the AT&Ts, the BSNLs of the world were very keen in how to extend their Wi-Fi coverage to each other. So we set about developing those standards, and today it's culminated in open roaming, and we're going to talk more about that in a moment. I think just a sort of brief, well, Wi-Fi officially, I think, is 1999, so it's 26 years this year. And I'm just tracking, I came into Wi-Fi in 2003. Very much the world of username, password, captive portals. 10 years later, we saw that evolution, things such as SIM authentication and operators leveraging Wi-Fi networks, AT&T being one of the pioneers in that respect, leveraging Passpoint for discovery of networks and then automated connections. And then in the last 5 years, we have open roaming. So how we can actually expand that roaming ecosystem out to more organizations, not just operators, but enterprises, public sector. And we're going to talk a bit about that in the context of PM1 later as well. So open roaming, it's a technology standard. We're going to get into the weeds a little bit, so I won't say too much now. But there's a federated wireless ecosystem. So if I'm a hotel, if I'm a hospital, if I'm an operator, if I'm a government, a city, I can participate. If I'm an equipment vendor, a device vendor, a traditional operator, I can participate. And the idea is that we can all follow one standard globally in order to interconnect seamlessly onto Wi-Fi networks and roam seamlessly, and make sure that's done in a secure fashion as possible, and also make sure that people's data is kept private. I'll touch on some of the business benefits. We're going to ask some questions of the panel about this in a moment. I think the traditional benefits has been around for managed services providers, but okay, if I'm selling into a hotel like this, what else can I do to actually make that guest experience better in terms of coming in, connecting seamlessly? Myself, for example, I've traveled in from London yesterday morning. I've been on, I guess, a 12-hour journey. I just want to come in and connect. I have a relationship with Ali. They know my identity. They can just connect me, and I can roam all around the hotel and any other hotspots outside. That's the goal. Okay. Offloading. Obviously, we see a lot of that globally, particularly in the United States. AT&T is a pioneer in that respect. And then roaming, not just onto terrestrial networks, but onto things like in-flight connectivity and also, maritime and trains and public transportation. Okay. This is just a screenshot of a crowd-sourced map that we have that shows you some of those open roaming hotspots. So I would say we're sort of part way through the life cycle as far as open roaming adoption is concerned in terms of locations enabled. We suspect there are several million hotspots out there. We can note it's like 3,000 typical venues. A lot of that penetration has been in the United States and North America, in Europe, certain parts of Asia as well. And I'm going to share some of the examples. So we see a lot of traction in healthcare. So I believe in the United States, it's probably the sort of out of the top 10 healthcare providers, at least 3 have adopted open roaming. Several universities globally. So in the UK, where I'm from, Loughborough University is a big sporting university, has adopted open roaming. We've seen it in public sector. So City of London, Westminster is quite far down the road in terms of their open roaming story. They have rolled out 300 hotspots, and they're into their second phase. I'll talk a bit about Japan because it seems a bit of a hotbed as far as open roaming is concerned. So Tokyo led the way originally, but it's now spread to 3 other cities, including Kyoto and Osaka. We've seen it rolled out in Tokyo Metropolitan Government. We're working very closely with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government on the next phase of their launch as well. Okay. Recently, I think in Europe, Ahold Delhaize is a very large supermarket chain across the Benelux region. Safeway, you probably recognize that brand. Simon Malls, I was in the US a couple of weeks ago, was fortunate enough in Dallas to visit one of these malls, and it's where open roaming is being rolled out gradually as well. Yeah, but I think as you can see, sort of I guess the sectors, the verticals are quite broad. Okay. So let's move back to the panel. So we're here to celebrate Wi-Fi, 26 years of Wi-Fi and its birthday this year. I'm going to ask the panelists, if we don't mind, first off, just to give a brief introduction of themselves, their organization and what they do. And we'll start with Miss Alka Selot Ashtana. So please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good to be part of the panel here. Thank you so much. And can you hear? Okay, thank you. So I just said, great to be part of this panel, and thank you for that. I just wanted to, first introduce myself. I represent Tata Communications Limited. Tatacom is a Comtech player, and we are global. We are present in more than 195 plus countries. We run the submarine cable across the globe, largest owner of independent submarine cables, actually. 30% of the world data travels through this network. We also provide, as a part of our platform services and as a fabric, services for media-enabled, things like the Formula F1 being transmitted. We also provide IoT and M2M solutions. Of course, Wi-Fi is an important part of it. CNPN is also something which we provide as a service across the globe. Of course, not in India, because that's not the kind of regulations Indian system allows. And a whole host of cloud-based services and AI. When we talk about AI and its entry into all aspects of telecom, I think Wi-Fi will gain a huge lot from the advent of the whole data analytics and how to make best use of the connectivity which is available. When we are talking about ubiquitous Wi-Fi, I wanted to take an example. I see, first of all, this panel just after lunch is pretty tough. I know people have had a great lunch and then it's difficult to attract attention. But I was also noticing a few people eating kulfis. Now, that's something which I really adore, but I can't eat because of two reasons. One, I have given up on sugar, and two, I'm sitting on a panel, so I can't have kulfi. And I think that is representative of what happens with Wi-Fi. As you travel across, you will see a lot of Wi-Fi connectivity available, right? You will, if you go on your phones, you'll have a list of Wi-Fi APNs being visible, but you cannot access them because you are not identified by that network. When we talk about ubiquitous Wi-Fi, it will have to get into a regulatory framework where that whole OTP thing or any other identification happens on the back end and not really by the customer. If we can flip that, then Wi-Fi becomes absolutely ubiquitous. And I think we need to urge DOT and WPC as well to figure out what is the best way to make use of this immense but very scattered set of resources. Tatacom does business to business connectivity, B2B. So we are not into making use of the retail customer set and their inputs and requirements. But for the B2B, we would really like to be seeing a big evolution in Indian ecosystem, Indian regulatory mechanism, so that there is a separate set of regulations just targeting business and their requirements. That's not happening today. because of several reasons. I mean, normally the numbers, and as the minister himself said, the numbers of the populace is the one which is to be catered to, and fairly so. But the business and the enterprises are also part of, a consumer segment. We need specific attention for that segment. Wi-Fi in every enterprise's perspective is a big way to make the entire network, their private network or captive network, extremely seamless. We need to progress into the Industry 4.0 mindset, and that requires a lot of regulatory enablement and technical enablement too. So I'm waiting and actively participating in all these discussions where we can push the envelope towards that side. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka. So yeah, you're right. We are here to lift everybody's spirits after lunch. I also missed a coffee today, but not last night. So I think my takeaway is that we have to put the pistachio into the Wi-Fi, right? Okay. Giant, would you mind just introducing yourself briefly and what you do at CDOT? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as after lunch, everybody knows this is a little bit hard time to stay well connected with the presentation. Well, this presentation for me is after lunch presentation, and it's for the open roaming. Well, I'm from CDOT, and as you know, in CDOT and the DOT, we have almost the similar type of framework we have prepared, that is the PM WANI framework. Open roaming is a very well standard international framework where it will give the convenience to easily provide the ubiquitous connectivity among the operators. You can move around and you can seamlessly able to connect it. Where this thing is that in CDOT and DOT, we have prepared the one framework which is prepared by which is recommended by the TRAI, that will give almost the similar type of network facility, but PM WANI is primarily for the rollout of public hotspot in the pan India, which will give the convenience to create a Wi-Fi network, which will give the convenience to create a public Wi-Fi network, and this will create the easy to access the public network. But yes, there's a few challenges are there, and because of that, from 2021 to 2025, it has not seen such a revolutionary network availability and all these things. And yes, this PM WANI framework is totally for the by the participation of the small and medium entrepreneur. This open roaming is a very well standard framework, which has been very well defined standard, pass point certification and all these things. But there is some challenge with respect to our country where the government is thinking of participation of the more small entrepreneur, medium entrepreneur, and the small kirana shop and all the local shopping centers, and they all start become the internet service provider over the Wi-Fi. So that is the one important thing where the PM WANI is very much relevant for the country like India. And in the for the open roaming standard, definitely there is a standard is there, some certification is there, there is some equipment specific dependencies are there, like the pass point certified equipment is required, which is only able to provide this open roaming connectivity. Again, the big players like the big telecom players, the big telecom operator or big internet service provider, they need to have one agreement to provide this type of connectivity, seamless connectivity and all these things. So I personally think that yes, in the open roaming, whatever the automatic connectivity and secure connectivity, that option is available. In case of PM WANI, regarding the before the security and all, the customer identification is very important in the country like India, where the more than 130 crore population is there, where the identity of the person is required. And here, the KYC is very important. The PM WANI framework specially provide the framework which first do the KYC of the user,
and this KYC will be from the mobile KYC. Similarly, this PM Money framework, as recommended by the TRAI, it is very easy to deploy. In case of open roaming, of course, we need only the big telecom operator with the proper framework and proper standards and all, they can able to deploy it. But here the PM Money framework is only for the small player and medium player with only the some standard stack and all these things which has been well defined in the TRI framework. That is the token handler modules are there. With that, anybody can able to deploy the network, run the network, and give the services to the common man. Onboarding, yes, in the open roaming onboarding is quite easy, that because once the among the operator the agreement is there, any service for any user of the any particular service provider come to the partner service providers network, he can easily able to get authenticated and start getting the services. In case of PM Money, definitely there is a app-based KYC, and after the authentication of the user, he has to search the network, and that is again through the app. In the first, before lunch session, there was a discussion on the PM Money regarding the why it is not taking up. Yes, this because of the app and because of the every time you need to search the network, every time you need to pay the network for the particular service provider or particular PDOA. Because the existing PM Money don't have the complete roaming facility that any from one PDO to another PDO you can use the network. That facility is not there. Of course, DOT is now discussing about how to make it more flexible, the roaming and all these things. They are also planning to it. Maybe after bringing the roaming and all these things in the PM Money, then maybe it will almost at par with the open roaming standard of the with the global standard. So with this, I'm closing this session and closing my lecture. Open roaming and PM Money. PM Money will definitely going to complement the open roaming in future once the standard will be more lucrative and more defined and all. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Mahesh to introduce himself. Also, I'll put the question to you in terms of open roaming, but what are the long-term implications of open roaming on the Wi-Fi industry? You can use my mic. It's up to you. Okay, sure. Yep.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, BIF, for inviting HP Aruba Networking to be part of this event, grand event, right? And I will not take much time, as if that I was having sixth sense that time is going to be a constraint here. So I only have one slide. Can you go to the next slide? But I have done some very complex animations on this slide, so it will come one by one. Okay. So first thing about HP Aruba Networking, I don't know how many of you know about HP Aruba Networking or Aruba as a company. So like earlier Steve mentioned, Wi-Fi has been there for 25 plus years. So Aruba is also associated with Wi-Fi for almost 23 years, 24 years now, right? So somewhere in the early 2000s when devices were getting Wi-Fi card or laptops in government, I used to work in HCL Noida and I used to visit a lot of government places where we were adding PCMCIA card to government desktops. So primarily at that time, one of the key challenges was security. So Aruba was one of the companies started Wi-Fi along with a secured Wi-Fi. So even today, one of the mottos is secured AI-powered networking, right? Then Aruba was acquired by HPE in 2015. So along with Wi-Fi, we got the complete portfolio of HPE, right? Today we offer edge to core services, all the portfolio. So if I take a quick tiers of what we provide, one is connectivity. Of course, connectivity is where the user connects. So Wi-Fi, what we are talking today, that we have been there. Along with that, we are providing connectivity on wired networking, data center networking. Then, like I mentioned earlier, protect. So any connectivity has to be protected. So we provide the framework for that. Then automate. Earlier, it used to be more of managing the network. Now it is more about how you leverage AI to manage the network. So that is where the automate comes in. And finally, how consumers can take Aruba solutions, that is where Adapt comes in. They can buy as a capex or they can buy as a service. That is again, like we are talking about PM Vani earlier in the morning. Primarily, one of the challenges those providers are facing is how can they invest so much and then generate revenue. With as a service models, we can actually provide those kind of solutions. Then coming to roaming, roaming is the topic here, primarily open roaming. So before open roaming, in 2020, it has become part of the broadband alliance. Then used at that time, like earlier mentioned, mobile providers or service providers used to or wanted to offload the cellular network onto Wi-Fi. At that time, Aruba released something called Aruba AirPass technology based on Wi-Fi Alliance's passpoint technology. So primarily what it means is when you are having, for example, if I take the example here, you are coming out from the road to this hotel, maybe when you come inside, you don't get Airtel signal that much. So automatically you hook on to the Wi-Fi inside and based on the SIM authentication, which was done by Airtel, right? That was something Passpoint used to do. Even what we have done with open roaming or what the broadband forum has done with open roaming is added that capabilities along with a lot of identity providers. So what Aruba is now, Aruba is one of the certified open roaming providers, right? And then advantage of open roaming is not just with only telcos. Now, earlier, sir mentioned like some of those PM Vani operators, they may not be every Kirana store may not be able to be part of open roaming, but of course there can be a hub, maybe in a town, you can have a hub, that hub can be part of open roaming, right? So that you can still scale the open roaming framework. And Aruba is happy to be part of this in discussion along with eminent panel here. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Yeah, I can also say, so open roaming is actually being used in community Wi-Fi scenarios. So I mentioned earlier in London, but also in Japan, in various cities. What I see sort of happening next is that the CSPs, those organizations that have been given funding to roll out fiber, but also build Wi-Fi networks and become ISPs, they seem to have an interest in open roaming themselves as a value add. So particularly in the UK, where there are lots of rural communities, where perhaps the sort of ROI for a large operator like a BT isn't there, they're given funding to roll out fiber. But then also, what can they do? Because we're talking about, hairdressers, butchers, houses, that sort of thing that have built their own Wi-Fi community. So there might only be 50 households in that village, but they're all sharing each other's Wi-Fi. Okay. So back to the panel, I want to ask Vishal a question. First, introduce yourselves, what you do at EdgeCore. Also, how EdgeCore is participating in open roaming, and then I think more of a sort of technical question about how the authorization is done over an open roaming network as well. So, Vishal, feel free to take the podium. Or
I'd like to use this mic. First of all, thanks to Kamam and the eminent panelists for keeping this session alive. After the lunch, yes, it is very difficult. Yes, and the kulfi idea, ma'am, I really liked, though I can enjoy, still I can enjoy that. And thanks to the BIF team and all the organizers for arranging this great event. I'm part of the business. I'm leading the business development team here in India for EdgeCore. So in EdgeCore, what we do, so here the today's word is open roaming. In EdgeCore, we are one of the prominent player in open networking. So open networking and open roaming, I mean, looks similar. In open roaming, it provides a flexibility or a seamless connectivity with ubiquitous connectivity, I would say. In open networking, we provide a flexibility to these service providers, to the users basically. So in EdgeCore, we do supply, or we are one of the manufacturers. I join one of my colleagues, I mean HP here, who is also the OEM. We are the OEM for all these devices, which includes the Wi-Fi access points, the networking switches, which are basically the backbone of the entire network required to provide this connectivity. At EdgeCore, we are also part of the Wi-Fi Wireless Broadband Alliance. Happy to contribute in the open roaming framework as well. So a brief introduction about me. Coming to the question, Steve, you asked. First of all, I'd like to explain how exactly the concept works, the authentication basically. So a device is there. First of all, the IDP is basically, the ID is provided, the identity is provided by the mobile operators or the mobile device manufacturers or so on. I mean, there are multiple IDPs who are part of this framework. They provide the ID. Then that device basically goes into a network. It automatically scans the entire network. It finds that, okay, there is one SSID is there, which is connected, which is available with the open roaming session. Then it tries to connect. So there is a unique concept basically, like in normal Wi-Fi, what we do is use the ID and password, the user ID and password, which is not required. In the open roaming, this is one of the beauty that with the passpoint technology, hotspot 2.0, which we call that, with that, it establishes, it tries to connect it. Then the EAP session, EAP session is basically created on 802.1x. It may be a little technical, but yes, it is. Since the authentication is required, it goes on the 802.1x. Then the authentication goes to the IDPs, the ID providers basically, and then they approve it. So entire this thing is like ubiquitous, rather seamless. There is no manual intervention which is required, like ID, user ID and password, scanning the network. It is not required in normal Wi-Fi. We generally we scan the SSIDs, but here scanning is also not required. It automatically fetch the SSID and then connects it. One of the most important part is the entire security. So now the recent, I mean, all the secure protocols like WPA3 Enterprise, the recent one which we use, which is being used by these devices. These are basically, this encrypts entire data. So entire data is getting encrypted, and that makes it secure. So this entire process is followed while you move from one hotspot to another hotspot seamlessly. So that's the reason basically we call it as a open roaming, because it does not require manual intervention. Once you move from one hotspot to another hotspot, it automatically connects. It is exactly similar to what we do in mobile handset, the mobile network. So that's what it makes like easy, ubiquitous, and seamless. It is basically similar to mobile network. The Wi-Fi is also being connected, I mean, getting connected to the different networks. I hope I was able to answer the questions.
I'll stay with you, Vishal, because there's a follow-on question to that, because you talked about it being open. And I want to ask you about the interoperability and how it's vendor agnostic. So this is coming from a position where I guess EdgeCore are a pioneer as far as open roaming is concerned. On our website, you can see all of the approved vendors, and there are a lot there. But how does that interoperability and level of vendor agnostic level, how does that work?
Yeah, that's really very important, because EdgeCore cannot be there everywhere. I believe HP, I believe all the OEMs, they will always be there, and they need to be part of this ecosystem. So the vendor agnostic environment is certainly required. And since this entire framework of open roaming, it's actually based on the industry standards. If I talk about the standards like EAP 802.1x, that's a industry standard for the authentication. That is followed by, I mean, that is basically supported by all the OEMs, including us. We do support all these industry standards, including other OEMs also, I would say. Along with that, another standard is Passpoint Hotspot 2.0. That is basically to raise a request and connect it automatically. So that is also industry standard, which is also again followed by all the OEMs, and then I mean, that's how it makes a common standards. So these all standards which are basically required to be followed by the OEMs, and I'm happy that all the service providers, they basically ask that, okay, these devices, all the devices should comply with these standards, and that's how the vendor agnostic ecosystem can be created. So once, if I have one hotspot which is available, let's say suppose in this hotel, and the another place, let's say if you go outside and some other hotel or some other hotspot, if that is by other OEM, the same standards are followed. Because of those standards only, the open roaming also becomes very seamless. So that's how probably, I mean, this answers your question, that the vendor agnostic ecosystem is created because of these standards only.
No, I think that's important. As Vishal's saying, there's no one vendor that rules the world. So we all have to collaborate, we all have to find the way, but we have to think about the user end experience as well. Okay. Alka, I'd like to ask you about a question about, I guess, in terms of your own or Tata's product, TCL's product roadmap for open roaming. What are the plans? Have you deployed it? Do you plan to deploy it? Anything you can share?
So as I was mentioning earlier, Tata works in the space of enterprise connectivity, business to business. And yes, they would definitely like to have internal roaming. So when we talk of the network, we want to set up the private and the captive networks. And the seamlessness will happen through, through the open networking piece. Today it is, it's not so, obviously. When we talk about, so it's not a product roadmap specifically, it is more of a solution roadmap which we are looking at, and that depends on the needs of and the development of standards, the needs of the enterprises and the development of standards. But honestly, if we are talking about the rural ecosystem, where the PM Vani is going to, as the minister said, drive a lot of entrepreneurship, it again cannot be limited to the backhaul being provided by one, or the Wi-Fi being provided by somebody else, and third, the nascent technology being specified in this whole ecosystem, because a large part of this target group is very, very price sensitive. It cannot pay the price of the open networking, if I may call it that, because that's the next evolution. And in the initial phases, it will require a lot of capex. The return on investment is not going to drive that adoption that easily. And therefore, we will have to think of ways, including the Digital Bharat Nidhi fund for driving this in the first place, having it set up, utilizing all kinds of backhauls which are available today and which can be thought of. So if there is a microwave backhaul which is available as a frequency spot, let us think of the ISPs also getting that microwave backhaul spot, so that they can create a better network, building it backwards, right? So this whole distinction between front haul, back haul, the AP who is giving and the backhaul who is giving, and all of that needs to kind of break down into which geography is being covered by whom best, right? So including the BharatNet, for instance, there's a lot of emphasis from the government side to utilize the BharatNet for making these individual panchayats as entrepreneurship hubs. So the connectivity, bringing it back to, let's say, the internet has to be, patched up totally. And that today is a gap. We look forward to getting into a ubiquitous mode sometime soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think now it's time to see if the audience has had too much coffee. Open up to questions in the audience. So any questions from the audience? Okay, can we get a mic, or you can take mine, I think.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how to ensure that my Wi-Fi is secure, and how I can check that what type of Wi-Fi security I'm using?
Okay. I can, or Vishal, would you like to have a stab at it?
Sorry.
So there's another session after this, no?
Okay, so I'll just.
So can we keep the question for the next session, if you don't mind, sir? Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Otherwise, if I
Yeah,
may-
that's okay. Yeah, you can take
If
it.
I may
yeah.
answer, it's just about design. So I just mentioned in the security part, basically. So there is a standard which we call WPA3 enterprise. It actually like is an extension of WPA2. So that security protocol, I mean, the security protocols which is a standard that is followed, and this is most secure protocol which is available in the industry.
And I think overlaid with that, there's encryption. So open roaming uses PKI, public keying infrastructure. So no open networks, no pre-shared keys. Nothing is shared in the open. So that's a critical part of open roaming in terms of the security scanners as well. Okay. I think we're up on time. So thank you, audience, for coming back from lunch. And yep, open to questions out in the breaks and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a round of applause for that wonderful session. I would request our session chair, Mr. Steve, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to our eminent panelist, to Ms. Alka Setlor Asthana, Vice President and Head Regulatory, TCL. Thank you, ma'am, for all those valuable inputs. To Mr. Jayant Mondal, Group Leader, CDOT. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Mahesh Kumar Ji, Head System Engineering, HPE. And to Mr. Vishal Jain, Edge Core Networks. Thank you, sir. May I once again invite Brigadier Anil Tandon, he's here, to kindly come up and do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our chair, Mr. Steve Namisivam, Wireless Broadband Alliance. Thank you, sir. And a quick group photograph before we move on to the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, the session that is coming up is technical session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We'll just take a moment to do up the top table for the next session. The session that is coming up is themed Impact of De-licensed 6 gigahertz on the growth of Wi-Fi in India. So as India accelerates towards the digital transformation, efficient and expansive connectivity becomes paramount. And the de-licensing of 6 gigahertz band is seen as a major policy step to boost Wi-Fi accessibility, affordability, and innovation. So we are honored to have with us a panel of experts who bring deep insights from both national and the global perspective. Chairing the session is Ms. M. Revati, IRRS JWA WPC. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Let's put our hands together to welcome our distinguished chair, Ms. M. Revati. We would also like to invite our distinguished panelists and speakers, Mr. Paramjeet S. Puri. He is Global Director of Membership Wi-Fi Alliance. We welcome you on the panel once again, sir. Warm welcome. Inviting Mr. Vivek Dua, Principal General Manager, Fixed Access BSNL. Inviting Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Senior Deputy Director General BIF. Mr. Alan Norman, Director Public Policy Meta. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of Mr. Alan Normal, Mr. Hirul Modi will be joining us online from Meta. Once again, we warmly welcome you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, chairing the session is Ms. M. Revati, who is an officer of the Indian Radio Regulatory Service, currently serving as Joint Wireless Advisor at the Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing, Ministry of Communications. With a rich background in spectrum planning and regulatory strategy, she brings a sharp focus on policy implementation. And may I now invite our session chair to kindly take the session forward. Ma'am, if we could kindly conclude in about 40 minutes, it'll be nice. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for introduction. So very good afternoon. I think some just logistics. Mr. Alan is on online, he is participating. Hiral Modi is joining online. I think as a session chair, I have some privilege of timelines. So I think for opening remarks, I will take 7 minutes. And as I expect all my panelists will take each of them, I think 6 to 7 minutes. At the end, I think I have 3 to 4 minutes to wrap up. Probably we may take 1 or 2 questions. With this, let me put the context. So we have been talking since morning about that Wi-Fi, its importance of Wi-Fi and open Wi-Fi, ubiquitous Wi-Fi, and open roaming and all. I think I have a little difficulty. I'll take this thing. So height is a little problem to me. I have to. Huh? No, this is adjusted, this height, okay. I can speak here. I think it's better. Yeah, please. When we talk about Wi-Fi, it generally operates in the delicensed frequency bands. And so far, we have done some delicensing, especially in India. This delicensing process we have started somewhere in 2005. And the first band we have delicensed is 2.4 gigahertz. Everyone is well aware of it. And the bandwidth there is very limited. Similarly, when we moved from 2G to 3G, 4G, 5G, and we are moving to 6G, similarly in the Wi-Fi, the technology also goes Wi-Fi 1, 2, 3, 4, and now Wi-Fi 7E and 8. You need a higher bandwidth rates for that. So with that, we have moved into 5 gigahertz band, and somewhere around 600 megahertz we have delicensed. 600? No, it's more than 610. Somewhere in 2018 with full powers. So as on date, before this delicensing, we have already delicensed 710 megahertz of the band. But with the new technologies for like highly immersive applications, low latency, high data rates, you need a higher channel bandwidth. That is only possible in the 6 gigahertz. This journey started almost 4 years before the 6 gigahertz band, because there is a competing demands for it. One for IMT, another for Wi-Fi. And apart from that, there are already existing applications in it. That is basically satellite uplinking applications. Very intense applications in India. Finally, Government of India, after listening to all the stakeholders, after done exhaustive technical examinations and technical studies, and I'm satisfied that Government of India has taken a very balanced approach by making upper band for IMT. That is over a period of time, maybe by 2030, we'll be able to reform that spectrum for IMT. And the lower band with low power applications of Wi-Fi, which can coexist with the existing primary uses without causing any interference. In those lines, we have come out with the draft rules, and the draft rules we have opened for public to give a comments. That was last date was 15th of June, and people have given the comments. Now I expect more from that my panelists here. What are the still something they wanted more from these technical specifications? Then, as Honorable Mantri has told in the morning, probably by, at least by mid of August, by August 15th, we'll be able to come out with the rules. With this, I think my next speaker is Mr. Paramjitji. What is that? We'll give it to, yeah. Yeah, I know, he was last time here. So I'll move it to Mr. Hiral Modi. Please, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. I will start sharing my screen once again. Hello, everyone. My name is Hiral Modi. Once again, if you're not present in the session in the morning, For this topic, we'll focus on delicensing 6 gigahertz band in India. Very quick 20-second recap of a couple of things I spoke about in the morning. Our mission of building the future of human connection, and by which we want to help people feel more present, connected, and empowered in the world. All these technologies that you see here will transform how we connect, making our interaction more engaging, meaningful, and seamless. Out of all these technologies, I talked about 2 of these, which is the Ray-Ban Meta Smart AI glasses and Orion, the true and the most advanced version of AR glasses the world has seen. I've talked about these devices, their feature set in the morning. So in this session, I want to focus on some of the challenges that we have in building these devices and the future of human connection. Some of the biggest challenges are SWaP-C, that stands for size, weight, power/thermal, and the overall cost of the device. Latency plays a big factor in designing and building these devices to give you that seamless and smooth user experiences. And the overall quality of experience has to be extremely smooth for people to be able to adopt these new form factors and make it their everyday go-to gadgets. To show, people say seeing is believing, to show how this Wi-Fi 6E technically helps us, we ran some internal, very simple, one of the use cases is when you take photos and videos through your Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses, you transfer that over the Wi-Fi link to your phone, because the glasses don't have a whole lot of storage. As soon as you take photos and videos, it transfers over Wi-Fi links to your phone. To run the simple test, we ran like 3 gigabit of data in every iteration over 5 gigahertz with 40 megahertz of channel, and then 6 gigahertz with 160 megahertz of channel. And we use the 40 megahertz because that is how the typical dense deployment look like today for 5 gigahertz. And you can clearly see the difference in the battery/power saving by each iteration. You can see the green line, which demonstrates the 6 gigahertz reading, and the red line, which demonstrates the 5 gigahertz reading. On an average, it gets me almost 50 to 70% more battery to give users that all-day battery life. If you were to focus on the different KPI, which is throughput, as you can see in almost every scenario, and on an average, it gives me double the throughput on a 6 gigahertz link or 5 gigahertz. And this is a simple open environment in the living room of my home, no congestion interfered or anything. This is typical link how users deploy in their homes and offices. Now, if I were to, this is with the Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses, very simple use case. If I were to shift gears, when we talk about Orion, Orion currently is a prototype device. It's a 3-part constellation, as you can see on the right, the glasses. In the center, you see the puck device. And then on the right top corner, you see the EMG wristband. The EMG wristband tracks your thousands of gestures and input. The puck device gives you that compute and the connectivity, and then the glasses obviously gives you that amazing display. We cannot put a lot of compute and connectivity on the glasses because, like I explained, thermal hotness. So we put the compute and connectivity in the puck. As you can see, these are the potential network topology. As you can see, the puck is connected to cellular, it's connected to the Wi-Fi. And then the link between the glasses and the EMG band and the puck is that P2P Wi-Fi, and obviously for some of the quick commands, we can use the Bluetooth as well. These devices will be out and about on the street. So to reiterate, the P2P Wi-Fi connectivity is super important for us, even when the devices are outdoor. Now, to go to the rule, the draft rulemaking and some of the suggestions we have made, we have requested for a higher PSD. Why? The increased PSD, for obvious reasons, to 11 dBm will give you the higher throughput, lower latency, and the robust reliability for these indoor dense environment use cases It will enable the future, for example, AR, VR, smart manufacturing, telemedicine, and most importantly, the risk of interference to incumbents is extremely low because these devices operate indoors mostly and under controlled power condition. They are also coupled with AFC, which is automated frequency coordination, and with the attenuation factors, there is very low risk of interference. We are also proposing to increase the PSD limit of VLP devices to 1 dBm per megahertz because this modest increase will help us give us that robust overall end-to-end quality of experience that I showed you on my XR challenges slide for wearable devices where body loss is a significant factor. And on my next slide, I want to quickly walk you through about the body loss. As you can see on the right in the picture, person is wearing the glass, but the pug, for example, may be sitting in the backpack or in the back pocket. And as you can see, the VLP use cases must tolerate the body loss of at least 30 dB or more, which is again a very common real world user patterns. And that is why we are proposing the PSD increase for the VLP use cases. If you were to ask, okay, tell us a little bit about the global landscape. First, you can see is the FCC. And then the next one you can see is the European and the Australian numbers. Right now, I think the numbers that India have drafted to adopt are the numbers listed by FCC. However, as you can see, the European Union and Australians have adopted the numbers that we are proposing that we should be adopting, which is the 11 dBm for LPI and the 1 dBm power increase for the VLP. Even for FCC, these rules and these numbers are extremely old. They were probably suggested around 5 years ago in 2020. They are in the process because the world has changed, the technology has evolved compared to where we were when these rules came out for FCC. They were probably the first ones for this. But now they understand that the world has evolved and the technology has evolved. So they are in the process of revising these rules and most likely coming to the proposals that we are making as well. One of the other asks we have for the government is to consider making this contention-based protocol mandatory to ensure that the long-term utility of the 6 gigahertz band is satisfied. The goal is to make sure that unlicensed technology can use the fair use of the band. Basically, what it suggests is the band should be able to scale proportionally with the number of devices. If there are more active devices in a given location, they should be able to use the band more. And one technology unfairly does not hinder any other technology. A very simple example of CBP is basically listen before you talk. If the channel is busy, the device waits for a random period of time before retrying. This dynamic behavior of the technology promotes basically fair coexistence among multiple unlicensed spectrum. Even the EU and US mandates the devices to use the contention-based protocol in the 6 gigahertz band today. So this is our request for the Indian government to consider this as well, please. And my last slide, I think there are a lot of questions about the coexistence of the unlicensed technology with incumbents like FSS and FS. So BIF have conducted the coexistence study with RKF and concluded that the suggested PSD limits will have no impact and the existing incumbents are protected with the suggested PSD limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hiran. Your inputs your comments on the draft rules. I think devotee is examining it. Probably whatever feasible, we'll try to incorporate in the final rules which are going to be published. As far as AFC, listen before talk, that we have already, AFC also, that we have already considered, but major concern for us is basically it's a satellite space station receiver aggregate noise. We'll wait and watch. Probably maybe after 1 or 2 years, we can see as the deployment progresses. Thank you again. And now I'll request Mr. Vivek Dua to please throw light on your viewpoint on this concerned topic. It's up to you, wherever you are comfortable. Yeah, you can introduce yourself and please.
Very good afternoon. I'm Vivek Dua. I'm Principal General Manager at the BSNL Corporate Office. And this topic is very close to my heart because the impact of Wi-Fi, particularly in the rural, I have personally experienced during this BharatNet utilization program. I was closely associated with it. I have spoken on this on several occasions before also. When I visit villages, one thing that I notice across all villages is one gadget which is very popular among children. This is a typical tablet, a 8 to 10-inch tablet, which they hold in their hands for entertainment, for education, for any similar thing. And it's a Wi-Fi enabled tablet. It doesn't have a 3G or a 4G SIM slot, but compulsorily it's a Wi-Fi enabled. And that's the thing they love, that they can connect to the hotspot in the village that they have, or a FTTH at home. I gave this example in one of the earlier sessions about Chimaldari village in Telangana next to Hyderabad, where I visited. And then when I was in a school and I asked the teacher about a digital classroom, the child there was more excited to explain about the digital board than the teacher himself. That's the level of thinking or the evolution which happens when you connect to the digital devices. The devices, the screens are so intuitive. You don't need a teacher to really tell you what to do, what not to do. People learn on their own. And this child, after spending 10-15 minutes telling me about the digital board, also shared that once he leaves the school, he continues with his personal tablet at home because they have a good Wi-Fi at home. Because village, it's not the personal FTTH that they had at home. The village was having an umbrella coverage of Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi means a lot to people in the village because it opens up so many opportunities which you and me cannot see or experience or understand sitting in these sessions. I also, because of the opportunity I got in BharatNet, I was able to go across to villages and understand at the grassroots level what it really means. And when the talk of 6 gigahertz or a higher throughput or a bigger bandwidth, more speed is being discussed about, I personally feel very excited that those very children who are today on a lower speed or a lower band would do a AR, VR as seamlessly as anybody would do in a city or a town. Just correlating, when I was in Vijayawada for one of these sessions, I met a gentleman, a doctor who had come back to India. He was like 60 years. And then we were talking about the impact of BharatNet and Wi-Fi in India. And one thing he told me categorically, Vivek, you don't need doctors in the villages today. You simply need supervisors or basic technicians who should take the data of the patient, be it a blood sample or an eye scan or a similar scanning to be done on the patient or the citizen, and transport that data back to the town. So doctor at a PHC, a primary health center, is not required today to do a first level of service delivery in the health sector. But then you need a good data to be enabled at the village was his key message. And I have seen Bihar, for example, is a classic case today. I think they have the maximum number of PHCs today in the country in terms of penetration or density. And similar would be in Tamil Nadu also. So the impact that it has created, because healthcare and education are the key enablers for any society to prosper. And once we are talking of 6 gigahertz, we are primarily looking at those objectives, which we call Viksit Bharat or a digital Bharat. It is all leading to that objective only. And if we are damn serious about it, as Honorable Minister spoke in the morning, I heard him live, we are delivering data at 5% of what is the global pricing or the cost. And we can bring it further down by this 6 gigahertz band that we are speaking about. It's all about making digital enablement more affordable. I should not use the word free because that's not really workable, but to make it more and more affordable. He also spoke about the gadgets or the devices. That should not become the digital divide. That's very, very important. I spoke about the Android tablet, which is hardly 4,000, 5,000. It's more popular than a laptop, which is a typically 30,000 piece because it's more affordable. It's more simple to use. And there are no maintenance cost around it. So devices which make the service more easy to use have to be enabled for the citizens. The connectivity has to be great. It has to be the level of AR and VR becoming usable at the village level. One example I tell you, which is called the multiplier effect. We did an impact survey for BharatNet. One lady in a village next to Hoshiarpur in Punjab, we asked her, no, you have FTTH at home. What are you doing with this? She told, today I have 17 or 18 ladies from Hoshiarpur connecting with me online, and I'm doing cookery classes for them. They learn the cuisines which are more popular in the rural area, in the villages, and then they do it for themselves back in home in the city. That's the taste they have, that's the liking they have. And then I said, how much you are earning? He said, almost like 25,000 per month with a 500 rupee connection that I have at home. So you have a skill which can be potentially used, but the digital divide, as we talk, is the one which separates you from that potential realization. So 500 rupee FTTH at home is able to get converted to 25,000 rupees. It's not just about one lady or a one village. This skill, this potential sits in every home in every part of the country. It's a matter of connecting those homes, those people to realize the purpose of their life, to see that there is more meaning to what they are doing today. And I'm sure the initiatives of the government like this one, 6 gigahertz, it is going to have a very, very big multiplier effect on the happiness index of people and of course the economy measurement that we do. So this is few of realization that I had while working on this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. It's nice to hear the grassroots level, at the village level, what our Honorable Minister also told. What is happening with the FTTH and our BharatNet connection along with the Wi-Fi and the school children enjoying it. And I am happy that that happiness will be increased further with our initiative of delicensing 6 gigahertz band. With that, we'll move to Mr. Puri.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so I gave a detailed presentation in the morning today in the knowledge session, which actually over exceeded the time limit which was given to me. So I don't have any presentation to give, but I'd just like to touch upon 2-3 very important points, which have come out from all the discussions, which have taken place, including, the speech from the Honorable Minister. And So one was regarding the technical aspect, like which even Hiral just mentioned, and we even spoke earlier on June 19th with Madam Revati. And of course, she said very, consideringly that, the proposals which the industry and the associations have given to DOT are being studied, whether in terms of, including the power level or, looking at the next phase for increasing the from 500 megahertz to more megahertz, in the 6 gigahertz spectrum for better effective usage of the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Because the power of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi actually comes when there are more 320 megahertz channel or more 160 megahertz channels available. Yeah. And we gave the example of Ofcom, the UK regulator, how it has made the upper band available for Wi-Fi at the same time, keeping the option for both mobile and Wi-Fi open for in the upper 6 gigahertz bands. Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much that, that DOT is looking into all those proposals. Yeah. The second issue is basically, it's great that we have opened up, the 6 gigahertz. Earlier we had done it, the 2.4, 5.8. Of course, there were a lot of riders in those opening up, and there were a lot of ifs and buts and clauses. Hopefully, which actually stifled the ISPs, if I recollect. You could not share your equipment, you could not share your premises, you could not share your right-of-ways, all those things were there. So I hope, that de-shackling takes place this time, number one. And number two, how does it reach to the common man? I think that's very critical. As far as the urban is concerned, fair enough, you have telcos which give home broadband, and that is the only place where they're providing, Wi-Fi. That is at the homes. So whether it's a Jio or a Airtel or a BSNL, I think now is also providing. So, fine, from Wi-Fi 4, Wi-Fi 5, which is presently there, it will become Wi-Fi 6 and 6E, going up to Wi-Fi 7, phenomenal for home growth, phenomenal for all the applications we talked about, like AR, VR, smart glasses, etc., and all that. Yeah. But how does the common man in India, in the rural area, benefit from that? Yeah. And I think that is something seriously which the government really needs to look into, that how the operators, along with the government, along with the ISPs, along with the PM Vani scheme or the PDAs, or how can they make that work? How can they really actually, we have at the backhaul fiber, which BharatNet has done a pretty good job. We have fixed wireless access, which only one telco is giving today, namely Jio. We have satellite, which is about to come. To some extent, satellite was there, but now we are opening up new spectrum allocation for satellite. So there'll be another avenue for a backhaul to reach those places where neither cellular or anything has ever gone there. So the last mile can be connected through Wi-Fi. So now, who's going to connect that? Is there a business model for that? Is there a way to make money for that? I think that were some of the very relevant questions which were raised by the session before lunch by the PM Vani entrepreneurs, who spoke on that. Yeah. So the question is, can something like the USOF fund, which is being created by the government, be created for Wi-Fi? Because I think Wi-Fi requires an impetus by the government, not only just for the technology perspective or for opening up the spectrum perspective, but also from the economic perspective, in a country like ours, like a poor country like ours, and let's be very clear, we are still a very poor country. I mean, we may call ourselves the 5th largest economy or, soon to become a 4th largest economy of the world. But in terms of actual per capita income, we are very, very, very behind, much, much, much behind China. So let's not fool ourselves. So we have a long way to go. We really have a long way to go, and we really need the initiative. We really need the initiative from the government, from the industry, from the operators, to really make sure that villages are Wi-Fi at the last mile, with the backhaul coming in, from the fiber or satellite or, fixed wireless access or whatever it is, the other methodologies there are there. And can the government come out with a USOF kind of a fund for that so that, the initial thrust is given, and once the thrust is given, the villagers become more entrepreneurial and they start using it for their businesses. Hopefully things will turn around, and then we can actually say, yes, that India is truly in the way of digital economy. And, we are truly the leaders in digital infrastructure, as the Honorable Minister so desired was, as he, extrapolated so beautifully in the morning. Yeah. So these were my remarks, which I just wanted to lay out, for, the government, the industry, and the audience over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You have just brought a very valuable insight into it. How to provide a proper Wi-Fi or broadband in the rural areas, and that too self-sustainable and affordable. It's a big question. Even that backhaul, whatever the optical fiber you laid, it is not going up to all the villages. Who will connect that? Then, of course, you will be using Wi-Fi. And you go for alternate media, let us say that satellite. So satellite, we have been satellite connections in India. We are one of the leading spacefaring nations. We have our own satellites. It's the affordability. That is the one we could not be able to provide. It is not self-sustainable. And now with the LEO and MEO, the probably government also will be deciding on the spectrum assignment. We expect they will be launching the services. I still have my own doubts whether they will go and provide the services in the rural areas. The device equipment itself is a proprietary type, and it is costly, 20,000 per terminal. Who will be doing that? Who will be funding? It's a big, it's a big question. I think we have to work together. We have to work how to take it to rural. Then with that, I request my last speaker, but not the least, Mr. Bhattacharya, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. A lot has been said about PM Vani, rural connectivity. I will come back to the original subject of this particular thing, which is de-licensed 6 gigahertz. So BIF has been championing the cause of de-licensed 6 gigahertz since 2021. In fact, since 2020, we made the first once US FCC decided to de-license the entire 1200 megahertz in the 6 gigahertz band. I remember we wrote a letter to the secretary at that time, to Secretary Telecom, asking for similar dispensation be given to 6 gigahertz in India. But those were like ancient days, 5 years back. A lot of water has flown under the bridge. DOT formed a committee. We were initially not a member of that committee, but we forced our way into the committee. We were co-opted later on at the behest of our request. DOT agreed. And then we made our mark in that committee. Prior to actually, the work that started within the government for de-licensing of 6 gigahertz, at the outset, I should thank the government, the Department of Telecom, WPC, ma'am, for the great work that they have done in de-licensing the lower 6 gigahertz, 500 megahertz. Thank you very much, ma'am. We're really obliged. However, having said that, so just to give you a little background and a history about BIF's involvement, we were the first to actually do what is called the, for India, the coexistence studies in the 6 gigahertz band. And we did it for the entire band, not just the lower, but the entire 1200 megahertz, to study the coexistence between possible Wi-Fi or RLAN introduction in the band, along with the existing incumbents, which is the fixed services and the fixed satellite services. And this study was done, it was referred to by Hiral in his presentation. It was done jointly in conjunction with some of the leading Wi-Fi players in across the world, and it was conducted by a global technology body called RKF Engineering, who did it on behalf of BIF. BIF commissioned the study. The study reports were very encouraging. It showed that RLAN or Wi-Fi in the entire 6 gigahertz band for low power and very low power applications can actually coexist with the FS and FSS services across the entire band. Subsequently, a revised variant of that was also developed where ISRO Department of Space asked us to carry out studies with the same study with some refinement in the satellite portion of the gave us some new parameters, and we worked on that as well. And the results again were very encouraging. So this is to give you a little background about what BIF has done in this area. Now, having come to the stage now where on 16th of May 2025, DOT has introduced the draft rules, the Gazette notification, and comments were sought within 30 days, which have been already submitted. So our views are more or less aligned to what Hiral presented. So we have requested DOT, first of all, we thank DOT for having opened up the lower 500 megahertz in this band. And we request DOT once again in this audience also, I must emphasize that we want this to be opened up ASAP, which means without any delay. And as we heard very encouragingly from the minister, we hope to get it by 15th of August 2025. I hope we can get it by then. The other point we would like to make is that without causing any delay, if there are two other points which have also been captured by Hiral in his presentation, one is the increase in the PSD limits for both VLP and LPI cases, respectively, from VLP, in the case of VLP, from -5 dBm per megahertz to 1 dBm per megahertz, and in the case of LPI, from 5 dBm per megahertz to 11 dBm per megahertz, without impacting the EIRP. If that can be also obtained without causing any delay or causing any further studies to be conducted or carried out by DOT, that would be also very helpful. Apart from that, we are also aligned to the requirement of CBP, though I heard ma'am just now say that there is a issue about satellite some satellite noise levels coming from the satellite, aggregated satellite, this thing. We are a little concerned about it. We hope that can be overcome and we can still get the CBP approved along with this final notification. There is one other request, ma'am, and this is kind of a carry forward to what Mr. Parampuri mentioned. You see, why do we need this 6 gigahertz D-license spectrum? After all, there is already 2.4 and 5.8 and then 5 gigahertz. A total of 689 megahertz of D-license spectrum exists. And people should say that should be enough. After all, when we are talking of rural areas or rural connectivity, I don't think even 1 megahertz of that is being utilized currently. So there is enough spectrum for the rural area. But that is not the reason why a D-license of 6 gigahertz has been asked for. 5G signals and going forward 6G signals are all in the higher frequency bands, where they are very good for outdoor connectivity. When it comes to indoor connectivity, and somebody said in the morning, that how much of the total bandwidth is consumed indoors? 80%. So if 80% of the bandwidth is consumed, I'll just try to finish in 2 minutes. 80% of the bandwidth is consumed indoors. You need the signal, 5G signal, to penetrate indoors, and that is not possible with the higher frequency band. So you need a higher corresponding Wi-Fi signal which complements the 5G or the 6G signal which is available outdoors. And that can be made available through these new next generation modern Wi-Fi technologies, 6E and Wi-Fi 7, and later on Wi-Fi 8 in 2028. So these are the technologies that can complement the 5G, 6G signal so that you get a seamless connectivity both outdoors and indoors, and you do not feel the need for switching over from one network to the other network because it is a seamless thing. This is the reason why you need D-license 6 gigahertz to propagate 6E, Wi-Fi 6E and 7 while you're indoors so that you get good connectivity. And to be able to do that, you need, ma'am, just not 500 megahertz. Our request to the DOT is that please look at the possibility of giving the same power levels for LPI and VLPI use cases for the entire 1200 megahertz band. It is being tried out in some countries. He mentioned, Param mentioned about Ofcom. There are some other countries which are also doing the trials. While IMT can exist outdoor for the upper 6 gigahertz band, you could also probably think of coexistence of lower 6 gigahertz, using LPI and VLPI use cases in the upper 6 gigahertz, along with IMT in the outdoor areas. So that is one request we leave with you. And to begin with, if you cannot give us the full 1200 megahertz, we would request if you can give us an additional 160 megahertz over and above 500 megahertz. That will make it a 660 megahertz of a D-licensed spectrum, in which we can run at least 2 channels of 320 megahertz together. And that would give us very good quality, immersive, low latency applications can be very successfully run with that. So that is the request that I would like to leave with you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhattacharya. Noted. All your demands noted. But he has given 2 competing demands. He says you release that rule and you also increase the power, you also increase the band. So I think your first demand is release the rules at the earliest. I think that will follow. Later we will see based on the decisions.
Without any delay.
Yeah, without any delay, whatever is possible, probably we will be working on it technically. That is the best way forward. Then anyhow, we can review it maybe after 1 or 2 years based on the deployment scenario and IMT, how it is going and existing things. With that, it's a great, interesting session. I think we can take, if you permit, we can take one question or... yeah, that's good. It's always better to have a questions, no? Otherwise, it is only one side now. So we can take 2 questions, quick questions. Raise your hands. And if you don't have a question, so that's good.
I think there are no questions, ma'am. So we can.
No questions?
No questions.
One question, please. Pass on the mic.
Can we have the microphone? Yes.
Can you pass on the mic?
We would request you to identify yourself, sir.
Yeah. No.
Thank you, panel. Myself, R.R. Yadav from DOT TEC. My basic question is that whenever you delicense the spectrum for the Wi-Fi, how you control interference between the operators in the Wi-Fi band itself?
It's a very good question. So when we delicense, we say it is non-interference based, non-protection basis. It's only the devices will check it. Whenever the channel is free only, they will be able to use it. And another way of controlling it is we define the parameters, technical parameters. That is the reason where these people are asking that power spectral density, you increase it. What should be the ARP, whether antenna should be inbuilt or out of the built, what is the duty cycle? So that suppose we delicense for some data link, people started continuously talking over it. The other people will be deprived of it. So we define the technical parameters such that reasonably people will be able to use without having interference. If there is a big gathering, definitely they will have a problem. It is on that. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Yadav. Oh, I think 2 questions only we have given.
So
we'll see if no one is there, you can take
I
that question.
consume both questions entitlement.
Yeah.
Now, if intentionally someone want to interfere, then what is the option?
So intentionally, if somebody is interfering, yes, we don't have any answer. It is a common good. It's tragedy of commons. If somebody is continuously disturbing others, it will be like that.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your questions.
So,
and
ladies
thank
and
you,
gentlemen.
BIF, for giving me this opportunity. And special thanks to my special panelists. So we are concluding our session. Thank you again.
Thank you. And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Ms. Revati ma'am, our session chair, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos. We present to Mr. Vivek Dua, Principal General Manager, Fixed Access BSNL, and to Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG BIF. So we've already...
Funny will get, you know.
So please receive.
Sorry. Okay.
And may I invite Mr. Umang Das, Chairperson, Standing Committee of Chairs, BIF, to kindly come up and do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to Ms. M. Revati, Distinguished Chair for this session. And we would request for a group photograph. Mr. Das, if you could kindly stay back.
Can we request Chairperson BIF Madam also on the?
Yes, ma'am. I would request Ms. Aruna Sundarajan, on popular demand by Ms. Revati, to kindly join the panel for a group photograph. Brigadier Anil Tandon, you also please kindly join. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, on popular demand, we are straight away moving with our next session, which is the panel discussion, and we will have tea post this session. Just give us some time to arrange the top table for panel discussion 2. This is the concluding session of today's celebrations, today's conference. The session is themed Wi-Fi technology, standards, and security. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second panel discussion of the day, centered on the critical theme of Wi-Fi technology, standards, and security. In an age of hyperconnectivity, the reliability, security, and scalability of Wi-Fi networks are fundamental to ensuring digital inclusivity and national growth. This session will explore current technologies, evolving standards, and pressing cybersecurity challenges that come with expanding wireless access across India and beyond. I would like to invite our distinguished session chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman, DG Gaon Foundation. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir onto the panel. I invite our eminent panelists, Mr. Seema Kadri, Board Advisor, Wireless Broadband Alliance. Warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Team Leader, Wi-Fi Solutions, C. And Mr. Alok Gupta, Founder and CEO, Pyramid Forensics and Cyber Security. Once again inviting Mr. Seema Kadri, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, and Mr. Alok Gupta to kindly join us on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished session chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, is chairman of DG Gaon Foundation, is a telecom veteran and policy influencer dedicated to bridging the digital divide in India's rural heartland. His work has contributed significantly to expanding grassroots Wi-Fi and public access initiatives. And I hand over the session to our esteemed chair to lead the discussions. Over to you, sir. Okay, we have 2 panelists joining us online. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal and Mr. Kadri have joined us online, sir. Over to you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Sapna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be participating in this session on a great day, the World Wi-Fi Day, which is very close to my heart. I'm really thankful to the BIF, actually executive, especially TV Saab, Tandon Saab, and also Devu, to give me this opportunity. I'm sorry I could not be there in the morning, but yes, I got a good glimpse of what has happened since morning. And my learning is everything has happened since morning. Whatever was to be said has already been said. So that is good for me also, actually, so that I can innovate something. I can extract something more from the experts actually. The great thing about this panel is I myself will be learning from the experts. Mr. Alok Gupta, who is already there physically, founder and CEO, Pyramid Forensic and Cybersecurity, and Mr. Simam Kadri, board advisor of WBA. Like we have our friend, this Pramjit. So this is a different association called Wireless Broadband Alliance. And last but not the least, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal. You may be knowing him. He's the team leader of Wi-Fi solutions in CDOT actually. And if you have to name one or two related to Wi-Fi and PM Wani in India, so I will always like to call Mr. Sandeep Agarwal. I call him the architect of PM Wani. And that is what you will learn from him. To start with, though you have heard in the morning also, Wi-Fi security is crucial for protecting data transmitted over wireless networks. And you have these standards. We started with 802.11, then A, B, C, D. Like now they have adjusted all those alphabets. Now they've started calling it 11X. And X, you know what is the meaning of X. X means everything. Everything, 26 alphabets and beyond. That is the meaning of X. So you see how much standardization is happening by IEEE on the Wi-Fi side actually. And my actually privilege is increased by seeing our chairperson, Madam Aruna Sundarajan actually. So I've learned a lot from her in last 25 years when the Wi-Fi delicensing started actually. Since then, she has been helping us from other side of the table, of course, the delicensing, and latest also is there now. And thank you, madam, that you are also in the audience today. And what we will be discussing is mainly the standard and security issues. And I will like to put security before the standard. The security issues, actually, one misgiving about Wi-Fi is actually that it is unsecured. But actually it is other way around. We will be discussing these WEP, WPA, WPA2, WPA3, and all kind of standard protocol for security. Actually, one thing we all know actually from being from the industry, actually, when you talk about anything open or anything IP, Internet Protocol, so you can never be sure of security. That is the price we pay for openness of a network or packetized network. The same is true for anything you do in wireless without a cable. You can never be 100% sure of security. And that is why these standards are required. Something more work is required. So when we went from wired communication to wireless, so that time also there were a lot of issues on quality of service, on security, and they came out with a protocol called WEP, which will be discussed today also. WEP is wired equivalent protection. Wired equivalent protection because before wireless came, everything was wired. And wired was highly secured because you cannot intrude, you cannot tap it. It was highly secured. So when wireless guys came here, so they were also having the same kind of impression to the customer that wireless is unsafe. Like what they talk about Wi-Fi today, about 25 years back, same thing was talked about the wireless. And that is why this standard came, WEP, that at least you give me same security what the earlier version or earliest medium was doing. But even that also have vulnerability. Even WEP, which is the main standard for wireless security, even that has vulnerability. So what the Wi-Fi guys have done, they brought standard which is more than WEP, which is not publicly known, which can be known through such kind of sessions, and we'll know What is that WPA from WEP? WPA is Wi-Fi protected access. So here your access is protected by the technology itself, which you are blaming. You are blaming Wi-Fi for the security, that it has less secured. Actually, WPA makes use of the strength of that technology, Wi-Fi, and give you protected access, which is more than WEP. More than WEP. So now you can think that how secured is Wi-Fi vis-a-vis other technology of wireless. And they have not stopped there. WPA, then WPA2 came, WPA3 came. I leave all those things to the experts actually before we go further. Actually now, because let me start with our friend Alok ji. So Alok ji, I have given the background to this and you will have to give your comments on that also, whether what I have talked is true or not, first. And second thing is, you have to explain to us what is the role of 802.1x, I was talking about 1x, authentication in securing wireless networks, and how does it works? What are some common threats to Wi-Fi security? Because I believe Wi-Fi is more secure than your 5G. But what are the common threats, like people say about evil twin attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks? Man-in-the-middle attacks, as you know, is not only unique to Wi-Fi. It is there for everybody who use a open network or a packetized network. Man-in-the-middle is always there. So you cannot blame Wi-Fi for that, of course. So you have to say, and if it is there, how it can be mitigated, because I know in Wi-Fi we have mitigated. I myself have done a project and a prototype where we have mitigated not only man-in-the-middle, but also DDoS, distributed denial of service, actually. And that is where I've used another technology that you know, blockchain. How can business ensure that their Wi-Fi networks are secure, especially in public spaces like hospital, railways, airports? So that is what, Lokji, you have to explain. I think I myself don't know the time, but minimum 5 minutes you should take.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. So he's not just...
Our timekeeper is sitting there in the corner.
Yeah, so I thought, the timekeeper is over there, but, you set the tone. So thank you, BIF, leadership, for inviting me over to this wonderful event today on a Wi-Fi day, World Wi-Fi Day. And you set the tone, Dr. Gupta, in terms of telling that, how security is so important, in a wireless network. Of course, we used to worry about, the security in the wired network, but I think security is security. It would apply to both wired and wireless networks. So let me first, start with the 802.1x standard, which IEEE has come up with. So that's primarily a protocol, that controls the network access by any device by verifying the identity of the device. So, it's important to have an identity definition from a device which is connecting to the network. So this is typically a three-way system where there is a supplicant, where there is an authenticator, and then there is an authentication server. So what happens in this is that the supplicant, which is the end client, could be a laptop, computer, or any device which is trying to connect to the network, sends a request to the authentication server, which is typically a server like a Radius, kind of a thing, where, the authentication details which come from the device gets authenticated by the authentication server, and then it allows the device to connect to the authenticator, which is called the network. So this three-way system, allows a very robust authentication mechanism. Now, what happens, what are the real benefits of 802.1x authentication is that we can control the entire, authentication services through a centralized authentication server, which means that we can also define what kind of user privileges are there, what kind of roles which a device is wanting to connect to has to apply there. Now, there are different levels of security levels we can define when we are implementing 802.1x, because the authentication server is a centralized thing which allows both the devices to connect. Now, let me come to the second part of your question, which is the evil twin attack and the MITM, or what we call it as a man-in-the-middle attack. So, evil twin is typically, a malicious actor creating a rogue Wi-Fi access point, which looks similar to a legitimate Wi-Fi access device. So that is basically to trick the users to sign in into an AP or an access point, which is actually not legitimate. So evil twin attack means that you're creating a clone or some kind of a twin, which actually will steal your credentials or try and mislead you by not only stealing your data, but also harvesting a lot of such information over there. The difference between evil twin attack and the MITM, which is the man-in-the-middle attack, is that there is what they do is between the user device and the network which you are trying to connect, they insert themselves in between and then try to create a phony channel so that anything which comes in as a traffic from the device gets either altered and then or modified and then sent to the network. So this is one thing which they can do, and the second thing which the hackers would do or the malicious actors would do is to also steal your credentials. So both these things are very, very pertinent in terms of authentication as well as security. I'll come to the last point later once the other panelists have done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Alok. You have really educated us in these new kind of evils, actually evil twin. And now let me go to Mr. Simam Kadri. So, Mr. Simam, we have few questions for you, but you can answer whatever you want out of these. So first thing, our learned audience will like to know what are the major improvements between Wi-Fi 6, 6E and Wi-Fi 7. Actually, more Wi-Fi 7, though they have asked Wi-Fi 8 also, but if you can concentrate on 6E and 7, because that is what will be coming now after government have taken the bold decision of unlicensing a part of 6 gigahertz spectrum, which is required badly by 6E as well as 7. And other thing which we like to understand from you is how AFC works and what are the advantages. Let me tell you, the audience, AFC is automatic frequency coordination. So it's not automatic frequency control, what I used to think. So morning only I searched for this definition. So coordination, and our Madam Rape is already there and they are the coordination guys. So AFC means their role can go away. Now they are coordinating. But if you use AFC, automatic frequency coordination, then the role of spectrum management goes away actually. The technology itself will coordinate. So it is something great actually. We will like to know from the horse's mouth, Mr. Simam Kadri from Wireless Broadband Alliance. And other thing is, of course, you may not like to answer that if time is not there, how AI and Wi-Fi work together. According to me, this is no rocket science. Nothing can work without AI. Nothing can work means so that question is answered by me. You first answer those two questions first, Mr. Simam.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. It's my pleasure. First of all, I just wanted to say hello to everyone and greetings on the 9th anniversary celebration of this World Wi-Fi Day. And such a pleasure to see everybody in this crowd. And I was able to join just a little bit before, and very good conversations. I'm really honored to be here. And I wish I was there in person to enjoy everybody's company, but this is kind of the best that we can do. So great set of questions. Let me try to unpack it. For the very first set of question that you asked, to talk about the 3 generations of Wi-Fi technology. Before we dive into kind of specifics, maybe we can talk just a little bit about the recent Wi-Fi evolution to understand what is going on, right? So every time a generation of Wi-Fi technology is created, it is based on a certain theme. So when Wi-Fi 6 was being defined, this was pre-2019, 2019 is when it was released, the focus was to get transmission efficiencies and increase in throughput. That was kind of the highest order bit. So Wi-Fi 6, as it is called, as you said, it's 11AX, high efficiency, that was standardized. Now, soon after that, there was a push for getting more spectrum, very necessary growth in capacity that is needed for Wi-Fi around the world, and that started to happen. So 6E came out really quickly after that, taking the Wi-Fi 6 technology into the 6 gigahertz spectrum space and increase the bandwidth and increase the capacity. And then from there, the huge jump that happened was with Wi-Fi 7, which has come out almost like 2024, late 2023, 24. And that was to completely exploit this new spectrum and bring about a bunch of capabilities that can help the network evolve. So, we're looking at kind of this evolution picture. When we're looking forward, just a little bit to touch upon the thoughts that come for Wi-Fi 8. We know that Wi-Fi has become kind of a basic public utility. We know that it's a key driver for digital equality. So the expectation of Wi-Fi to deliver seamless and secure connectivity, fast and reliable manner, that is forming a theme of Wi-Fi 8. It's called as the ultra high reliability. And of course, this is all 2028 stuff. So a lot of ambitious features are in that bucket. Okay. But having said this, let's dive a little bit, kind of deeper from a technology jargon basis on what was 6 and how the improvement from 6E to 7 have happened. And we'll be staying a lot more on the Wi-Fi 7 side, right? And please feel free to, if you have a question, to interrupt and call. I mean, I'm on the remote, so I can't see what's the dynamics of people over there, but feel free. So when the Wi-Fi 6 came in, it actually brought about a very kind of beautiful change to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi was a collision avoidance technology before that. And what Wi-Fi 6 did was it brought in the orchestrated flow. It introduced OFDMA. It introduced a triggered access. So you can actually coordinate a Wi-Fi connection amongst all the other devices. And this is towards, growing capacity and to address interference. There was this question on the audience about addressing interference. So this is what allows it to do that. You have a very dense set of connections, a lot of people trying to connect at the same time. And these are the technologies that allow that to happen. And then 6E came in, as I was saying, that, hey, 6 gigahertz band. Wi-Fi is the point where the densification is supported. We talk a lot about 5G and Wi-Fi as being complementary. In that theme, the key responsibility that Wi-Fi shoulders is, within this indoor, within a high dense environment, how do you provide the right capacity to connect a lot of devices? And that's where the 6E came in with the 1200 megahertz, 6 gigahertz band support. Okay, and making the larger channel, the 160 megahertz channel, also a possibility. But then, from there, Wi-Fi 7 really picked up the temperature, right? So this was a huge increase in throughput and latency reduction that happened with Wi-Fi 7. So, some of the key technologies that came as part of the Wi-Fi 7 bundle, you have the higher order 4K COM, as they call it, encoding, which is packing more bits per hertz. You have the even bigger channel, the 320 megahertz channels. So you have a dramatic increase in throughput and latency. And this is what kind of drives the next generation applications, AR, VR, and high definition video and things like that. But also, as you're talking about the larger channels and to make that reality, some key features like channel puncturing. What is that? Hey, if you have an incumbent in between a large channel, then there's a method for you to accommodate for that and still deliver the wide channel. It pushed towards deterministic connectivity through what is called as multi-RU allocation. So another method to make sure that every client is served per its own needs. It allowed clients to do multi-link operations, which is that one client can connect to the network in multiple links on multiple bands, so that it can have maybe higher throughput, it can have resilience, and can deliver a solid experience to the user based on what the user is doing. So this is kind of the bundle of Wi-Fi 7. But not only that, let me also say that as these technologies come from the standards, they also bring about some of the key adjacent technologies up to the mark. And Wi-Fi 7 set the bar for WPA3 as being the baseline requirement for security. So, the question that is being asked over there about security is so important because, security is like a lock. If you put a cheap lock, then you will have bad security, and you have to have the right level of lock. And that lock in the world of wireless consists of, authentication and encryption. And as Alokji was explaining, this is the WPA3 is kind of the best of what can be offered. So this is what has come with Wi-Fi 7. It comes with the requirement for WPA3 security, so that this question about, hey, is Wi-Fi insecure? Well, if you were to deploy Wi-Fi 7, then you have to deploy WPA3, and there you go, you're more secure. So that's in a good sense what Wi-Fi 7 is about. Really briefly then touching on Wi-Fi 8. So as I said, a lot of ambitious thoughts are going in. This is very typical of any Wi-Fi standard as it starts getting defined for a lot of things to be kind of put on the kitchen sink. Very interesting things, and then the right things to kind of gel out. But at the moment, what the teams are thinking is the multi-AP coordination as one of the key items. So you talk about a deployment and how all the APs around, how they do not interfere with each other. In fact, they allow for a faster roaming between them, allow for a longer range of connection. There's a bunch of sub features that go in Wi-Fi 8 definition that make this possible. Coordinated beam forming, coordinated spatial reuse, coordinated RTWT. So there's a slew of things that are being kind of put in the bucket of Wi-Fi 8. And if it all comes out, then that's going to be great. But not just that, it is also considering green features like smart power management, right? Like also using AI for spectrum handling. So, trying to reduce its footprint and consumption of energy and spectrum to what is rightly needed. Interestingly, again, from a security standpoint, as we know that we are entering into the quantum era, so even like WPA3 security kind of starts falling a little bit short when you have quantum computers coming in and what you can crack with their help. So there is a adjacent protocol effort for 11BT that's for the post-quantum crypto. So, the point is that from a technology perspective, the standards teams in the industry thinks about what is needed. The real challenge, the world of Wi-Fi from our perspective, and I'm kind of talking about through mine and even like extending to WBA, is in the network deployments. With all the right technologies out there, the network deployment don't necessarily pick up the right things, and they don't apply it. And so we always use opportunities like this to kind of make a call that, especially those that are in the access network deployment, to reach out to organizations like WBA, like BIF, and work with us to define how the topology should be, what tools should be used. There is, we will offer help gladly to do that. Okay. So that's in the realm of Wi-Fi, I'll take a quick pause before I move to the AFC question, just to check with you, Dr. Gupta, whether there are any questions around the Wi-Fi generations.
No, that is good. You have covered almost everything, but if you can touch upon AFC more, yeah.
Yes, this is what I'm going to touch upon next. And then
Yes.
after that, I'll touch upon the AI question that you have. Okay. So AFC is very much relevant to 6 gigahertz high power, right? So the way 6 gigahertz band is defined correctly is that when you are doing low power and indoors, then you don't have much of an interference with the incumbents that may be there in 6 gigahertz bands already. That has been delicensed. So indoors is fine. But when you want to go outdoors and you want to use higher power, then you may conflict with incumbents. And AFC, that is the automated frequency coordination, is a collaborative mechanism towards the spectrum sharing and towards the interference mitigation. So the way it works is that there is a database of these licensed users, be that like, let's say, fixed broadband providers or satellite providers that are using those frequencies. And when a 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi network wants to use higher power, it must contact this AFC service at that moment, check if it can use that spectrum or what subspectrums it needs to avoid, and then accordingly act. So this is implemented in many different ways. Like today, countries like US and all, we have the solution over here provided by a bunch of providers. Like there are some non-profit providers. WBA has a solution, WFA has a solution, but there are also commercial providers like Broadcom and CommScope and Qualcomm and more providers that have this. Some of the solutions are based on the open source tip open AFC implementation. So like all of the foundations of the AFC are available. And when we think about what is going on in India and the great move to see 6 gigahertz being made available, hopefully the entirety of the 6 gigahertz will be available soon, and that will be excellent. But for these high power to be supported, AFC is the way to go. There is already kind of a blueprint of how to implement AFC. India would definitely need to get some policy alignments between standard bodies to have its own AFC framework and to create a trusted AFC operator set and then use it. So this is absolutely what is needed for 6 gigahertz when you think of it in outdoor situation. And I think this is something that perhaps I would say, BIF, I'm sure like experts over there are very well aware of, and they can, WBA will be more than happy to work with it on the implementation that is there in WBA to be kind of shared with BIF so that, India can get a jump start, let's say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simam. You have really clarified and got a new points to us, and especially in the presence of government. Madam Revati is there. AFC can solve the problem of interference for outdoor Wi-Fi, like government in their own wisdom and, sorry, Madam Revati, have artificially put that restriction of these low power, actually 14 dB, Madam, 14 dB for outdoor. And now he's telling us there is a solution to that, what you were afraid of maybe while putting that. So I think this is a great learning, Mr. Simam, about these AFC usage. So AFC can be used by government also to see there is no interference or how the interference can be mitigated. So thanks a lot. This was new learning for me also. And now we as BIF will make use of that technology or that kind of techniques which can actually mitigate the interference of the outdoor Wi-Fi. So now let me go to our other expert, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal. Oh, no, this was Simam. So Sandeep ji, actually we thought you will be here physically actually because you are in India only. So we thought you should have been here. But anyway, we are thankful to you for being there online. So question for you are very simple, of course. I know you are doing that, so you will answer that. But the audience want to know what are the user onboarding mechanisms in public Wi-Fi settings? What standards are to be considered? How does MAC address filtering enhance Wi-Fi security? What are its limitations? And what are the effect of MAC randomization on the user onboarding of the network? And then if time will permit, you will have to explain about offloading also actually. How Wi-Fi supports offloading and what are the challenges, why it is not happening in India.
So thank you, sir, and hello to Simab. We are meeting online. So yeah. So to answer the first question regarding the mechanism to onboard the public Wi-Fi network. So from the standard perspective, pre 2012, we had two mechanisms to onboard the public Wi-Fi network. One is predominantly username password, which was supported by EAP based authentication in the backend. And then what was lacking there is the user engagement, right? So whenever end user is connecting to the public network, there was no mechanism to engage with the user. So then the captive portal based onboarding is what was supported, and we still see captive portal based onboarding prevalent in multiple part of the developed economy, as well as in India and other places it is pervasive. Between 2012 and 2020, the other mechanism which are standardized were to support the telco. As you discuss about offload, I will come back on that in some time. But EAP SIM based authentication and then subsequently aka Prime, where supported for the telcos to be able to connect to the Wi-Fi, and that has been used for public Wi-Fi calling type of services, which is being deployed by many of the operators, because that really made a business sense for the operators. And then we also had pass point based of technology, which we also called hotspot 2.0, which is first standardized in IEEE.11 group, called 11U, which actually enabled the mechanism for automated connectivity to the Wi-Fi network. And over that, the Wi-Fi Alliance has built Passpoint, and they released release 1, release 2, release 3. Release 1 was more pervasive because it was used, but overall Passpoint adoption was low because of the challenge of providing the end user credentials. So in release 2, they have introduced something called OSU, online sign up unit, through which end user can generate the profile and then connect automatically, but that was a bit cumbersome. And then they brought in release 3, where they thought that still with the automated connectivity to the network, for the entity, the user engagement is important because that make business case, and there are certain um, compulsion to many of the places you have to agree to terms and condition of that particular location while onboarding. So the Passpoint really evolved towards release 3, where now they have automated access plus user engagement. And after 2020, we have seen open roaming being built over Passpoint to remove some of the challenges which were still there with Passpoint, such as scalability, as and when operators create the agreement, there was a requirement to bring the configuration changes on the access network itself. So for there to resolve those issues and make a business case around public access, the open roaming is built over Passpoint. So these are the predominant mechanism from the standard perspective where user onboard. But at the same time, there are two very important initiative around the world along with open roaming is, as we know, PM1 in India. So PM1 actually looked at the legacy issues, what is prevalent, the legacy systems which are being deployed, and built a framework based on the 1E token to allow end user to connect to the network. I will not say completely automatic, but it is, you really don't have to do certain step all the time to connect to the network. And there was another initiative which is already prevalent in the academic institute called EduRoam. They relied on 802.1 EAP based authentication, and now they're migrating to open roaming. So these are the predominant onboarding mechanism. One more thing what we have to understand is on the captive portal, the authentications which are being actually deployed are PAP and CHAP. When you say PAP, it is basically it will provide you username, basically password based authentication. Password authentication protocol is PAP, and later a better authentication protocol called CHAP, that is challenge response identity authentication protocol, has been brought in. So what is our experience is many of the network deployment based on captive portal while doing the user authentication is not based on HTTP. They are still not based on HTTPS. They continue deploy on HTTP, which uh, which there is a possibility of certain security mishap on HTTP. So we took that in mind, and while revising revising PM1E to 2.0, we mandated that all these access has to be based on HTTPS. So that is how frugally we have brought the security what is needed in captive portal. And from the standard perspective, now IET is already working on standardizing the captive portal, because captive portal is still not a standard way of access. There are implementation variants, but still captive portal works. So now there is a cap port protocol which is being defined, which makes the captive portal access a standard way and user engagement in a more API based environment. So that is with respect to onboarding procedures. If we see at MAC filtering, right? So MAC filtering is a very old approach of uh, you know access mechanism on the Wi-Fi network. That means whenever end user device connect to the network actually casts the MAC ID of that particular end user device, and whenever that user comes again to the network, they automatically allow that particular user to connect. But this also at the same time gives privacy issues, because we have seen by harvesting the MAC ID, there is a possibility of creating a user profile, understand where they connect, when they connect, or what are their priorities and all. So looking at this privacy issue, and privacy is a very important topic now, we have seen MAC randomization has been introduced, where every time when the end user device connects with a network, and there are certain conditions uh, following that, end user device actually gives a different MAC ID to the network, so that this particular profiling is not possible. So basically MAC randomization actually really created a disruption in the network, where most of the providers were depending on the MAC address. So we cannot depend on a MAC address going forward while we want to onboard a public Wi-Fi. Looking at this particular challenge, while revising PM1E 2.0, we remove the dependency of MAC address onboarding process, which has been discussed in version 1 when MAC randomization was not prevalent, that is around 2016-17, right? So MAC ID from the user end perspective now should not be used, because you have to do lots of backend processing to really able to provide a consistent service. But for the access control, still the access point type of devices doesn't have MAC ID implemented, so they still rely on unique MAC ID for the device, which doesn't change when it connect to the network. So there still we can continue using MAC address based access control. Now coming back to the offload, and now offload has become an important topic after recent large scale offload deployment by one of the OEM in India. And So far, telcos has not really deployed an offload solution. What they have deployed so far is Wi-Fi calling, right? So offload, there are already existing standards like GSMA defined IR61, where they talked about how to interconnect between cellular network and the ISP network over Wi-Fi. So that particular standard is already available, which provides if you want to do an captive portal integration, how that can be done. And at the same time, if you want to do an EAP, ACA SIM or ACA Prime based authentication, you can do. Apart from that, 5G or 4G already have well-defined nodes like EPDG for Wi-Fi calling, untrusted Wi-Fi access in 4G, as well as there is a SAMOG which provides the trusted access. Similarly, going forward in 5G, you have N3IWF and TWIF and TWGF, which will, enable trusted and untrusted, access. But now the question is, uh, the issue what we face with the legacy network today in Wi-Fi. While doing the offload, we are going to face the similar issue because to connect an end user device, do an offload with the 5G core, though there are N3 IWF and other modules defined, they expect the end device should also be 5G capable. Now, that particular issue will still remain because many of the devices what we have may not be 5G capable, right? They may support 4G and 5G, 4G, and there is an NSA through which end user can still connect, but they may not support the NAS functionality. So what we will do about these devices? So that is where now again innovation is needed, that how to connect these legacy end devices without supporting 5G NAS on the 5G network for the offload. So that is something to look into it, and I'm sure that there are standards which are being discussed at 3GPP, and also WB has done lots of work. White paper has been released where they specifically talked about moving some of the NAS functionality from the UE to the access point to take care of this. So yeah, so these are standard landscape towards offload, MAC randomization, and user onboarding. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sandeep. You have really given great inputs to all of us, great learning for me also. So now let me throw a surprise actually. First time in my role, they have given the order actually to the chairman that you should ask a question to yourself. First time I'm finding this. I admit this. So I don't want to pass it over actually, but we will have still time for question answer also. But before that, I want to capture this opportunity for you to speak. Actually, let me be very frank. Why they made me chairman? Because they were fearing that I will steal the show. I will speak too much. So they made me chairman, but they made the mistake of giving me the opportunity to question myself. So I want to use that actually. The question to me is, as you are passionately working in rural broadband, how BharatNet can be used along with Wi-Fi for the same by ISPs for proliferation of affordable broadband in rural areas? Yeah, very interesting question, close to my heart. But before I go to answer this, I like to, and this is a World Wi-Fi Day, and here we are talking of Wi-Fi and PM Wani. So I will like to just name two persons actually who have been the game changer, I will like to call them. And one of them is sitting in front of my Madam Arunaji. Actually, we will like to call him the mother of Wi-Fi liberalization or delicensing, because I've seen that the 5 gigahertz delicensing, it looked as if it has happened very painlessly, just happened like that. But the type of work had to be done by the government in that when Madam was at the helm of affair, and I happened to be interacting with her that time, and it was about 8-9 years back. So that is what that showed, that how Wi-Fi can help in everything. And when we will coming to BharatNet, actually as far as usage of BharatNet is concerned, it cannot happen without Wi-Fi. Actually, as you know, 80% of the data has to touch Wi-Fi. So everything, not only BharatNet, everything had to touch Wi-Fi. So that means these are made for each other. And same reverse of that is also true. The Wi-Fi actually cannot work unless you have a backhaul through BharatNet. Why I'm calling BharatNet backhaul? Because it is supposed to come free of cost, actually. In its original plan of the government, thinking of the government, BharatNet, which was called NOFN, it was to be made as a public good. Public good means free of cost, actually. And it was a neutral host. All those things have gone out of the box, actually. It has a cost, but cost is still less than the normal backhaul, which Wi-Fi need. So at least it is less than that. So that is where I will call BharatNet and Wi-Fi made for each other. No Wi-Fi will happen in rural if BharatNet is not there. No BharatNet will be useful in rural if Wi-Fi is not there. We call it last few meters. Though BharatNet was supposed to be last mile, but it has remained or stopped at middle mile. It has not gone beyond middle mile as far as Bharat is concerned, as far rural is concerned. No FTTH in rural. So it has stopped. So in between, so that means last mile job is not done by BharatNet. Who does the last mile job in rural? It is Wi-Fi. So both are so much, and I'll tell about that. But the other person I would like to want to mention about the influencer on game changer of PM Money. I think you know it all, Dr. R.S. Sharma, the ex-chairman of TRA. So these two persons I wanted to name today because we cannot forget them whenever we talk about Wi-Fi and PM Money. So now this question given to me, and I have already almost answered. Actually, because it is not that I'm passionate about that. Actually, it is my roji roti. It is my business I'm doing. And I can speak from the horse's mouth that how these things are playing there. And I'm already using Wi-Fi also. But till few years back, and even today, I'm unable to use BharatNet. Why? It is not that it is not there because I'm working in rural only. It is there, but unfortunately, it is not delivering what you call a SLA. Because whenever you talk of middle mile or long distance, what is called backhaul or backbone, you cannot treat them same as a access. You have to have a SLA. And do you know what is the minimum SLA required for a backhaul or a middle mile? It is called 5 nines. 5 9 stands for 99.999. And do you know, because I not like to make a public statement, what is the uptime of BharatNet in rural? How many nines? I can tell you it is less than 1 9. So it is not even a single 9 actually. Yeah. Single 9, I meant 90% actually. So it is not that single 9 also. It is less than that. So that is the problem. Why BharatNet is not used actually. Whenever they measure, actually this is surprising. I think because it is Wi-Fi and they have asked you have asked me the question in my personal capacity, I like to answer. Whenever they measure the statistics, like BharatNet, every day they will say so much petabytes of data is flowing. So, but nobody have ever asked them, nobody have told, not even regulator, not even minister is asking how much revenue BharatNet backhaul is generating. There is no mention of that, no ask of that, no reporting of that. And that means it is not there. That is what I will assume. If nobody is reporting or nobody is asking, so that means it is not there. That is what is my feeling of this. So that is where there is some missing thing, but still nothing is lost actually. As Mr. Vivek Dua was there, he would have mentioned a lot of things are there. If you want to make a success of BharatNet in rural and Wi-Fi in rural and PM Money in rural, some things have to be done. One is very simple, that uptime or SLA of BharatNet. That is a minimum requirement, but that is not out of box. It is a natural requirement of any backhaul that it should be working there. If backhaul itself is not working, then what access will do? What your Wi-Fi will do? So that is there. But more than that, a lot of things have to be done. Now, the regulator in its own wisdom, last week only, they issued a tariff order. Even that also was opposed by industry because the industry job is that oppose anything progressive someone is doing. But according to me, even that was not enough. They told, okay, the backhaul for PM Money PDO can be double than the retail price. That is a totally wrong, you can say, order by the regulator, though even that is being opposed. So because these PDO are your reseller of ISPs, this, a reseller wholesale price can never be more than the retail price. It will never work. How you are telling you can charge double? Actually, there is a concept of vertical price squeeze. Actually, if you charge from your wholesaler more than the retail price, you commit a crime called vertical price squeeze. That is a regulatory term. That means your access provider or your retail seller will not be able to sell, because price you pay to your provider is more than the retail. So he has to charge more than the retail. So it cannot happen, vertical price squeeze. So what is done normally? All over the world, the regulator, and this is where the regulator cannot blame the government. Actually, it is the regulator mandate, regulator power. So he should have gone for what is called wholesale minus, retail minus price. Wholesale price is called retail minus price. It has to be minus or less than retail. And what is that minus? Minus is whatever is the avoided cost, because when I'm a provider, I'm selling something. So in selling, there is a marketing cost. There is a cost where I have to pay commission. Sometimes bad debt is there. Sometimes payment does not come. So these are the cost of retail selling. And those costs can be quantified. According to me, it is between 20 to 30%. So at least a wholesale price has to be retail minus these avoided costs. That is called retail minus price. So regulator have missed the opportunity to do that. And that is why the PM money is not succeeding. That is just one reason, which could have been avoided. Full power to regulator. He can do whatever he wants to do. And he just issue the regulation and then go to government that I have done this. Now you do something. This your own job you have not done properly. I mean, you have missed the opportunity. The other thing which I'm exploiting as a businessman or as a startup or as an entrepreneur is you have to make use of CSR. Actually, what happens is normally whenever there is a market failure, whenever we talk about the rural broadband or anything in rural, there is no business case. If there is no business case, that is called market failure. That means it is not economical to do business there in that segment. So whenever there is a market failure, who has to save? It is the government have to save. Whenever there is a market failure, government or regulator have to save. So here what government, regulator have done their own job, though it is not enough. In fact, it is counterproductive according to me, but at least it is not enough. Government have also done what they do, they give subsidy. So they are giving subsidy to the BharatNet. Of course, USO fund, madam, is already there. A lot of subsidies are there. But even that subsidy is not enough. Neither the USO fund subsidy is enough because it is only in the middle mile and beyond. It is not in the access. The second is regulator have tried to do something, have not helped. So then who have to help? And that is where I call a third party kind of player have to come. A third party of player here will be the civil society. Civil society, I mean CSR. I'm making use of that. And there are government thing, 2% of profit of any company, whether government or private, have to be given for CSR. And some of the PSU with whom I'm dealing have hundreds of crores of money which they have to give to CSR. And there are list of the projects where CSR can be given. There are SDG goal. Unfortunately, the word Wi-Fi is not mentioned there. Actually, last year also on a similar platform I have told. And that time secretary made a note. He told, yes, you have a point. I made a note, but nothing happened. So the DOT or USO fund administrator or someone has to get this Wi-Fi, not the broadband access, this Wi-Fi word. If it can come in that list of those 17 items, that Wi-Fi projects will also be eligible for CSR. Then the gap is managed. gap is managed, then so you had market failure, you went to government did whatever they could do, regulator did whatever, still did not happen, then civil society. That is called self-help actually. You as user, you as public have to help. So, but wherever you have to spend the 2% money, of course, you spend it for good reasons, women empowerment, women hygiene, the job creation, there are so many things, health. So same thing you can give to this. So when I go, of course, I advocate to them and they understand, but their auditor says, sir, for Wi-Fi, you cannot give this money. Though Wi-Fi I'm using to create jobs also there, to solve a problem there, connectivity. There was no connectivity. If I put a hotspot in village, connectivity goes, that can also be given CSR fund. But it is not written black and white, for Wi-Fi you can be given CSR fund. So if somehow we can get that, and I think we as BIF should do this, go to government, get a letter written to whosoever ministry is defining. I think it is finance ministry ultimately, or the other ministry, who defines what are the projects where CSR funding can be given. So then I think you can solve. So that is what I wanted to bring from my side. But I think time is over. But still, Devu, 5 minutes can we give for the questions if any of them have? Though I've just stopped at the clock. Yes, please. Yeah, for meeting, Devu has to permit. Okay, yes, please go ahead. Please ask questions from experts like I have so many of them.
Thank you. Sir, I have two questions, one on Wi-Fi technology and other on Wi-Fi security. So my first question, what type of challenges and opportunities on Wi-Fi technology to shape the societal norms by minimizing ecological damages? And on security, how can I restrict access of others to my Wi-Fi network, and how can I check if my Wi-Fi is hacked?
I think security you can answer.
Okay, yeah. I'll take the second question, which is the security. So, you see, there are two things. One is technology, and the second thing is cyber hygiene, or what we call human part of the thing. So when we want to secure any network or any access technology, then of course we are putting passwords there, right? So don't use simple passwords, because there are, of course, one of the panelists mentioned quantum is, PQC or post-quantum computing is anyway coming, and Q-day could be very close. It could be even less than a year. So what these, hackers would do, they would, break into your password and then harvest the data now, right? If they can. Or if they cannot, because of the high encryption levels which are already there, then they would just harvest it and keep it till the quantum is able to break it, right? So, so both the things are, so one is that your passwords have to be very strong. Second is you need to deploy what is called multi-factor authentication, which is that, some kind of an authentication, which is second factor, like when we do a banking transaction, we get an OTP, and, we could have other factors of authentication as well. Then try and use, VPN, which is a encrypted tunnel, in order to kind of get more security into it. And as one of the speakers said earlier, you would deploy WPA3 enterprise, which is a very, very strong, encryption mechanism over there. Now, how do you find out whether your, Wi-Fi has been compromised or hacked or whatever? You need to really look out for if there is any frequent disconnections which are happening. If there are any, I would say, you would find latency, in the connections. For example, if it becomes suddenly very slow. So those are some of the signs where you would find that, the network is, compromised. So I think,
Yeah. Thank you, Alok. I think we should go to Mr. Shibam Kadri. If you can reply to the technological question of the audience.
Can you please repeat that question? I was not able to get it.
Yeah, please repeat the question.
Yeah.
Technology part.
Yeah, technological. What type of challenges and opportunities on Wi-Fi technology to shape up the societal norms?
So it's a very broad question. I think it's talking about what Wi-Fi technology is bringing in terms of its pros and cons. I mean, it is, as we are progressing as a society, we are looking at the new set of use cases coming up, especially when you think about India as a rising country. It has to be kind of at the tip of the spear of innovation. And Wi-Fi is the technology that kind of reaches out for the last meters for connectivity. Almost all of the data, like 80% plus on mobile and everything that you do on a day-to-day basis from a connectivity viewpoint goes over Wi-Fi. Personally, I know that I interact with Wi-Fi more than I interact with my family if I take it cumulatively, and I think that is true for most people over here. So that's kind of the societal aspect to it, that there's a goodness that we're progressing and we're adopting this technology, but also it is changing the behavior. And as with any technology, there's good and bad about it, and we have to use it in the right manner. We have to do it in a ethical fashion. So I mean, everybody's scale is different, right? If you do it to your level of comfort. We are all technologists. I am a technologist. I love to immerse myself, but you have to also put some guardrails around what you can and should do with it. So yeah, I mean, I hope kind of that gives at least a personal insight to you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? I think there will be a more time unless there
sorry,
is a typography error. There is more time.
Dr. Gupta, I would also want to kind of touch upon the third question that you had asked me, if you have time, on the AI and Wi-Fi
Yes,
topic.
please go ahead, because it
Right,
will be good learning for us all.
Yes, because in WBA, in my role, I'm primarily kind of looking at a project that we are running over there, and I'd love to share that with the audience over here and kind of hopefully solicit participation even from this forum. But in essence, we know that AI and Wi-Fi are great technologies, and they're becoming more and more interdependent with each other. So you can think of almost like AI as the brains and the Wi-Fi as the nervous system, and they come together to create like an intelligent infrastructure. So with kind of that analogy, both help each other a lot, or like have a lot of potential to help each other. AI can help the Wi-Fi networks, think diagnostics, think self-healing, think usage pattern learning, predicting congestion. So the list can go on and on. But also Wi-Fi can help AI applications a lot, especially as all the different AI applications are coming up. For Wi-Fi to understand an AI traffic, just the way, as an example, it understands video traffic today, but to understand it to more depth on what is the specific characteristics for latency and determinism that inference traffic needs to take. If Wi-Fi can understand that, then it can shape a quality of service for that traffic accordingly. And there's a lot of work that we need to do in that domain. And in WBA, we are exploring those. We are looking at both aspects to it. We are collaborating with members in the industry to understand where the investments and the use cases is going. We ourselves are looking at three specific use cases around AI ops, around the green efficiency, power saving and spectrum sharing, as well as around AI quality of service. We are looking to do proof of concepts with members. We are progressing on that front, but we'd also love to see more participation over there. So, if you guys are associated with WB or even through BIF, I'd love to kind of have an association on that front. So yeah, so I mean, this is a very interesting topic, and I think this is the right time for us to look at it, because anything kind of we study over here will work towards a recommendation for the longer term, and hopefully even can also help the definitions of Wi-Fi 8 and other technologies as they come up.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? So it seems there are no questions, but in that case, I actually have to mention one, and that may be treated as a concluding remarks also. Actually, I'm working on a project called DY, like the technology called blockchain, distributed ledger technology, which have applications called DeFi, decentralized finance. Actually, everything is happening on that direction. Then I thought, and especially it is related to PM Money. Actually, I was doing a lot of research that why PM Money has not taken off. It has named PM. It is so much liberalized, actually. In India, you cannot get such a licensing regime, liberalized, decentralized, deregulated, disaggregated, no GST, no license fees, no AGR, and still it is not picking up. And we are very much concerned, we as VIF actually, because we have been dealing with the government through the regulator, and now Mr. Sandeep is there. Actually, I myself personally, as my company, when they started working on this, actually, when Dr. R.S. Sharma was the chairman, twice, Sandeep was working from C. side as a architect, actually, technological architect, actually, and Mr. Sharma, the Dr. R.S. Sharma, actually, he coined a term before it became Vani and then PM Vani. And that was about 10 years back. And I happened to be with him. It was in Banaras. Those Banaras Ghats are there. And he wanted to do some payment, some UPI. And it was not working. So he asked me, "Hassan, UPI नहीं चल रहा है भाई, क्या है?" मैंने कहा, "सर, यहाँ तो होगा नहीं, कहीं और जाते हैं, दुकान पे जाते हैं, ये करते हैं." कहते, "बट UPI नहीं चल रहा है, क्या हो सकता है?" फिर पता लगा कि वहाँ वाईफाई नहीं था। तो कहते, "यार, ये तो सारा गड़बड़ है, फिर वाईफाई इज नॉट देयर." देन वी टोल्ड हिम कि ये प्रॉब्लम है। कहते, "आई वांट, though I was not in regulator, I was outside, but we happened to be there." He told SN, "I want Wi-Fi to become UPI of broadband access." जैसे पैसे का UPI होता है, किसी को broadband चाहिए, just Wi-Fi, and it should become. And then he coined this Vani and all that. Sandeep was also involved, all full industry was involved, POC was done. That was his vision. His vision was कि Wi-Fi should become ubiquitous. It should become painless, that plug and play, like what Sandeep was asked also, and he has replied. उनका पर्पज ये था ऑटो रोमिंग, ओपन रोमिंग, जस्ट प्लग एंड प्ले, कि कुछ ये बार बार ऑथेंटिकेशन नहीं करना, कुछ नहीं करना, और यूबिक्विटस हो जाए. तो दैट वाज द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ पीएम वानी एक्चुअली, एंड द ऑब्जेक्टिव वाज फॉर रूरल. एक्चुअली अर्बन में है. अभी क्या है कि द पीएम वानी actually, as per we as BIF also, and you see these, we have just touched about 3 lakhs. The target of NDCP was 2 million would have happened by 2024, 2,020,000 lakhs, and we are only 3 lakhs. And everyone is trying. Nobody is opposing PM Wani, but still it is not happening. So what we will call it actually? So it's again a combination of market failure and, according to me, government failure also. They have done whatever. So then you have to find some out-of-box thing, and that is where the CSR thing came. But I wanted to bring actually why, though Sandeep have explained all that, and that is my personal comment now on why PM Money is not succeeding. Actually, government, when they did everything, deregulate, unlicensed, disaggregate, nothing to be charged. But they put what is called, and this is my personal comment, it is not BIF comment, they put there will be a central registry, and which will be owned by government, managed by government. And I questioned. I told, sir, ये central registry किस लिए चाहिए? आपने सब कुछ तो de-license कर दिया, unregulated कर दिया. They told, we have to collect the statistic. We have to measure the success of this project. सो कहीं ना कहीं तो रजिस्ट्री होनी चाहिए ना कहीं होना चाहिए कितने लग गए कितना यूज हो रहा है. So I asked them, that is the only purpose. They told, yes, that is the only purpose. No money will be charged, nothing will be done. And according to me, that centralization have become one of the bottleneck. I don't know whether if I remove that or if you remove that, that will solve the problem. But there is a solution. And the solution, I've coined the term called DY, like DeFi is there, DY. DY, I mean decentralized Wi-Fi. Something was talked about open roaming and all that, and this Passpoint 2.0, WBA standard, all are there in that direction. Decentralized Wi-Fi, according to means that registry you have, but don't call it a centralized registry, call it a decentralized registry. What is the meaning of decentralized registry? That means there will not be a one agency controlling it. It will be owned by the user themselves. It will be self-automating, self-registering, self-measuring, and self-giving you a print. And that is what blockchain does actually. Distributed ledger technology does exactly the same thing. If you put all your Wi-Fi PDOs, access point, your mobile phone connection on a database or a ledger, I call it a distributed data ledger platform, put in on that, and there can be protocol. So in that case, all the statistic comes, all the security can be taken care of, all the accounting can be taken care of, and all the settlement can be taken over. In our blockchain, it is called tokenization. The tokenization is used by finance, banks, everywhere. But it is not used for real world. It is used for artificial thing, the imaginary thing like arts and music and all that. It is used. Money getting tokenized already. Your arts are getting tokenized. That is called NFT. But real world assets can also be tokenized. And that is what Wi-Fi is a fit case of RWA tokenization. That is what my concept of DY makes use of. And there is an example of it. Yesterday only I found there is an example of it in India. Have you heard about Wi-Fi Dabba? Yeah, Mr. Sharma. What is his first name? Sharma, son. Suvendu Sharma. In India. But he is so afraid कि गवर्नमेंट को पता लग गया तो बंद करा देंगे, तो उन्होंने बाहर से ऑपरेट करता है. ऑपरेट इंडिया में हो रहा है, बैंगलोर में हो रहा है. He is making use of PM money. All the facilities what government have given, but still he is not sure कि whether it is regulated or not, whether someone will catch me or someone will stop me from doing business. So that is, so if the DY concept comes, which is Wi-Fi Dabba is just a pilot project he's doing. In other countries I have studied, there is a project called Helium. I think Devu, you will know Helium. Helium is doing exactly same thing actually. So it will have open roaming, it will have everything. Or if you want statistic, it will give you real-time statistic just from the platform. You don't need an agency for that. You don't need an authority for that. So if somehow we can all agree to that and finally government agree. So I was told actually, I can share the fact, they told साहब आपका आइडिया बहुत सही है, but हम C dot से लड़ाई नहीं करना चाहते. मैंने कहा मैं भी C dot से, I am a follower of C dot. हम C dot को ही कहेंगे भाई रजिस्ट्री आपके नाम से ही रहेगी, बट ये डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड हो जाएगी, ऑटोमेटेड हो जाएगी, नाम आपका ही रहेगा. I gave that suggestion to DOT. कि why you are afraid? They want ठीक है भाई उनको आपने नाम दे दिया C dot registry है. Let it remain C dot registry. Only use the technology instead of centralization. You do decentralization. Everything else remains. The only thing is it becomes automated. Decentralized will make it automated because in decentralization, the real meaning itself is there cannot be a common or a central controller. It has to be distributed control, distributed ownership, decentralization, governance, and automation. And that is what technology permits. Like we are talking of AI. AI fits there. Actually, 90% of the job of DeFi will be done by AI, actually, as I told. Everything you can get it done. Wherever you are stuck, use AI. It will be done. So that is what with that I like to stop now. And thank you very much for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you once again, sir, for that wonderful session we had from you. And I would now like to invite on stage Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General Broadband India Forum, to first present mementos as a token of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman, DG Gaon Foundation. Thank you, sir, for such valuable insights we had from you during this session. And to Mr. Alok Gupta, founder and CEO, Pyramid Forensics and Cybersecurity. Thank you, sir. And can we have a group photograph before we have the vote of thanks by Brigadier Anil Tandon? Yes. Mr. Debashish, Ma'am Aruna Sundararajan also to join us for the group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, we will be thanking them in the end, but can we also have a round of applause for Broadband India Forum for this wonderful initiative of celebrating the World Wi-Fi Day? Thank you. And now over to Brigadier Anil Tandon to close the proceedings of today's celebrations with proposing a vote of thanks. Over to you.
As we come to the end of today's day-long event on celebrating the World Wi-Fi Day with the theme Wi-Fi Transforming for India, Innovating for the World, it's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks. I think it's been a very, very exciting day. The vast amount of knowledge shared and really the enthusiasm of all the speakers continuing till the last session and the last closing address by our SNG. They spoke about the need of Wi-Fi, and I think particularly the public Wi-Fi seemed to be the real thread going right from the inaugural session right till the end. So I think it's been a great thing for putting ahead. I'm not just talking of PM Vani, but the public Wi-Fi per se, and how it can bridge the digital divide and bring about inclusivity. In my formal thanks, I would first like the opportunity to thank our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Communications, Mr. Scindia ji, who took valuable time out, and I think already he has been thanked by TV Ramachandran at the end of the inaugural session. But what an inspiring and what a really an inspiring and a forceful speech that we got from him. And we really got from him a support to say that the D-licensed 6 gigahertz would be notified on or before the 15th of August, which is a great event or a great day that we look forward to. I would also like to thank Dr. R.S. Sharma, the former chairman TRAI and CEO NHA, his inspiring talk both on Aadhaar-based digital public and the role of PM Vani, both in the inaugural and subsequently in the additional session that he was chairing. He spoke so vehemently and so strongly for the PM Vani. Thanks also to Shri Osaman Manzar, CEO and co-founder Digital Empowerment Foundation, for sharing his thoughts and the work done at the grassroots level towards digital inclusivity. I'd also like to thank Dorothy Stanley, past chair of the IEEE. She tried all her best to come to India, but then there has been some flight disruptions, because of which at the last moment she dropped out, but she was online. Along with that, there was Mr. Alan Norman from Meta, who was supposed to again come and be in the knowledge session. But Unfortunately, the flight that he was taking, I think the same flight from which Dorothy stepped out, or didn't take the flight, but he continued and he's right now on the flight. So the flight got delayed because of which he's not here. But I'd like to mention thanks to Hiral Modi, who head connectivity in Meta, who was there for in place of Alan Norman. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank each and every session chair. Kishore Bhaktani Saab, DDG DS, Madam Revati, Mr. Steve of WBA, and Dr. S.N. Gupta. And I must thank Steve for having flown in all the way from UK to be with us and being a partner in this event. And obviously, I would also need to thank all the speakers and all the panelists who were participated and gave their inputs, valuable technical knowledge. I think it has been a very high standard of technical sessions that we've had. There would be a lot of takeaways from this event today. We will be making the takeaways from this and be sharing with the relevant people as we go along. I'd also like to thank DOT, METI, that is the Ministry of Information Technology, and the CDOT for the logo support, as well as the WBA and Wi-Fi Alliance, the two global bodies responsible for promotion of Wi-Fi globally. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Platinum sponsor, Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, Gold sponsor, Meta, Qualcomm, Savex, HPE, and our Silver sponsor, Amazon. And I would be failing in my duty if I did not place on record my exceptional thanks to our event partner, Bharat Exhibitions, and our media partner, Communications Today, for their contributions in making this event a great success. And last not the least, the directorate, the BIF directorate team who supported in making this event a big success. And my special thanks to the chairperson, Madam Aruna Sundarajan, for having stayed on right from the morning till the end of the session. Thank you very much, ma'am. With this, I bring the event to a close. Thank you once again. And I think I forgot one. The biggest thanks has to go to this audience who's there, who is still here. We had a big audience, but I must give a big thank you and a round of applause for all the audience for having continued. Thank you for making it. Look forward for our next event.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, seconding sir's thoughts, we convey our gratitude, appreciation, and thanks to each one of you for having stayed back till the end. Please join us for a cup of tea served outside before you leave the venue. Thank you once again. Had a wonderful day with all of you. Have a great evening, safe drive home, good evening, and namaskar.